Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Traralgon District Cricket Association A-grade one-day grand final. In fact, it's actually the only grand final that we've played this year, with the TDCA adapting new rules of one-day cricket throughout the year. I'm Luke Henderson, once again coming and broadcasting this fantastic TDCA live stream. And together for the first session, I'm with Nick Scammell, the TDCA secretary, and also played in a B-grade grand final last week, Nick.
Played and it didn't do too much though, Luke. So, it's good to be here today. A little controversy early. They're already starting early, so the umpires are, already a little bit nervous themselves.
All right, so umpires looking, no surprises here. Cam Graham to bowl the first ball. Lee Stockdale, the champion TDCA player, captain of ex-students. And right up there, no surprises, left arm fast, bowling into the pads early, trying to get that white ball swinging around. I went out on the pitch a little bit earlier, Nick, and it's an absolute belter. It's the hardest Glengarry pitch I've seen. In fact, one of the hardest TDCA pitches I've seen in my 10 years.
It's almost a shame that the covers had to be on for a little bit throughout the week. It would have burnt that little bit of green off and it just made it look amazing. But it does feel really, really good. And Cam Graham, who's obviously bowling now... he's the only fast bowler curator who leaves nothing in it for the fast bowlers. So it's interesting to see how he goes about his things, Cam. But he's been really looking forward to today as well as a curator, because the ground itself, the wicket, everything's looking amazing. And Glengarry really putting on a show, Luke.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Went for a bit of chin music early, down the leg side for a wide. Big shout early. And one of the things we know about this umpire is that if he's not interested and he just walks out to the right-hand side every time, we've known that for the last 3 years, one of the best umpires going around, but doesn't look too long if he thinks it's not out.
No, obviously... well done to the umpires being selected in today's game as well. That's Michael Peterson and Danny Shaw. Both have had really good seasons and both had really good reports as well.
Michael Peterson. It's respect to the umpires' day. No boozer.
No, not boozer comes later.
Up into the rib cage, and Stockdale just down to fine leg or short square leg and runs through for one. He's off the mark. Nothing better than getting off the mark in a grand final, in any game of cricket, let alone a grand final. And one of the things we know that ex-students will do extremely well is just probably score a lot of ones. They'll hit the bad balls for four, but they'll really try and up the tempo with 2-3 singles and over.
Yeah, I think as the ground dries out, we'll see their running really come to the forefront and how quick between wickets they are. This ball will get a little bit wet because the ground is a little bit wet after some rain overnight. So once that happens, their running will be amazing.
Big shout early. First ball. Up goes Graham. And as we talk about, when it's out, it's out. An LB, 2 LB shouts in the first over, and Graham with the big breakthrough.
Just jammed him up, didn't he? It was a really good ball. It was exactly the ball that he was trying to do to Stockdale just a couple before. And it just looks like there's a little bit of movement. Just back with the sloper touch as well, the old Glengarry slope. And the ball's actually going through the wicket pretty well as well. So, 1 for 1 off 0.5.
1 for 2, in fact. A wide and a 1 to Stockdale.
1 for 2, sorry. I'm already a couple behind.
But big shout from Stockdale when he was on 0. A huge shout, and that's the first wicket of the day. 1 for 2. Could not ask for a better start to Glengarry. Stockdale won the toss, looked at the pitch and said, we're going to bat first ex-students. Glengarry knew that the first 10 overs is where they really need to do some damage, and in the very first over, 1 for 2 already.
It's interesting to see what will happen now. Dyke is the perfect foil for Lee Stockdale. He can take balls and just take him out of the game and let Lee score freely up the other end. So we'll see how that wicket will affect not only Stocky but the rest of the ex-students' batting lineup.
And Dyke, the first man out, 243 runs at 24. As you just said, Nick, a perfect foil for Lee Stockdale. Big wicket, Glengarry. And another big one as well must have been a little bit closer because Peterson didn't walk out to the right, so he stayed and had a look at it. But wow, 3 shouts in the first over. White ball doing some tricks down here, coming back into the right-hander. I've got a feeling there's going to be a few more shouts before this day's over.
Yeah, it's just the way they're playing it, isn't it? They are looking to score down leg, and it's almost like it's just going through when it bounces. It's not getting that real swing. So, interesting start here, and Cam Graham's got his tail up.
Little half drive. Always good to get bat on ball early after a first ball LB shout. And the first over, Cam Graham, the pig as he is known by all his friends, the pig is steaming in and 1 for 2 early. Wow.
Max Merton to bowl at the other end, Luke. And again, up the slope a little bit here. The big, tall lefty, the big redhead. We like to see him coming in and just swing it back into the right-hander as well. So they love a left-hander out at Glengarry, and Max Merton, they love him more than anyone.
And apparently through the week or through the years, he's been known the lookalike of the Shermanator from the American Pie once upon a time, and he's now running with the Maxinator. So the Maxinator bowling the second over of the day. Not sure if that one will take off, but the Maxinator, the big, tall left-hand fast bowler from Glengarry, 1 of 3 that were bowled today. Unbelievable to have 3 quick left-handers. And Max Merton will bang him in, a bit different to Graham. Probably won't swing the ball around, but rather bang them in a little bit more. And straight on the point, just a little bit back of a length, and Stockdale playing it off the back foot.
So, Luke, if we're going to be bold and make some predictions, I've written the paper up all week, and I've sat on the fence very, very firmly.
Oh, something different.
What are your predictions for today? Bear in mind now that there is already 1 for 2. It's now 1 for... Oh.
That'll be 5 wides. And big 5 wides early.
And Dill just having the chance to throw the ball back to Nat there. That's what you want to see. The big brother, he didn't look after him with the throw either, so
made him
wasn't
bend.
too good.
Made him bend and use his back.
Poor Cam doesn't like running for balls that he doesn't have to pick up and throw in, so he's not happy. He's getting his steaming next over. But all of a sudden, maybe some nerves taking over, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely. Much better ball. Much better Merton when he pushes them through rather than digging them in, and that's where he wants to stay. If he sticks there, he's going to find snicks, and that's what Nat Freitag bowling first will want from his opening fast bowler. Big, tall left-hander, make batsman play outside off stump. My predictions for the day, my ex-student's prediction is Stockdale for an 80+. So there you go. I'm going early, 80+. He looks gritty, he looks solid. He loves playing in these big games. And you just see already, just seems nice and balanced at the crease. So Stockdale for an 80+. And in the Glengarry innings when they're batting, I've got Frank Marks for 40. So a 40. So if he gets 40 and he's got other contributions, Stockdale's 80, I think that's going to be an absolute ripper of a game. Of course, we're playing 50 overs a side. It's the first time we've had a one-day grand final, maybe ever, in the TDCA. And I think if Stockdale gets that 80, Frank Marks gets that 40, and he's got contributions from Nat Freitag. We know Nat's always going to get at least a 30. Never gets out early. We know that Al Jenkin as well bats well. If they can all get 40 each, well, it's going to be an absolute ringer. Of course, the last time they played these two sides outside of the semi-final was 183, ex-students batting first. Glengarry 2 for 120, looking box seat before collapsing, and ex-students with the spinners bowling late won the game.
Yeah, so both teams have lost to each other or beaten each other throughout the year, which, just adds a little bit of intrigue. And we did see Glengarry fall in a bit of a heap against the spinners back in round 9. So that's, I think, the blueprint for them. I don't think ex-students will ever feel out of the game, even if they are 2 for 100, chasing 180. I think they're still going to feel like they're right in the game because a Jimmy Pride or a Lee Stockdale and Warney we've seen have a really good year himself. They're just going to be always in it.
And of course, the other person that we should mention earlier is the man that uses the big 4-pound bat, Big Mitch Harris. Went out lumberjacking yesterday. We knew his parents and family were watching from Melbourne last year. Went out and sliced a nice piece of red gum up and carved it last night. So he's got the new big bat, the big 4-pound bat, probably 5-pound by the time he actually gets out and bats. 243 runs this year at an average of 60, the highest average at ex-students. Has had an absolutely sensational year for the man that was probably around the league known as an all-rounding bowler, a bowling all-rounder. Wow, batting average of 60, absolutely amazing.
We believe that he's asked for ex-students' flannies to be made up next year, Luke, for the lumberjacking purposes.
Well, and I made that prediction. It's an easy prediction to say Stockdale will go big here because he is one of the TDCA's, if not best players. But that drive there, just a little push drive off the middle.
Just a little push, just a little check there just to get the feel of it.
But straight off the middle, though. The other prediction is it's going to be the biggest crowd in a TDCA final ever. Nick, there's another prediction for today.
Well, absolutely. Glengarry, as Cam bowls this ball.
Chance for the run out.
Ooh, and there's just an example of just being aware, and Robbo backing up really, really well there. That's Matt Robertson, obviously, and Lee pushing him through. All of a sudden, batsman looks settled. There you go. Lee's settled in. 1 for 9 after 2 on the scoreboard. Starts to look a little bit more comfortable now. So even though they've lost the early wicket, already we're seeing the team just be able to just settle into the day. Ooh.
And we saw Robinson last year's in grand final. Was a rain-affected grand final that Glengarry beat ex-students, but Robinson batting at 3 in that game. On the day was a little bit of a surprise. Came in early and showed some real true grit and batted extremely well. From memory, it was 40 plus or something like that. But he batted a long, long time. And today, a little bit different. One-day grand final, but straight in after Dyke, of course, if you just joined us, the first ball duck. And Robinson coming in very early. What he does do, he's got really good hand-eye coordination, but that pad gets down first. He sets the front leg first, and then the hands come through. So what Graham bowling left arm in swingers to him is really going to be looking at that pad. And of course, we saw that already with his first ball with a big LB shout. But Robinson's got good hand-eyes. The ball hits the bat more often than the pad, but it's something that Graham would be excited about.
Like father, like son, Luke. His dad had a very good hand-eye coordination as well. He didn't look as pretty in his stance, though. It was the ugliest batting stance you'll ever see. But certainly have the same attributes in terms of hand-eye and the way they bat, and certainly a little bit of presence at the crease as well, with the shoulders and chest puffed out.
Well, I know Robbo would be definitely watching and listening. And, of course, Nick Scammell, you're the one that said that he had an ordinary batting stance, not me. So, Robbo, please direct all inquiries to Nick.
Well, I had to look at it a fair bit when he was whacking us around the wreck. So you
saw it a lot.
You had to come up with something to maybe try and put him off, but it usually didn't work. Yeah, very tight there from Robbo as well. Glengarry pulling out all the stops today. The Jumping Castle has just gone up, and we've got the bar open as well. The Goodland Brewery beer tent is going off shortly as well, which will be fantastic. Goodland joining us for the first time in a TDCA Grand Final, and obviously a local brewer in the area. Produce some fantastic beers, and the lucky winners of a competition this week will be sampling some golden ales and some lagers today from the boys at Goodland.
Absolutely fantastic initiative from the TDCA, backing local business, the Goodland Brewing VIP tent, competition during the week for to share and like their page and the TDCA, and of course the mighty Gormadale Cricket Club getting the win, and caused a bit of controversy through the week, and I believe you're going to Fair Trade Commissioner's hearing next week, Nick, to make sure that the competition was all above board.
So anyway, we'll go. Ooh, and a little play miss there. It was more like an Andrew Strauss leave, that one, where you just play miss, but you're well outside the line of the ball, and just a little bit something there on the deck that Lee's had a little peek at. So interesting there, but yeah, it's still looking pretty comfortable. So Max Merton bowling to Lee Stockdale. Just cramping him, not giving him anything there. Fantastic ball. It's 1 for 9 after 3.3 here at Fred King Oval. I would recommend anyone come down today. If you're sitting at home with a live stream and can't make it, that's okay. Give us a shout out. We'd love to say g'day. I think the record for furthest or most exotic place to be watching the TDCA live stream over the years has been Chile, followed by some United States back bars and all that type of thing as well. Oh.
Slice drive goes out to point, bounce just in front, and Stockdale, first a real aggressive shot for the day, gets the one.
See, that ball there, that's why I would like to have a gully in, Luke. They've got their deep third man in, but I would probably prefer a gully to Stocky early. He can be a little bit of a snicker early on if you're going to fault him in some area. But that's where I'd like to be a little bit more aggressive. It really is more of a Premier Cricket field, that one, and Nat Freitag would know all about that, though.
Yeah, and seeing the ball went to point, the gully wouldn't have made much of a difference.
No, give it another inch and it's there, so...
And of course, if you are watching the TDCA live stream, please make sure that you add some comments to it. Love to see where people are watching from. And if there's any shout outs that you want, make sure you leave it in the comments section. What they'll do with these types of fields, it's how you're going to best get wickets without conceding runs. So whilst the gully might be in there, 3 people in that cordon, all of a sudden opens up another area where runs start flowing. So maybe the second slip to gully, if that's what you're talking about. Third man probably want to be keeping there for the sweeping, the big cut shots in case Merton, because he bangs them in, gets a little bit short and wide. But maybe the second slip can come out.
Well, the wicket looks pretty flat. It wouldn't surprise me if they just ringed it straight up in a bit. Took another slip or two out, and just went defensive. If you're going to chase down runs here, you're going to be able to chase down anything here.
And like the last 4 years, Gav Fernanda walks up, talks to people that are sitting around us, and it all gets the background noise. So Dylan Freitag and Gavin Fernanda, probably not the 2 people you want hanging around the microphones, because 2 very loud, deep voices that do carry.
Very distinct voices.
Yeah, very distinct voices. No.
Good again. Cam Graham not giving away anything. Luke, do we feel that Blender's bought a pair of new red gloves just for this game?
Yeah, I'm just making note of that. I was looking up the brand as we were speaking, actually. So nice, big, bright grand final gloves. Obviously not a man that's retiring anytime soon, because he's got the new gloves. So a couple more years from one of, if not, the TDCA's best wicketkeeper. And I do say that because with Chris Lena being one of my really good friends, he really does like the mantle as the best. But Blender, back foot pull, ball a little bit slower than what Stockdale was probably expecting. Just got a bit high up on the bat. But he nevertheless, it's safe and it's 1 run.
It's good intent, isn't it? So he's still feeling out this wicket, but he's looking to score as well. And that's exactly how he plays. Aggressive stroke there. They're still going 1 or 2 and over here at the moment, so it's not just settling into the day.
Absolutely.
So it looks like ex-students are taking over Macca's wing today. Oh, as the ball's just left him a little bit, a little play miss there, well bowled by Cam Graham. So it looks like it's going to be a battle of the 2 halves of the ground, Luke. Ex-students is setting up their tents over on to the left of screen on Macca's wing, and Glengarry will obviously take over the hill. We do believe the Glengarry footballers are going to put on a fair show today. We hope there's no yuck truck antics or anything like that, but they're settling in for a big day. They even marked their marquee out early last night.
And again, Graham making Robinson play, going into the pads, trying to find bolds and LBs. Great on this pitch. I think that's exactly what they should be doing early with the hard white ball, is look for bolds and LBs. Graham streaming in. And of course, a couple of sponsors that we want to thank today. We'd like to thank Russell North, the local MP, the independent Russell North, for the nice sponsorship of the the TDCA live stream. Without that support, makes days like this impossible. And of course, we mentioned the Goodland Brewing. Big sneak, went for the pull shot, ballooned off the bat and caught in slip off the pull shot. Doesn't happen very often. 2 for 12. Trouble.
I reckon he'd like to have that one over again. I think that just went past him a little bit. And as we're just having a look at the replay here, yeah, just wasn't quite there, was it? And he definitely went to try and hook that really square. And if he was going to, yeah, I think he'd have his time over again if he wanted to do that. But yeah, good catch. All of a sudden, 2 for 12 now, 4 overs. Looks like Jimmy Pride coming out.
Yeah, Jimmy Pride batting at 4. Bats low all year, every year, and then in March always comes up the order.
Well, this is why he is Mr. March. Yeah, and it's a nickname he doesn't shy away from.
He does love it. And the Big Show, of course.
The Big Show. He loves the grand final. Man of the match in previous TDCA grand finals. Man of the match in a GCL grand final. Left-hander as well. This might just change a bit of the way Glengarry bowl here as well. Might just put him off a touch. We hope, as we'd love to see Jimmy really stamp his impact on this game today.
We talked about Graham charging in, chasing LBs and bowls. Not that time. Went for a little bit of chin music. Didn't quite get up and ballooned off the bat of Robinson to slip. Unusual to be caught at first slip in such a manner. Graham, 2 early wickets. What we also know about Graham is that when he gets early wickets, he gets on a roll and he gets bags. So no wickets early, often that finishes the day, but early wickets to Graham, he really gets a full head of steam and often takes bags.
100%. We saw that last week in the semi-final. The prelim. And in the prelim, he's obviously taken 5 up, but he took 3 early wickets in there and really set the tone for Glenn. And I think that's what... I think that's Sammy Marks there has just said to him, you're leading from the front, and it was fantastic to see. So, we know that he hasn't probably had the best season for lots of 1s and 2s for the year, but then he's just lifted in the last couple of weeks and bowled really, really well. You take a 5 in a prelim, you're doing something well.
Yeah. That Pfeiffer took him to 18 wickets for the year, an average of 17. So you're right, outside of in the season, not a lot of wickets, but in March, he's really stepped up. Merton to continue, just over the top of off stump, and Stockdale's probably going to have to go in a little bit of self-preservation mode for a few overs and just start to consolidate again, rebuild.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking at that just to kind of take that new ball away. We know that the ball will go old and it won't come through, and it's a little bit hard to score. So I think you still got to try and tick it over. But we've seen every time he seems to get a single, they lose a wicket. That's a good shot there.
You don't bowl there to Stockdale. Off the back foot. Nice cut shot. Flies out to the boundary for 4 runs. And you talked about the oval will get a little bit quicker as the day goes on. But when you hit him as well as he does, 4 all the way.
They've put a whole lot of effort into their ground this year, and have they done for a few years now, and it's fantastic to see. I think Burma, who's on the grounds committee, doesn't like the fact that it's mown pretty short, but it's fantastic for cricket today, and again, that ball has just raced away, whereas a couple of years ago, you're probably pulling that up 5 metres in.
Oh, no doubt about it. The ground looks absolutely amazing. The rope's been out here. It's been a feature of this oval for a few years. And we saw last week Toongabby has now also got the rope. So Glengarry being the leaders in setting the tone with the rope setting the boundary. Toongabby's now got the same thing. TDCA clubs making a real effort to improve facilities. And Stockdale just blocks that one down to mid-wicket.
So we've seen him bowl really, really tight here. Any width, though, is just going. It's just setting up nice. So, Max, the pressure's on him to be able to just plug away, keep it on that middle stump to Stockdale. I don't think he'll go across the line at all. But if you give him any width, wow, you save your legs. Fantastic take from Ben Marks. Those red gloves. They might be some Quinton de Kock non-regulation ones. We better check the webbing in that after the innings. But
got the old extra stick on it.
The extra stick. But fantastic take there. He is a fantastic keeper, and he moves still very sprightly for someone who keeps saying he's getting a bit old.
He's been saying that for 5 years, Blender.
He definitely has. And again, that's a great shot.
And Stockdale that time doesn't even look to run. Back foot, cut shot all the way. 8 from the 9 from the over already with the wide. 2 boundaries. Stockdale starting to see them.
Oh, there's so much value out here. As the sun's starting to really come through the clouds now, and it's just going to get better and better as the day goes on. Stocky will know this. He knows that you need to get 200 out of Glengarry, and yeah, wow, we're gonna. So it's been what? That's 9 off the over so far.
Well, that one did a few little tricks. Just looking at the way this pitch is played on the first 6 overs, definitely played, 8 overs now, played extremely well. But I reckon it will actually hold up a little bit as the day goes on. So you've talked about it being under covers a little bit this week due to rain and so forth. It is extremely hard, but I just probably starting to see that the spinners in the last 10 overs of the day are going to really come into it. So if we can get that score of 170, 180, I have no doubt that the spin's going to be hard to play.
It'll be interesting to see how Al Jenkins goes on this, just to see what impact the ex-student spinners will have. So if you got, if Al's turning it, or if it's a little bit bouncy, I think those those spinners will be licking their lips late in the day. Good from Graham. He's not put a foot wrong here. He's bowling really, really well. What do you think, Luke? Do you think there'll be a change at the other end? Just Max a little bit loose early?
Yeah, I think one of the things that Nat does really well is he comes in with plans. He wants his bowlers to execute, and 9 off that last over. Wouldn't be surprised if he brings himself on, actually. Probably would prefer to bowl from this end, I would have thought, Nat.
Yeah, I reckon just with a little bit of the slope, I think that's what he would prefer.
But he might try even Frank Marks maybe from that other end. So Frank Marks often bowls from that end.
I think the breeze would just suit Frank from that end as well. Just going away from the right-hander. He's been really good this year as well, Frank. He's bowled. He's done his job when need be. Even the busk. Coming in with a little bit of the slope. He had a reasonable game with the ball last year in the grand final, so
sure
he might be a change as well. But
he's an all or nothing bowler too, the big busker. Bowls an absolute peach. Gets down on himself because he bowls a couple of balls and over, a bit short, and then he bowls the corker Yorker, and it's almost like he's just toying with the batsman. Gives him the old fake paw ball to then bowl the absolute rip snorter. He's been in the league now a few years doing the same thing every game. Ends up with his 3-fers all the time, and but growls at himself every time he bowls a bad ball. The big busker, one of the favourites of the commentary team. Oh, again, Graham really hitting that nice line there, making batsmen play.
Yeah, really well bowled. As the crowd is starting to get in now, Luke. There's a few behind us. The hill will start rocking very shortly. And our resident cameraman, Tyron Bramwell, will be taking in snaps all of the day. He's already set some drone shots out, and which were fantastic. So it just adds a little bit more to the day. The teams that have played in, I really do appreciate the fact that we do have a cameraman dedicated to just keep all the memories of today, win, lose or draw. So it's going to be it's an interesting way to see.
And what's so exciting is, of course, it's the first time the TDCA has had the one-day competition for a whole season with a one-day grand final. Everyone gets to turn up on the day and know that there's going to be a result. Fantastic cricket, coloured clothing, white ball. It really is a spectator's dream for a grand final to know that it's going to be over and done with in one day. And the best players really stand up when it matters. The 2 best players in the league all the time, Lee Stockdale and Nat Freitag, both captains of the Ex-Students Cricket Club in Glengarry. It really will be a big bat-off today, no doubt about it. Last year Nat got the chocolates, a big man of the match performance in the grand final. No doubt Lee wants one back on him today.
Obviously, he won't be able to bowl 28 overs today, as he did. And we do see Frank coming on here, which there's the change already. I'm getting a shout-out from an old friend of mine up in Bundaberg, the great son of Hayden Owen, Luke Owen.
Lukey Owen.
Who's tuning in from Bundaberg, who hopefully it looks like hopefully it's a good day up there. There's not too much rain. There's been a fair bit of water up Queensland and New South Wales. But, Owie, good to see him tuning in. Straight away, off the mark there. Looking to go back for 2, but go for the 1. Owie, we all forget Owie's quite a loyal Imperial, but he did sign for ex-students before leaving for Queensland. Never played a game for him. I think he's still in one of their group chats, though, and so he'll be tuning in to see his old team, who he never actually got to play for, to be able to cheer them on from Queensland.
Bit of a Tim Watson to West Coast Eagles type of signing, I believe.
Oh, I think he might be typing a message to me.
Real-time feedback for the commentary team.
I'd know all about real-time feedback, Luke.
And Frank Marks with the real casual run-up reminds me a lot of the great one-day cricketer for Australia in Ian Harvey back in the day. The cocked wrist, short run-up, and then big shoulders. Really reminds me of a similar run-up to Ian the Freak Harvey.
The Freak. As you see, our sight screen operators getting a little bit frustrated already with having to move left hand, right hand. Jimmy Pride really wanted to make sure that he gets everything there. Just been absconded by.
Pride's just told the boys just to leave it for Lee because he doesn't need it. So if you don't use them all year, he doesn't really want to be starting to think about that. But it is one of those things when they're there, when the toys are there, the kids want to play with them, but not Big Jim. Doesn't use them all year, won't use them today, and he's just told them leave it where Lee wants it. Maybe Lee said don't move it from where I want it, and Pride is just making sure that they follow suit.
And as the Freak comes in.
Yep, the
stays
Freak
a little
Marks.
bit on a leg. I remember playing in England, Luke, and they would have a sight screen the size of a postage stamp at every ground. And mid-off and mid-on would have to run back and move it. And it just got to the stage where you just went, just leave it, boys. If it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Wow.
Ooh, jammed him up there. Well bowled.
And from a player who struggles to see the ball from coming out of the bowler's hand anyway, I don't think a side screen would help me at all.
I don't think Ian Harvey would have a smiley face tattoo on his hand, Luke, though. That's one thing that I think they might not have in common.
Straight away around the wicket, very Ian Harvey-ish as well. Always round the wicket to the left-handers, so... Little check drive. Marks always full, especially early in his spell, makes you play every ball. So we're going to be running with it now. Frank the Freak Marks. The Freak Ian Harvey. Very similar bowling action is Frank Marks. And it was a nice clean little typical one day over there. Just a nice little one off it, two off it. And happy with that.
And throughout the week I nicknamed Mitch Harris the Hacksaw.
The Hacksaw.
After the Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Jim Duggan.
And got some feedback from my little radio
and how did that go?
snippet. I'm not going to do the big call from Jim Duggan just yet.
No hi ho.
We'll wait until he walks out to bat, I think. But
so it must have been positive feedback then. If you're going to run with it today,
always positive feedback. Obviously the guys on local radio they loved it, and it's better than most other leagues where we try to add a little bit of mayo on ours, Luke. Then most other leagues sound like they're reading out a train timetable.
Oh, shots fired early from the secretary of the TDCA. Liking his own work as well in Media Street. Nothing better. Ooh, and first ball around the wicket to the right-hander. And Stockdale tried to cut that again. Now,
so look, there's a bit of a plan here. And there's certainly... Lee's now requested that the sight screen be moved as well. All the boys are down the far end, so Warney has to quickly run around and get this sight screen down here moved.
And Cade Duncan, busy day because not bowling, but while they're batting, I think he'll be doing a lot of work with the sight screens, as you said.
Good shot.
Off the toes, straight out to backward square leg. Goes... Ooh. And Pride, a great runner, great thinker of the game of cricket. Pride never misses out on anything he should get. Comes back for 3. Great shot, Lee Stockdale.
Chris Dunn chasing that ball out there. And Chris has requested that I don't mention his name too often today, Luke.
Ooh,
So
over-mentioned last year?
He's more worried about... Anyway.
He hasn't taken the day off work, has he?
No.
Didn't request time off? Or?
No, sorry, that's Chris with a K and Dunk. Yeah, Chris Dunk.
Chris Dunk.
Oh, just a little check, but there's no one there.
Stockdale will come back for 2.
Yeah, good running there. The Busk man throws it in. He's already got that scowl on his face that you were talking about. He wants grumpy to be in this game.
Yeah. One of the grumpy cricketers in the TDCA. And, of course, throughout the year we saw firsthand when the most grumpiest cricketer in TDCA history in Adam Brady come up against the big busker. It was a real growl-off. It was a 0 or draw, but it was entertaining for everyone to watch. Nice little shot by Pride. Goes down to third man, and it's only the one. As you said, if that gully man would have chased it, would have been 4.
Oh, you watch. That'll be the difference today now. The gully would have stopped that, Luke. It's just gone for a few this over, Cam.
Yeah.
I don't know how... Like, as a bowler, you want to have a bit of rhythm. So, changing from over to around the wicket can have a bit of an effect on you. But straight away, back on it as well. He's a good bowler, Cam.
Yeah, must just be looking for angle, I think, that more would be. But he seemed to be bowling extremely well coming over the wicket and really troubles and looking for those pads. Whereas now coming around the wicket just seems to be pulling it up a little bit shorter, bowling a little bit shorter.
Yeah. We might just see one of those big Mitch Stark type... ones that just
He's 5'2".
I know, the big swinger.
The big banana bender.
The big banana is what I'm looking for. Good over here from ex-students, though. They've gone up to 30 already.
We saw in that last over with Stockdale with a couple of 4s, really now starting to look aggressive. You'll see the run rate starting to escalate, looking very comfortable.
And as they do in the Big Bash, Luke, we've got some players who can get on the mic if they so choose. But it looks like Lee's put the kibosh on that, so we'll keep on talking.
It's the bubble. It's the shark bubble.
The shark bubble.
Yep. No one's allowed to talk outside that shark bubble this year.
Alrighty, so already, Luke,
Big change.
Slips are gone, ring field.
field.
We've got a third man, no one else out on the boundary, and that's a really good shot. Oh, yes, sorry, there was, but he couldn't get there. That's Dunny out there, who, that ball was raced away. And
you just don't want to be bowling short today. It just really looks like Lee is in that really fixed mind that he's just going to capitalise on anything that gives width and length. It's going to be his friend.
Well, he's those little cut shots, those almost little drives that he's playing at the moment. He's getting really good purchase.
Comes back at 2, running hard.
Jenkin out there, fantastic running. This is why ex-students they're always up there. They've got some really good non-negotiables at their club, and they're all fit, and they just run really well between the wickets.
And throughout the year, they were doing a lot of running at their trainings from what I've heard. So feedback from the boys that they did a lot of running throughout the year, and that helps them here. So as you said, they're all fit. They are the fittest club in the league, and that's why they get so many 1s and 2s and 3s.
Yeah. It's already the score 2 for 36 off 9. This is the 10th over. I think you'd take that at the start of any day, especially with your superstar batsman still in.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just needs to take his length back just a touch here, Luke. He's just giving him that little bit of giving him a bit of width and allowing him to free those hands a little bit. We saw that he got a little bit jammed up early, so just needs to bring it back a little bit here, Frank. And of course, as every year, Luke, the commentary box supplied by Valmet, thanks to Paul Drennan, who turned up bright and early this morning to park the truck at the Doug Timmins Oval end for the grand final. And this is where we have Red Onion live streaming it from. So it's fantastic to have a supporter of that, and it only costs us a little bit each year and maybe a slab or two of good land beer. So fantastic that we can have people like this be a part of our day.
Of course, the TDCA, the first Gippsland Cricket Association to be running the live stream using Red Onion, continuing to use Red Onion. Commentary, always enjoyable. First change from this end. Graham with 2 early wickets, bowled exceptionally well. Now a little bit more added pace in Freitag will come on. The captain will come on. And in the modern world where umpires can't hold anything anymore, the jumper goes down on the field. The hat will have to be behind him. And surely next year that's going to have to change. Surely you're allowed to hold someone's hat.
Yes, you would imagine so. But it's a new world, Luke.
Well, the new world, you see in the test arena, people wearing 3 hats at once, short covers wearing helmets. It just looks absolutely ridiculous.
Costing test matches. That Freitag now. The sight screen just needs a little bit of work. Ring field, deep fine leg and a deep third man. And one slip in for Nat, and rightfully so. That little bit of extra pace can just bring that edge into it.
And Lee Stockdale this year's looking great already. 445 runs at an average of 49.44. And you just see that little bit of extra pace. Pride a little bit slow on that. Kept a little bit low too, and that's what we talked about, that as this day goes on, the spinners of ex-students will start to lick their lips. I'm going to change my prediction. I've got Michael Warne today with a 3 for 10. There you go, bowling late. 3 for 10 as the pitch stays low. Warney with his sliders will come into the play. Just a punch down or glide down to third man.
We've been talking about Lee Stockdale, but Jimmy Pride looking pretty settled as well. That left-hand, right-hand combination working really well for ex-students at the moment. He's got a bit of a... He looks like he's a bit of a Heath Shaw. He looks like he's always injured. Yeah. Just the way he kind of hobbles around and that type of thing. But he looks on and he looks set and he looks like he's going to continue on with his Mr. March moniker for the day.
Looks comfortable. Ball. And this is the battle we've been waiting for. In both innings, will be Freitag versus Stockdale right now. Stockdale versus Freitag when Glengarry bats. The two captains, the two big champs going head-to-head right now. There is no doubt Nat wants Stockdale. Stockdale wants a piece of Nat as well. And I'm looking forward to seeing what happens here. Nat just looks like he hasn't quite clicked into full pace yet. Just lumbering in.
You can almost tell when he bowls his quicker one, though, on Natty. He just comes in a little bit more.
Runs in.
Yeah, he just lumbering in, just letting everything settle a little bit at the moment.
Just see the extra pace, found it a little bit harder to be driving.
Really is looking through that, that cover point area, Stocky, and why not? He's made bulk of his runs already out down there today, and so I can't see him staying away from that too much. Jeez, he's looking very set, Luke. And I thought we were getting attacked by bees for a minute there. But Tyron Bramwell's just set the drone off to take some more photos of the day, and we'll see. The ex-students boys have obviously never seen one. They're having a look at it, and modern technology as Freitag comes into bowl. Oh, and that was the one. He knows he's missed out on that one, Stockdale, but he's there still to fight another day.
I think they actually thought it was Paul Richards over there, actually thinking that it was Uber Eats just dropping off a nice cheeseburger for him. No doubt old Teddy Richards would have had a couple of frothies on the Friday night down at the club, just priming himself for a big session and hoping that a cheeseburger was going to be dropped at his door.
And not to mention another C-grade premiership for ex-students last week. We saw Sticks just boasting a little bit about 13th premiership, was it? Or was it
13 premierships.
13 premierships in his career, being a massive part of that B-grade, the invincible B-grade team for the 10 years, but then also playing in A-grade and C-grade premierships now with his son. So fantastic achievement there from the great Sticks Richards.
And a little shout out to the son, Lucas Richards, 12 years of age, maybe 13. No, 12, definitely 12. I'm going to stick with that. And bowling in C grade last week, Yarram got off to an absolute flyer, and Lucas came on and first ball bowled a nice little swinger and got the LB and ended up with a threefer and really changed the game. So Darian Milo Millington, obviously man of the match, but with a 75 not out, but wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for Lukey's threefer.
He was winning the C-grade bowling aggregate at about round 10. So
before COVID kicked in, COVID cost him.
COVID derailed ex-student season a little bit there for him. So that's a good ball by Frank Marks. Obviously, ex-students winning the C-grade premiership last week against Yarram at Village Green in what was a very well-attended crowd and a fantastic atmosphere. We only hope that we can mimic today.
And the freak just pulls out.
Just a little false start there.
So surely the drone would be sponsored in true modern world. What are we going with? The roving drone?
We're going with the East State Credit drone.
The East State
today.
Credit drone. Oh! Big shout for LB. Not interested. Seemed to keep low, coming around the wicket, maybe sliding down leg. Good shout.
Quick decision, though, from Danny there. Danny Shaw, umpire Danny Shaw.
He was sure.
He was definitely sure. we love a pun here. But, straight away, not out. I think just looked like it was down a little bit. I'm just glad that Meso's not on the iPad this year, Luke, trying to get your attention. He's
He was disappointed last year when he wasn't allowed to come and watch for the full day and sat at home on the iPad and didn't realise that he was communicating with the world. He thought he was just writing messages to his dad. And, of course, in grade 5 last year, we worked out that he needed some extra tutoring because he couldn't spell. His grammar was pretty poor. The poor kid's been stuck at Kip McGrath all year.
Little French cut to get Stockdale back on strike here. Nice and full. Out to mid-on. That is the over. The score now currently 2 for 39.
Yeah, and ex-students now would be quite happy with this. Nice position to be in, a 2 for 39. After 2 for 11 early, Stockdale fighting back. And at 2 for 39, the game's evenly poised once again.
Yeah, I think early on you almost expect early wickets to fall, especially 11 o'clock start. That drone is making me nervous, Luke. 11 o'clock start and a little bit of rain around last night, a little bit of cloud cover as well. But they've got through that relatively unscathed. And Jimmy and Lee are looking really, really comfortable now.
And a big shout out to Tyrone Bramwell. The pictures coming through the Facebook page look absolutely amazing. Of course, going out on his own and doing a nice little business at the moment, so we'll get a little plug from him a little bit later on, a little bit of promotion. So whilst we call it the East State Credit Drone, we really should be using the proper business name when a man's gone out on his own, supporting local business, Nick.
Supplied by TMB Photography.
Now we've got it right. Make sure we get the right plugs.
Look him up on Facebook.
TMB Photography. TMB Photography. If you want your weddings done, 21st, 18th, if you just want a nice picture with your kids, picture with the Dale, whatever picture you want, sporting pictures, make sure you reach out to TMB Photography. Tyrone will come down. Tailor-made service. No event off limits is his catchphrase. Really looking for some of those more saucy type of shoots,
Those
but
boutique. I have asked him to do a do a shoot.
Have you?
For myself, but he got a bit uncomfortable, so I had to find someone else for that, Luke.
Yes.
No handcuffs allowed.
You have been grooming that beard for a few weeks, Nick, in readiness.
Just pushing him back. It's a really awkward line and length that he does bowl in that. And with that little bit of slope, he can just bring it back to the right-hander. He's not going to give Stockdale any width, which is what he's already dined out on this week, well, this game, I should say. So, yeah.
Try and cram him.
I think the egos will probably just keep everyone in check for a little bit still, Luke.
Nothing better when the two big bulls are in the same pen. Fry tag to Stockdale. Stockdale looking to get off strike with a 1, and that's kept him on strike. And as the current secretary of the TDCA, I haven't asked you too many questions to put you on the spot here, Nick, but the first one is, with a one-day competition this year seeming to be pretty successful, most clubs pretty happy. What's the thoughts about it sticking around into next season?
Oh, well, it's interesting to see what the clubs will think, when it comes time to have those discussions.
You've never cared about that. No, I'm just joking. What's your thoughts? No offence sitting here, Nick.
Yeah. Look, it has been a good year. It's probably felt like you've played a lot of cricket, but you look back at the stats, and I think the most overs bowled from anyone was 90 for the year. There was still 10 and 11 innings played throughout the year for the batsmen. The same amount of hundreds was scored. Weren't as many fifers, but you get a win and a loss on the day, and there's no coming back next week when the game might be a little bit might be a little bit dead. So there is some real merit into potentially exploring it, and obviously it's up for the clubs to be able to put that forward and to have those discussions. As the administrator, I'll continue to administer, and if they want me to administer a league that is all one-day cricket, then I'll do that. But it's certainly up for some discussion.
Very good. Just got a feeling Freitag Nat, looking at this pitch, might bring Jenkin on as soon as the 15 overs. Of course, it is the power play, or only two out in the first 15 overs. I reckon Jenkin's going to bowl real early as soon as the 15 overs are out. Maybe allow the 3 out for a little bit of protection against Stockdale. But with the left-hander and the hill, I'm backing Jenkin to bowl from this end early.
I think the worry will be in that, though, is that they don't have that next frontline spinner. Al's come into that role. And he's just getting him to hit that inside edge, isn't he?
Well, he's charging a little bit at it, Pride, so he's changing the angle on himself, and he's just hitting that inside edge, and, geez, he's been lucky.
And I reckon we see Busky warming up in the background, which there might be a change coming soon. But, yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about bowling your spinner too early. But Sam Marks might be that second spinner. He's had a reasonable year with the
some
ball
wickets, hasn't he?
When he's needed to. So he might be able to come on a little bit later on and bowl in tandem with Al if they do bowl Al a little bit early.
We talked about Jenkin possibly bowling soon. 17 overs this year at an average of 12.65. So from an off-spinner's point of view, he's right up there with the league's best. Pride's starting to get a little bit more aggressive.
We have seen one club in particular bowl an off-spinner very early out here, Luke, which didn't go according to plan.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Obviously a pot shot there, Nick. And, I did bowl the first over here, and I think Jenkin took me for 16, it might have been. Might have even been 20. But let's say I didn't bowl the third over of the day.
That's all right.
It was the day our two openers almost built themselves a statue for batting extremely well. 15 overs for 12 when they had 7 off the first 2 overs. They were patting each other on the back for such a great job. And, the second and third lowest score for the innings for us.
Really tough early.
There was a lot of glove fist pumping between yourself and Paul Roberts that day.
It was really, really tough early that day, Luke. The
Yep.
wicket was doing all sorts, and then it just seemed to flatten out once I got out.
Yep. Definitely started the day like it was a test match. We clawed to 150.
They chased it down in 16
Yeah, with the first one going for 20. Pitch was a belter, scraped to 150, and it just showed the difference between the Gormandale Cricket Club and Glengarry. Oh, another inside edge. He's almost just walking at it, Pride, hence why that inside edge is coming into play. Rather than waiting for it, he really seems to be coming at it.
I think they've definitely identified that's somewhere where they can score, though. I think they are looking through that gully point region to just be able to get off strike. So that's going to happen, I suppose, if you, against a bowler like Nat Freitag as well.
I'd be surprised Freitag just pushes him back here with a couple of short balls. Oh, there we go, straight onto it. If you're going to walk at Nat, watch out with the ball that comes back at you. And, of course, we remember the semi-final last year where the same thing happened. Freitag bowling to Freitag and Big Dill came down at him and the next ball was short and almost took his head off.
I've never seen a batsman say well bowled when they've copped a bouncer, but the older brother just looks after the younger brother a bit there. Good shot.
Played
That's
it well.
why there's a man back there. Played that really well. And what I'm going to do, Luke, is I'm going to have a little bit of a spell here and I'm going to let everyone enjoy the dulcet tones of Gav Fernanda, who will take over and be the perfect foil for you now, Luke. I might also go over and drum up a bit of support over there and see if someone wants to come in for a stint.
Lovely.
I know the big Bop is looking forward to coming in again after some big raps on his commentary performance last year, but I don't know how the foot is, so we might have to call it from in front of the box. So I'll pass it over to Gav Fernanda now, and thank you all for listening to me waffle on for a while.
Thank you. That's TDCA Secretary Nick Scammell leaves the commentary truck, and we welcome from life member of the TDCA, life member of the Gormandale Cricket Club, current Vice President, Curator, former Administrator of the League, Gavin Fernanda. Welcome, Gavin.
Gee, what a welcome. Thanks, Luke. How good is it to be here? How good the facilities, the ground looks fantastic, and I think we've got a game on our hands now. It looked a bit Glengarry early, but 2 for 42 after 14 tells me ex-students are really digging in. With Nat Freitag coming into bowl now, what a superstar cricketer he is for the TDCA.
And I love getting some shout-outs to, real-time feedback coming from people watching and listening. Jimmy the Doctor Jacobson, not happy that you've stepped into the commentary box. He's just tuned out while he goes and mows the lawns, Gav. Doesn't want to be listened to Gavin Fernanda.
Not sure Jimmy's ever mowed the lawns. Not sure he'd even know how to start a lawnmower. Our resident Dr. Physio, and he's started with about 80 clients and now he's down to about 3.
Nah, not true at all. 300 clients, a long waiting list for Jimmy Jacobson, the doctor, the chiropractor from Morwell. Morwell's finest footballer as well, as he told us in the last game of the year. And
we love him. I'm sure he would have got his golf cart going again and probably having hit a golf. But no, it's great that we're getting a lot of feedback. I'm sure there's many viewers, Luke. Geez, we've had some good coverage, haven't we? Been people overseas watching over the last couple of years, and I heard you mention earlier that the TDCA started all this, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago?
5 years ago. I think this is grand final number 5. The first one being ex-students versus Churchill, it was way back then.
Absolutely, and it's just grown and grown, and 2 cameras today and commentary. It really is a great initiative that was started all those years ago.
Pride trying to glide that last one down to fine leg. Third man, sorry. Daniel Smith, a little shout out to him, selling some cars today. Got it on the computer as well. So Danny Smith, the big pumpkin, as we like to call him at Gormandale, watching the game.
Yeah, there's about 8 clients in the yard, Dan. It might be time you got outside. Oh, big hoik from Pride. That's 4 runs, isn't it? No, it's not. Just pulled up inside. But, he's going to take it to Glengarry today, Jimmy Pride. I think he's picked up two man of the matches in grand finals for ex-students over the journey, and what a player he's been.
And as Nick mentioned earlier, a TDCA GCL Premiership player, man of the match as well last year with a fifer in the rain effective game. Frank the freak marks again. Hoik from Pride picks that one up much better and goes for 4. Pride are getting on with it now.
That one's full.
Ex-Students moves to 2 for 48, looking comfortable.
Yeah, definitely going to be. Look, the wicket looks a belter. The ground, after a little bit of overnight rain, is starting to speed up, and I think these two are really setting a big foundation for the mighty Sharks. As the fielder moves around a little bit, so will he go short again, Frank? No. But yeah, how good is it, Luke, out here? Real country atmosphere, great side screens, tents all around the ground, and the crowd is really starting to build. It's just magnificent for the TDSCA. You know, the culmination today, and yeah, what a fantastic day. No, I think they're going to Red Onion here to view whether that was pad first, but we haven't got that facility yet.
Haven't quite got to Hawkeye yet. Red Onion working on it in the background as we speak. And Graham, after a fantastic first little spell, 2 early wickets, just going to come off and have a little rest now, the pig, and which will be good for him. He'll come back and bowl his second spell shortly. Nat Freitag, the superstar captain of Glengarry, continuing on now. Pride really upping the ante now, got his eye in early, starting to get more aggressive. Stockdale now playing foil to him.
How good is it when you've got such a classy left-arm bowler in Cam Graham, and then he has a spell and Nat Freitag comes on, so no respite at all, but Cam Graham, one of the best new ball bowlers in the comp for the past couple of years. Very hard to get away, swings the ball, and yeah, did the job for Glengarry again early today.
Pride standing tall, hitting straight, staying a little bit more still at the crease now, looking really comfortable.
This is exactly what they needed, didn't they? You know, the middle order for ex-students, no Geordie Gilmore this year, and Stockies had to carry a fair bit, but geez, these two have really got the game back on level pegging, and yeah, as they bring up, and he's going
Pride
back
comes
for a
back
second.
for 2.
Yeah, 2 for 51. What a fantastic little fight back by students in the 17th over.
We talked about the year that Stockdale's had to have with Gilmore leaving, but of course losing Jackson McMahon as well at Christmas time, 2 of their top 3 batsmen, and it just shows the depth that the mighty purple and yellow do have. The Violet Crumbles, the Sharks, with the depth that they've got to still be league leaders, losing 2 class players.
Yeah, my bad. How did I soon forget shirts? Jacko has gone to play footy in Labrador, and for the Labrador Footy Club, and yeah, what a loss he was, not only for ex-students,
Surely
but for
Labrador's
the
the doggies, are they? They'd have to be the doggies. What is the Labrador?
Well, they are tiger
yeah.
colours.
Are
I
they?
did see a photo of Jackson, but yeah, so we wish him all the best. I'm sure he's tuning in too up there with young Birdie Ambler. So, yeah, they've had a career move, so good luck to them.
And a little shout out to Josh Storm up in Queensland at the moment, watching, just wanting a little bit of an update with the scores a little bit more often. It is 2 for 51 off 16 overs. Unfortunately, my cricket not working today, which is a bit of a shame, something the TDCA probably should have been aware of. But Joshy Storm, ex-student, he's an ex-student player. Shout out to you up in Queensland. Stormy, a fantastic wicketkeeper back in his time with the Sharks, and it is 2 for 51 at 18 as the two clubs will have a nice little bit of a sip and have a drink.
Yeah, it's a pity about the live scoring, but that happens when you cross the river. Sometimes the internet connections aren't working, but I know Nick has just left the commentary box and gone to work on that, so we're hoping that can be rectified very soon, but we'll give you as many score updates as we possibly can on the live feed here.
And the former swing king himself, the Toongabbie King Ram back in the day, in Mark Nichols, down at Lake Tyres, having a frothy on the deck and watching the TDCA live stream today. Thank you must go to the Goodland Brewing, of course, supplying the Goodland Brewing VIP tent that the Gormandale Cricket Club won during the week, sampling some of the finest pale ales that you can drink. Fantastic Latrobe City local business, and we thank them very much. Of course, East State credit, Steve Kay has done a wonderful job, not only as president but also as a major sponsor for a long time of the TDCA. Massive thanks to him, and of course to Russell North as well, the local independent MP, for continuous support. He's now been a sponsor of all 5 TDCA Grand Finals, so we must thank Russell North and his team for supporting the TDCA live stream.
Yeah, absolutely, Luke. And I know you won't say this, but a big thank you as well to Workforce, who have continued to be a massive supporter of the TDCA for the last 6 to 7 years, and that support has been fantastic as well. So all our sponsors have just been fantastic, and it's why we can provide days like today. And I'm a bit surprised on the swing king Mark Nichols. He's not at the B grade grand final watching the king batting for Collegians today.
Oh.
So I thought Mark would have been there.
More surprising, I can't believe that you're not there, Gav, as the number one ticket holder of the Adrian King Burgill fan club. I thought you'd be down there.
I'll just tell you now, when I leave the box shortly, I'll be tuning into the live stream to see if the King is batting, because they have got the seconds game live stream today.
Of course, using the frog box, I believe, in the Sale Mafra. So no commentary though. So imagine you commentating the King in a grand final. Wow.
Well, yes, it'd be quite emotional.
Of course, we saw you 2 Fridays ago at the Grand Junction when the King made a guest appearance, and Gav, you were quite excited when he came down. Of course, Adrian Burgill is champion cricketer for the Sale Mafra Cricket Club for a long, long time, but also the King of Gormandale for a short time. But what an impact he had at your favourite club. Yeah,
one of the best we'll ever see. 7 of the best years of my life over 2 stints. But haven't we, though? We talk about Adrian Burgill, but how good has the TDCA been with the recruits that have come into our comp? Like, we just spoke to Mark Nichols. We've had Stewie Anderson, Adrian Burgill, now Nat Freitag, Lee Stockdale coming back from Melbourne. I know there's heaps and heaps more. But
the impact the Hughes brothers, or the Hughes family, had at Toongabbie only a couple of years ago. Keenan,
absolutely.
Connor, and of course Richard.
Yeah, and we've just...
Aaron Lynch as well from... Stevie Nichols, who I think broke all sorts of records.
League record holder. So
Big Smoking John Mayman as well had an impact out at Toongabbie.
Johnny, yeah. Where is he today? Surely he'll be here for a stint in the commentary box. So the one thing we've been able to do, we've continued to be a destination competition. And our comp now 7 really strong clubs, and we have a final 4. We don't have every side making the finals, so we're really continue to be a good, strong comp.
And as we're just waiting for Glengarry to return from the drinks break, it is 2 for 51. If you've just tuned in, you want to know what happened. The first over, 3 big LB shouts. Lee Stockdale survived the first one, gets off strike with a 1. First ball, Matt Dykes out LB. Cam Graham, the destroyer. Ex-students 2 for 11 early, with Robinson also getting out. But now the fight back from the Sharks has started. 2 for 51 at drinks at the end of the 17th over. A shout out to the family member Gary the Butcher Henderson. Easily the most luckiest A-grade premiership player in the history of TDCA. Went a whole year as a wicketkeeper, taking 4 catches, 1 stumping, and made 4 runs in a full season of cricket. Has a premiership medallion for ex-students all the way up in Devils Hill, the Northern Territory, I believe. I can't believe they have internet up there, but Devils Hill, I believe it is. Devils Marble Hotel. My apologies, the Butcher. Also known as Autumn Leaves in his footy career, because of course he spent all his time on the ground. An extremely grumpy man who was a terrible wicketkeeper, but Gary... Uncle Gary Butch Henderson, Devils Marble Hotel in the Northern Territory.
Wow, geez, we're getting people from everywhere, aren't we?
Absolutely.
So here we are, just about to start the second hour of play. And just, Luke, what was your thoughts on Matty Dykes LB? Bit high, or did you think good enough to give?
Eyesight's not one of my best things, but look, I couldn't tell if it was too high. It was stuck on the crease.
Yep.
Didn't look too bad to me. I think there was obviously disappointment from the batsman, but it didn't seem to be disgust. A big throw, almost taken out.
Yes.
Stockdale as it come through, and a full top with Busker. The big Busker comes on. I said earlier, we'll bowl 2 or 3 balls that he'll get grumpy at. He'll swear and squall at himself, and then he'll bowl an absolute corker of a delivery, and that's why the Busker, especially in these one-day games, is dangerous.
Another really good recruit for Glengarry Cricket Club and the TDCA. He's just been really good, really a good steady player for Glengarry as the field changes a little bit, and Glenn students moved to 2 for 52 in the 18th. So here comes Busk again. Yeah, better ball, and just an easy single there to Pride.
So we talk about the depth of Glengarry. They've had 5 bowlers this year, all take 15 wickets. So Busk, 15 wickets at 14.47. There wouldn't be too many sides in the league that's had 5 bowlers with 15 wickets, seeing that the leading wicket taker for the league only had 22. Ross Williams, congratulations to Ross Williams, the TDCA bowling aggregate champion for this season.
Who would have thought, Rossi? Good on him. Just been a doyen for Imperials. That's a wide, a doyen for Imperials, and He's come out this year, played A grade, and done that, and that's why Glengarry in the grand final. When you just said that, 5 people that have taken 15 wickets, and they've probably got 3 or 4 batsmen that have made 2 would have made well over 300, and then they've probably got another 2 or 3 that have made over 200, and that just isn't in the. That's why they're in the grand final. That was a pearler of a ball.
They got 6 players all with 200 runs. So you've got Paul Henry, 194 runs at an average of 38. Hamish Busk, talking about a good league all-rounder, 234 runs at 33.43. Sam Marks, 236 runs at an average of 23. And then the 3 champions, the pillars as we like to call them, Frank the Freak Marks, 370 runs at 33. Alistair Jenkins, a superb 100 throughout the year, 466 runs at 51. A glide down to third man. And the champion, the big king magpie, Nathan Frotag, 535 runs at an average of 48. Shows some real serious depth out at Glengarry.
Jeepers, that is incredible, isn't it? So, that tells you they're batting going to be batting right down, because if Cam Graham's number 10 or whatever, and he's not the worst number 10. Geez, they've got a good side. They've got a fantastic batting side.
Pride comes back for 2, nudges it down. A fantastic running by Pride. And we talk about a man who steps up when it matters. James Pride, who's looking absolutely Jimmy Mr. Marsh, the big show himself. A fantastic game so far. Only 60 runs this year at an average of 10. He'd be on, we are guessing at the moment, be on 15 to 20 already.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and he probably another little glide down to fine leg. He probably didn't bat that high during the year, did he? But I think the finals or the last couple of games leading into the finals, he started to move up the order a bit, and I think Lee's really made a good move here, that because he did open the batting in a couple of flag victories for ex-students.
Yeah, I think losing the Labrador puppy himself in shirts, McMahon, losing him at Christmas time, I think that's when Pride came up the order more, and really coming into his own now as March, the calendar months tick over.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fry tag to continue. Pride on strike. The score 2 for 58 off 18 overs.
Oh, that's close. Gee whiz, that was...
Lent down on it.
Didn't go that far down the wicket. Hit him just below the roll, but might have been just going down leg.
We've just finished talking about the depth at Glengarry, but ex-students... Lee Stockdale, 445 runs at an average of 49. The big lumberjack himself, Mitch Harris, 243 runs at an average of 60.75. Nice drive to mid-off. Matt Dyke out first ball today, 243 runs at an average of 24. Rick Batista, who apparently has come into this game with a little bit of a sore back. There's a little bit of mail that I got prior to the game starting. Rick Batista, 162 runs at an average of 32. Matty Robertson, who's also out now, 116 at 23. Then it goes down there, number 6, 60 runs, Pride for an average of 10.
Yeah, well, there you go. Certainly not as high as Glengarry. So these two batting now, a lot is dependent on Lee Stockdale getting a really big score. And hasn't Mitch Harris since last year's grand final just been a sensational all-rounder for ex-students?
And as Freitag to continues, you talk about Mitch Harris, batting average of 60 and a bowling average of 11. So 11 wickets at 11. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, unbelievable. And obviously, when you do live stream, you do get a couple of idiots trying to ring you and upset you. And I know we both received a phone call from the same guy, Luke, that we just can't answer, mate. Sorry about that.
A little shout out to, we talk about the league's grumpiest man of all time, Adam Basher Brady. Supposed to be in the Goodland Brewing tent, I believe, but he's just a little shout out to him that he's painting windows again today.
Oh, selling wardrobe doors. That's so your spot's still there, Adam, if you're heading out, because you did book it after all.
Must have a lot of windows in that new house of theirs, Gav. He's missed a lot of functions this year painting windows.
Oh, they're the best windows in town, mate. They really look special. As Freitag comes in again. Oh, that's out. Yeah, leading edge to cover, and Pride is now out.
He's disappointed for Pride. He tried to flick that through to mid-wicket, just a leading edge. Ballooned out to cover, it has to be said. And now the score,
Massive
Pride out,
wicket.
3 for 58.
Massive wicket. He was set, and he knows it as he trudges off. Very, very disappointed, Jimmy. He was batting beautiful, but he just the leading edge. I didn't see who caught it, Luke. Number 11, I think, for Glengarry, and
I don't have the follower with me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gav. Of course, the TDCA handing out the follower as you can drive through the gate. $2 entry. No, there's no.
But we will check out who took that catch, and we'll be able to tell you soon as we. Now, who comes in now? That looks like Mitch Harris, who's coming to bat.
And I believe it was Maybury that would have taken that catch at cover.
So doesn't this put a lot of pressure now on Lee Stockdale at 3 for 58 after 19? Lee, our number one player in the league, definitely, and he knows now that he's got to bat for a long time.
Well, the Workforce XS prediction of the day was Lee Stockdale to make 80. They're going to need all of that really from him now. He'll have to bat right through the end of this innings. Has to be there at the 40th over for ex-students to get that score of, I think, 180 is what they're going to be looking at out here, Gab. 180, or do you need more?
Yeah, no, 180 in the grand final in the one day is still going to be a good score, and Workforce really going out on a limb there with their with the prediction.
Oh, I said it before the game started, Gav. What's your prediction of the day?
Yeah, definitely Lee Stockdale will get a 50 now. I predict
he's on 40. Well done.
Yeah, I predict ex-students to make 8 for 192.
And we've got a bowling change. I'll just interrupt you there. So we've got a bowling change of Al Jenkin. The busker came on, bowled his couple of overs, and I thought Jenkin would bowl a little bit earlier, but still fairly early into the 19th over. Jenkin to bowl his off-spinners. Take some pace out of this. Round the wicket, we'll just try and jam into the pads of Stockdale. Stockdale's not going to allow that to happen.
No.
Plays off the back foot, whacks it out to mid-on, and he's off strike for 1.
He's got the build of an opening fast bowler, Al Jenkin, but he's only bowling spin. But geez, he's come on, hasn't he? The last couple of years, his little trundlers.
Yeah, been fantastic. slip comes in, they're going to open up the cover, allow the drive, encourage the drive.
Well, at the completion of this over, Luke, I will depart and I'll help out a little bit later as the bopper makes his way up, sore foot and all. And I think then we'll try and get Nick in to give you a little spell at some stage to get a good land down your dulcet tones.
The big hen, there's no beer touching his lips today, Gavin. Jenkins a little bit wider outside. Little arm ball across there, trying to bring Freitag at slip into play. Batsman not interested. Plays that straight down, looking comfortable at the moment.
He's 3 for 59 in the 19th. Still not bad for ex-students. Little bit of work to do now as...
Wide full toss, allows him to get off the mark and gets an easy one. Well, we thank Gav Fernanda for a nice little stint, the TDCA life member, Gormandale Cricket Club life member, former administrator, curator. If there's anything in cricket in the TDCA, he's done it. And we thank him for his little stints. And as I finish wrapping up the Gormandale president, I welcome Robert Bopper Pride to the commentary truck.
Oh, thanks for having me, Luke. Great day for it, isn't it, mate?
Absolutely fantastic. And with all the previous guests, we've talked about some predictions. We had Stockdale before the game to make 80. Cam Graham a 3-for.
Yep.
Warning a 3 for 10 bowling at the death of the innings of ex-students. Gav went right out there and said 5 minutes ago, Stockdale will make a 50. He's on 40. Thanks, Gav. Big predictions. And what's yours?
I had Stockdale for 100 during the week, and I think the way he's batted so far today, he's on a mission.
Yeah.
He willing to say, get on me back, boys, come for a ride here, I think. I thought Nat Freitag would be the one that did the damage with the ball. Just such a quality operator. Just ask questions of the batsman constantly, but I think the students' boys have sort of gone a bit of a conservative approach towards them. They're going to look to score off these second and third change bowlers.
Yeah, Freitag finished his spell. And Busker swung around to this end. So just allowing Jenkins to come on. I actually would have thought Jenkins would have bowled from this end with a little bit of angle on the pitch, but obviously prefers to bowl from his end.
I thought, having never been a spinner myself, but I thought spinners would prefer to push into that little bit of a breeze hitting him in the face, but he's gone the other way. But great day for it. Glengarry have really gone all out here with everything set up, jumping castle for the kids, bar. Treated myself to one of those pulled pork and coleslaw rolls and can say they're worth getting around.
Oh, fantastic. Glengarry going all out. The fantastic canteen. The bar's starting to look full up there.
There we go. Bus just full length, outside off stump. Mitch Membry doesn't want any bar of that early on in his innings. Hopefully Mitch can get away here and get going.
And it's great to see Mitch Membry not only getting an opportunity in this grand final, but batting high as well. He's just got a lot of talent, Mitch Membry, and hoping that we can all see it today.
17-year-old kid is probably one of the best cricketers in Gippsland. So it's really been probably a long path to him, but hopefully he can get away here, get some runs and really start to build his career from this point. I know it's the last game of the year, but that confidence going forward, knowing that he can operate at the highest level the league's got to offer, will be good for him.
Absolutely.
But here he is, just slowly and steadily looking to get off the mark here. And standard field, 3 on the offside, slip. 4 on the offside. We've got a third man in, I hadn't noticed. Ring field on the leg side with a deep backward square. And bus coming into Mitch again. Back of a length on the stumps. Mitch defending, want no bar of it. 2 to go in the over.
You started the season as an umpire this year, Robert, so brought a few eyebrows were raised when the big bopper turned out to umpire, but did a good job, and did you enjoy it?
Well, let's be honest, 5 years ago you wouldn't want to be anywhere near the job, would you? But finally, it took me to the age of 30 to finally grow up, but once my cricket career was over, I thought I'd give a crack at umpire and thoroughly enjoy it. Best seat in the house.
Wide ball.
But it's great. Good bunch of blokes to umpire with. Good way to see the game. Good way to get amongst all the cricket that goes on, and thoroughly enjoyed it. I'd advise anyone that has given up the game or doesn't feel like they want to play anymore, perhaps come down and have an umpire. We're always looking for more umpires, and unfortunately, I haven't been able to umpire much this year, given I had a bit of a mischief happen at work mid-December, but looking forward to get back to it next year. Mitch Membry just works one into the leg side, looks to come back for 2.
Does it quite
Jeez, that's good
comfortably.
running. That's running.
Ex-students don't miss out on anything. The fittest club going around. They judge their runs. Lee, over a long time now, created the dynasty at ex-students, and one of their things that they've always done is ran hard between the wickets. They're fit, they're fast, and if you can't run and you miss out on runs, you just don't play.
No, that's it. I know when he first came back from Melbourne and took the coaching job, he ruffled a lot of feathers with pre-season training, making blokes run that perhaps didn't see his fitness as being part of or an essential thing to being successful in cricket, and he made them do the work, and it ruffled feathers, and people questioned whether or not he was the right man to do the job and take them forward. And he always said that fielding and running between the wickets is where games are won and lost, and I tend to agree with him. I think he's dead right, and as you can see, the proof's in the pudding with ex-students A-grade playing in their 10th grand final in a row.
Yeah, absolute dynasty of the ex-students. They've had previous dynasties in the past, but this one's right up there with all of them. And ex-students, the Powerhouse Cricket Club. Best junior program running around in Traralgon, with 2 sides running in each of the 3 junior competitions, which means they'll always have numbers coming through, which is, if you're going to build clubs, not only worry about your A grade, but you've got to look at the bottom and the entry level as well. Great social club as well for those that are past players.
Well, 100%. And I don't care what anybody says. Strength of clubs is determined by participation and skill levels in junior cricketers. They are the future of your club. They're the future of your league. They're the future of Australian cricket as well. It doesn't just stop at ex-students A-grade. Junior cricket needs to be strong to produce test cricketers.
Yep. Beautiful flick out there to deep mid-off. The score ticks along 3 for 65 after 21 overs. 3 for 65 off 21 overs. I really feel the game's now even. Glengarry won the first 10 overs, ex-students won the next 10, and now it's back to being even at 3 for 65.
Yeah, I tend to agree with that. I think Glengarry were on top, and ex-students were very vulnerable there at 2 for 10. Another couple of quick wickets, all of a sudden you're in the middle order and looking to bust the game wide open. I think that Jimmy and Lee did a very good job to consolidate and recover from that poor start, and now it's on to, I'd say Lee's going to look to go very deep here and perhaps bat the overs, and then the blokes at the other end to come in, work the strike, and then realistically, so they're going at 3 and over now, they probably need to push that up now through these middle overs, try and go at 4 and over before hopefully getting anywhere from 60 to 80 off the last 10, which should see them post a 200 plus score, which I think on this wicket with this ground and the nick it's in, you're going to have to go 200 plus today. 200
plus is the score that Robert Pride believes that you need. The thing Stockdale will do now with the field being spread, will just go a strike rate of 100. He'll just look for those ones, those middle orders. He'll want to be there at the 45th over. He'll be happy for his partner to take some dot balls, but when he's on strike, it's going to be a 1 almost every ball. If it's a bad ball, he'll try and hit it, but I don't think he's going to create too much at the moment, is he?
I think you're dead right. I don't think he's going to look to do anything extravagant. I don't think you'll see any flamboyant shots or some aerial routes. It's just going to be, there's a hold, there's a 1, let's keep it ticking. And that's all. If he faces 3 balls and over, gets 3, and his partner can get a 2 or a boundary, you're flying, you know what I mean? You don't need to hit boundaries every ball. You don't even need to hit a boundary and over. If you can get 2 2s, couple of singles, that's still your 6 and over, and you're flying.
Absolutely.
But I will say while I'm here, I really like what the league's done here with your standalone A-grade grand final this year. I think it allows, so you've got B graders and C graders that played, won and lost last week here. You've got more people here that aren't drawn between 2 grounds. I think great idea, great thing going forward for the league. Whether we go back to 2-day cricket or stay in a 1-day format, that's still to be found out. But I think this idea of a standalone A-grade grand final is good for cricket and good for the people to watch it.
Yeah, no doubt. Busk will continue from the Doug Timmins end, I believe this one's called, the Doug Timmins end.
Yeah, that definitely is. With Dougie Timmins, he'd be a life member of the TDCA, member absolutely. Of Glengarry, game record holder. Nothing in cricket Dougie Timmins didn't achieve, and no doubt he'll probably wander on in today and give it a watch.
No doubt. Bust to continue. Slip in for Membry.
Oh,
little check on drive.
A little bit uppish just there that Mitch wouldn't have liked, but no danger. He just looks good. Just packs so much power with not very much bat movement. We're in a real holding phase of the game here. 2 quick wickets to Glengarry and it's on. 20 quick runs to ex-students. You're going to say they'll take the confidence and come home with the win. But interesting little session here. As Buss just operating on his pretty miserly offerings are on and around off stump.
Yep.
On a good length and slightly back of a length.
He'll throw in a corker Yorker now. That's how he. If it's not this ball, it'll be the next one. It bowls one of the best Yorkers in the TDCA. Doesn't matter what's happened before that ball. When he bowls his Yorker, it's a good one.
Yep, righto. I haven't seen much of him. He didn't play when I umpired Glengarry earlier in the year, so I haven't really seen much of him. Oh, I think he went for that Yorker you were talking about. I think
so. Didn't quite get it that time.
But no damage done. Mitch just squirted it out to Max Merton there at mid-off in the bucket hat. Geez, I love the bucket hat.
It's great to see Maxie Merton, the only bucket hat going around, and then we've got Cam Graham with the black floppy. He's off the ground at the moment. Took his too far. Had a cup of tea.
Deep square leg.
Oh, deep square leg. He's back on now. And the black deep floppy. The 2 best clubs with floppies are ex-students with the purple floppy. Yes. Very interesting, those that rock the purple floppy. And then out of ex-students of Glengarry, you've got the black floppy. Not sure a black floppy would do much to get heat away from your head.
I reckon it would heat the head up. Even that dark purple colour the students' boys run, it can't be good for cooling the head down.
The newish uniform at ex-students, a lot more yellow on the belly.
Yes. I think it's one of the better uniforms they've had in a while. They used to do all sorts of things with. I think the uniform looked too busy. I think when it comes to a cricket uniform, sometimes less is more.
Less is best. Yep, I agree.
But it would be
bit of a Care Bear uniform, you could say. This got the big belly, the big shark on the belly. Wouldn't be good for blokes like me and you, mate. Having a big shark on the belly.
No way. Might have looked like a blue whale.
Mine would be. Oh, there it is. Outside off stump, drew him into playing. The feet didn't get across. 4 for 66, and Stockdale must keep batting through now.
Stockdale's got to go the distance here, but in saying that, we've still got Mitch Harris, Michael Stockdale.
Yeah.
Still a couple of good bats to come. And I reckon I've missed someone. Oh, I have missed someone there. I've missed probably one of the best bats in the students' lineup, Rick Batista, who has performed year after year in recent times. It'll be interesting to see who comes. That is Rick. Rick Batista coming to the crease now.
So what we'll see as Membry walks off, snicking through, Busk throws it out, wide outside off stump, drew Membry into the drive, Snick caught by Blender Marks, one of probably 600 catches he's taken in his TDCA career. At 4 for 67, 22 overs, in comes Rick Batista. The prediction here is that they're going to get busy. Ones. That's how Rick likes to play. One of the things Glengarry must know is that if they don't get Rick early, when he's vulnerable, he often makes scores, like every batsman, of course, but so vulnerable early.
Rick operates on a pretty basic operation, doesn't he? First 10 overs he's going to face, it's going to be all operating in ones. And then out of nowhere, he'll probably give a half chance.
Yeah.
And then he goes, nearly out. I don't know if it's a conscious thing or just a subconscious thing. Then he flicks a switch and starts bombing them.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll clear the front leg and take blokes over. They drop short, he'll take them over mid-wicket and take them deep.
4 for 67, 22 overs down. If you're watching the TDCA live stream, please put a little comment section. We'd love to know where everyone's watching from. We've had the Devil's Marble Hotel in the Northern Territory. Butch Henderson watching from up there. Joshy Storm all the way up in Queensland watching. Mark Nichols from Lake Tyers. Would love to know where everyone's watching from. Outside off, squeezes it down to short third man. Stockdale off strike. Here's the big over. The big, tall, 6'14", right arm off spinner in Jenkins to the...
I think I've told a lie. I think that's Mitch Harris.
I don't think we got that right. I don't think Mitch Harris is going to like being compared to the short man in Batista. This is the man that uses the 5-pound bat. Went out last night, chopped down a gum tree, carved his own bat, and he's got the big 5-pound bit of willow.
She's a big bit of willow.
Big man, big forearms.
So I've watched Miss Harris bat a few times this year, and he's an enigma.
Yeah.
Sometimes he'll come out and bat, and he looks horrible. Other times he'll come out against you guys the other week.
Yeah, wow.
He was like cutting balls to the fence with the tiniest movement of the bat and just looking so brilliant.
Won the game.
And last year's grand final, he was probably the only shining light with the bat for ex-students.
and this year 243 runs at an average of 60.73. What it shows is he doesn't get out a lot for to average 60, but also contributions of 20s and 30s, batting normally at 5, 6, probably 6, 7, 8 throughout the year. So valuable to get a bloke down there making that many runs.
I think early on in the year, Lee tried him at 3. It was either 3 or 4, and perhaps he didn't have the success that might have expected him. But he's one of those blokes that this sort of situation suits him perfectly. For some reason, throughout the year, when they've been 4 for not many, he'll come out and he performs and he makes 40, 50,
Absolutely.
60.
And purple pads as well he wears, whereas Lee, the traditionalist, keeps the white pads on. No doubt white Kookaburra pads.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt didn't pay for him either.
Straight off the rack, I'll pick those ones.
Oh, I think he's got a pretty good deal at Kookaburra. He just goes in and sort of says, this is what I like, and they sort of say, well, this is what you're having, and then it's just a handshake and see you next time.
A couple of years ago, he did join the kennel that I had created in the TDCA with the Blue Dog gear, but once that deal ran out, straight back to his beloved Kookaburra. But we had a nice little kennel happening there. We had the big dog in Geordie Gilmore, Lee Stockdale. We had Blender that rocked a Blue Dog, but he didn't get it through me. He actually paid retail for it offline. Brett Chapman was the Blue Dog, and of course, 8 out of the 11 cricketers at TDCA scabbed a free bat, Blue Dog bat as well.
Yeah, good on him. The more the merrier. If there's a good deal going, take hold of it. But here we go with Bus continuing here to Harris.
Full toss.
Full toss, squirts at the point, doesn't get away. Oh, what have we got here? We've got some lifesaver jelly beans on the go. I'll have a go, mate. Thank you.
We welcome Mace Henderson, the son of myself, into the box for a look. Come and bring Dad some lollies. What's your thoughts of the game so far, Mace?
Interesting.
Yep, good. Just like your dad, just short words.
Offered plenty there, young mate.
No doubt it is interesting, though. Harris with a 5-pound bat, leaves the ball outside off stump. When he leaves and the bat goes above his shoulders, he must get sore forearms with a bat that heavy.
Does a fair bit of work in the gym during the week, so
Big
pretty
boy.
strong boy.
Gormandale footballer, I believe, has played.
I think it definitely has played there. I'd say he's still continuing on there.
Yep.
It'd be good to see Gormandale. I know it's off topic. Good to see Gormandale actually have some success this year, win a few games, and get the club back in the right direction. There's a full ball from Busk on the off stump, just punched out the cover there for no run. Pretty miserly pretty miserly spell here by Busk. Not really offering him a lot, but I think Mitch Harris is one of those blokes that eventually he's going to force the issue with him.
Yeah, you don't want to bowl length to him because length will go. I'm not sure if he'll have the kahunas to do it just yet, but if you just bowl a little bit short to him, he's going to hit you a long, long way.
And got a bloke on the fence at deep square leg. He won't even take him into account. He'll
Goes for
happily
it.
back himself to go over his head.
Almost cooking the captain. You don't want to be doing that.
No, I reckon Lee was there. Lee looked pretty comfy there. He didn't look like he stretched out too hard, but hasn't faced a lot of balls here for a while, Lee, so he might be slightly vulnerable here. Batted 24 overs so far I wouldn't say it's a hot day, but it's still work out there.
Absolutely. 4 for 69 off 24. 4 for 69. The next 5 overs are the big one.
If Glengarry can get Stockdale in the next 5 overs, they'll back themselves to keep students to a score here that they'll chase down pretty comfortably in their mind. Which I know, it's all a bit of a wide one there from Busk. Lee had a flurry, but I don't think he got anywhere near it, to be honest. But
You can tell that Lee's on today, though. He's disappointed himself that he got sucked into playing that shot.
Yep.
He knows that it's important that he doesn't go chasing anything at the moment.
I saw him just before he went out to bat and said good day to him, and he just sort of gave me the nod like he was in the zone and ready to go today. He was all
mastering.
business.
Yep, no doubt about it.
In comes Buster Stockdale. Back of the length, leg stump. Lee just, like we said, we predicted he'd do, just tapped it into the leg side for one.
Fine, chasing ones. Yeah, really interesting. The difference went out there before the game to have a look and hear a few stories. And Nat was very up for a chat. Spoke to him for a good 10 minutes, just 15 minutes before the game.
Yep.
To the point where I had to remind him he better go and get changed. He's the bowling captain.
Pretty cool operator, Nat.
Whereas Lee just a little thumbs up and kept running. So
Yep.
last year it was the complete opposite. So it's funny how each day, each grand final brings a different mindset. And there's that Yorker that we talk about that he does bowl exceptionally well.
That's a good Yorker. I reckon he gets that to go in a bit too. Looks like it's swung in a bit.
Just tails in a little bit.
So what do we got now? We got 4-4-71 after, that's 29, but we are not 29 overs. We are...
Be 25.
I'll go to the other scoreboard here, 25.
Yep.
old mate taking his sweet time on that. 25 there now he's got. With Al Jenkins continuing.
And you just got to trust us, both of us wearing glasses. The scoreboard's a little bit far away for visually impaired people to be looking at. You talked about umpiring early on and how much you enjoyed it, and it's a great opportunity for those that don't want to be playing anymore to stay involved, and the numbers of the TDCA are quite strong. Traditionally, the TDCA umpires have had a trip away. Is invited on the trip away this year?
I think so my 2 years of umpiring have been in COVID times.
Okay.
I do believe, so we've got a end of season slight presentation night to the umpire of the night, and just a general breakup happening in, I think first weekend in April at one of the umpires' house, who's been nice enough to host. We all bring on a plate, and then the umpiring...
Check in when you get there, of course.
Of course, check in. Then the umpiring fraternity puts a feed on for us. Steve Cale popped in last year. I'd imagine he'll pop in this year.
So you won't hold the bowler's hat, but you're happy to go and share some nachos and some spreads?
I got to be careful what I say here. So,
don't bite.
As an umpire, I have to say that, unfortunately, given the rules that are handed down from Cricket Australia to Cricket Victoria and then on to us as umpires, no, we can't hold the hat. Given that every player out there is, at the moment, vaccinated, and I can't see an issue with holding the hat, I think we should get back to RVOTs and holding the hat. But unfortunately for me, I can only umpire the rules that are given to us from Cricket Victoria. Therefore, whether I agree with them or not, rules are the rules. That's how we're playing.
Well played. Well played. Nice straight bat there, Boppin. Very unlike your batting when you were a player, where you'd swing hard or go home. Nice little straight bat there.
Starting to get very old and boring, aren't I? I might have grown up, which is scary to think. Took a bit longer than the average man. We get there eventually.
We all get there.
Interesting. Mitch Harris showing some intent here, but Al Jenkins not giving him a lot. As mid-off goes back to on the fence, I think Nat knows that Mitch Harris wants to get on with it here, but that also gives Mitch a chance. Just check a drive there into the hole and perhaps push for two or take the easy one.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's another over through.
And as an umpire, there's cricket's one of those games with many, many rules, and some of them are always debated, as sometimes live, sometimes after the game throughout the week. But one of the rules that you find fascinating or strange in cricket, do you have one?
The man-cat rule. It's caused a fair bit of controversy lately, but it's there was actually, I think there was a man-cat the other week in the first final.
Yep.
I think 2020, I think Rick Batista might have been warned once, and then had the stump bails knocked off, and then Nat Freitag, the opposing captain, called him back. So
there you go.
But the one I find very interesting is that if a batsman doesn't offer a shot that hits him on the pads, he can't run for any leg byes.
Yes.
But if that ball goes for four, it's 4 leg byes.
Yeah, very true. Very fascinating.
But that's the weird and wonderful game we play with its intricacies, and I guess it's what makes it exciting, and it's why we love it.
Yeah, and the one I find fascinating is why you can't be stumped off a no ball.
Oh, see, that makes sense to me, though, because the ball's come down the wicket.
Yes.
It is not a legal delivery, therefore you can't be stumped. But then
you can be stumped off a wide.
Which does not make sense to me.
Always found that one fascinating.
Yeah.
So
the stumped off a wide one, that's the one that fascinates me sort of more than the stumped off a no ball. You fired a few down the leg side in your time and got the stumping too?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when I got a good wicket keeper in Chrissy Lena. Loves one of the best wicket keepers the best wicket keeper I've played with. Yeah. When you say fired down there, it makes it sound like I meant it. Obviously, I'll take the wicket with accidental bowling.
It's the old rule, though, isn't it? If something works, never admit it might have been an accident.
No, exactly.
Take it.
Absolutely.
I must admit, I haven't never played against Lena because he played a bit of a standard of cricket I just wasn't up to. A good keeper too, but geez, his banter's good value.
One of the best.
Oh, had me in tears at Square Legger early on in the year with a few comments against Toongabbie that, they weren't cruel or vindictive or anything untoward about them. They were just a comment that was hilarious.
Yeah, I think relentless is one of the best words you could use for Len. Relentless rubbish.
Yeah.
I played a GCL game a couple of years ago against Bensdale, the old home association.
Yep.
And my young cousin was opening the batting, and Lee Stockdale, Adrian Burgill and Chris Lena were made aware of the fact that it was my young cousin, and to this day the banter was relentless. It was unforgiving. and I'm still not sure whether young Brodie Anderson was copying it or whether I was, and I was on the team of him. It was somehow Brodie's misfortune that he was my cousin.
I think sometimes the best way to distract a batsman is rather than go at them directly, go at someone on your own team, and therefore they get too caught up in trying to catch all the jokes you're making about your own teammates.
Absolutely.
And they forget what they're meant to be doing and find themselves out. As Bus continues here with his miserly spell, bit of a middle stump line he took there to Mitch Harris, who just bunted into mid-wicket. And we'd like to thank Luke Henderson for his stint in the commentary, and welcome back his partner in crime, Nick Scammell.
Good to be back.
Today gone as you predicted it to go so far, Nick?
Look, the crowd's building, Rob, so it's looking really good. I thought maybe one or two more people would be out here, but I think as the game progresses and as we get into the day a little bit more, I think we'll see a ripping crowd right at the end of it. So it'll be fantastic. Glengarry again putting on a really good show today.
Well, it's only just gone 12:40 now, so you expect it to be a few blokes that had to do the old work till 12 half day on a Saturday and then they'll wander out here. So
yeah, well we're a quarter of the way through the day with 27 overs gone, and I can't see it. I can't see it being an early finish or anything like that. So there'll be plenty of time. This
game's going to go well into the day and probably go the distance. I'd say with where ex-students are now, if they don't lose a couple of wickets, they're going to bat their 50 overs and post a score. You'd have to assume it's definitely 160 plus at this stage. They might be able to, well, they need to get it. I feel they need to get it to 200 plus, but I think they'll definitely get to 160 at this rate, which means Glengarry, even if they chase that, they're going to bat their 50 overs, or if they fall just short, they're probably going to bat every bit of 45 overs, which means good afternoon of drinking beer and watching cricket's going to go till 5:36 probably.
Yeah, that's right. Geez, Jenkins gets through his over quick, doesn't he?
Doesn't he?
He's just...
The old two-step run out looks like he's not interested one bit, and then just bowls a nice ball every time.
So there is a bit of we're on a bit of a knife's edge here, I feel like. This is the partnership, or is it still Rick Batista to come?
Let's be honest, it'd be really nice to get through to the 35th over here for students without losing another wicket, sort of get those 8 overs out of the way, and then you've still got Rick Batista to come, who's performed time and time again, but it would be nice to have him come in later and then not have to rely on the tail to bat out in the overs and have 2 batsmen there just making runs as they go through. But
so Mitch Harris, we talked about him earlier between me and Luke, and he's had a really good year with the bat as well as the ball. He's been one of the awesome all-rounders throughout the season. Him and Stocky, what do you think their thought process is now, Bob? What do you think they're trying to get to? Is there targets in mind, or are they just over by over?
I think Lee Stockdale's the kind of operator that he's always got a target. He's always working at something. He's always thinking something that perhaps someone else might not be thinking. He thinks on a level that's a bit different to most blokes. So he'd be thinking something. Mitch Harris is probably just thinking, get the ball, bat on ball, let's get it going. Once he starts seeing the ball, he's going to start thinking big and he's going to start pushing the run rate.
Yep.
As we got a change of bowler here with Max Merton coming back on from the Doug Timmins end. How do you see it? What do you think will be going through young Mitch Harris's head?
Look, I think it's evenly poised. I don't think he has to change too much, to be fair. They're still ticking over 1 or 2 and over comfortably. You'd imagine that from here that you double your score. So I know it gets a little bit harder with the older ball, but it's probably plays into their hands a little bit more with Al Jenkins bowling overs now rather than a little bit later, from the 30th to the 40th. So I think that it suits them. I think the medium paces from Glengarry. Oh, he's
dropped short.
Oh.
Got him.
He's just fed it to him down a deep fine leg.
Just pulled one off his hip and put it straight down deep fine leg's throat.
Well, all our theories and potential match-winning situations have gone down the gurgler there, Bob.
He didn't even try to hit it, though. He just helped it on its way, put it straight down his throat.
It was more of a surprise. He looked like he just tried to paddle it and then got a piece of it off the big 4-pound bat.
It's a big chunk of wood. Big chunk of wood. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Lee did not look impressed with that one bit either.
No, he wasn't too wrapped with that.
I
But
don't think Mitch is happy either. He looks pretty upset as he's walking off. But this brings Batista to the crease.
this brings Batista. So this is the partnership here. I think if Glengarry get this one, then it's it's going to be Strugglesville after that. But
this is also, as much as it would have been nice for Rick not to come in so soon, he also gets now the next 7 overs to get himself in, and then he can start going, which we all know Rick's a slow starter, but then once he gets going, he hits them everywhere.
Well, he's made a career out of this, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Just coming in, and when things might just be wobbling a little bit, just able to not save the innings, but make that innings go from a 140 score to a 160, 170. And that's just what he does. He's been an absolute marvel for the last 5-6 years in the TDCA, batting at 6, 7 and 8.
Well, I think it was 3 years ago, batting at 6. Students found himself 4 for not much every week, and he made 500 runs for the year.
Absolutely.
And just the only reason they got to the finals that year was the fact Rick had performed all year. So,
yeah.
and he's another one of those cricketers that I feel like it's not a question.
Oh!
The French cut to Benny Marks ends up getting that there and throw at the bowler's end, but everyone's home safe there. But there's a nervous start for Rick.
Bit of ooh la la there from a bit of French cricket. It's a tale of two ends at the moment. We've got one end that just seems to struggle a little bit, and then we've got Lee Stockdale just doing what he does. Max Merton's got a wicket. That just will settle the nerves after not a disappointing opening spell, but probably a spell that he gave up a few runs in.
Yeah, he would have been really disappointed with his 5 wides down the leg side. He probably not the start he wanted. He would have really loved to probably stick a bloke off on pretty early or get someone trapped LB like he does and operate that way. But now he's bounced back, got Mitch Harris, and now he'll look to, geez, if he gets Lee Stockdale, he might blow the roof off this joint.
So 5 for 77 in the 28th over. And, a wicket here. Strugglesville for Students, but... a little bit of rebuild.
A bit of ooh la la from both boys here. I reckon young Maxie might have fired up a bit here this over too, with Lee just saying, the slow blokes are operating here, I'll get rid of the helmet and go to the hat. Bit of an insult to injury there for Max, but...
And then he's gone up top first ball and got a wicket.
Funny how that works, isn't it? But here he is. Back to Lee Stockdale after a French cut to fine leg for 2. In he comes. Back of a length off stump. Lee tries to guide it to the third man. Doesn't get all of it. Bit of an inside edge down to Nat Freitag there at a backward point.
He's looked real assured all day. I think I'm a bit of a broken record by saying this, but that offside, that cover point region, he's looked really, really good all day through there, and he just seems to be waiting on it every time and looking to score. And it's a rarity that he's not scoring off that last one. Yeah,
a couple of his first shots there were back, late cuts to the backward point fence that he just smoked. So, but I think that's his get out shot. That is. So if it's slightly shorter and he hasn't got enough room, he just rolls his wrist and just guides it through there for an easy one. It's just his get out where he gets one there, just rolls the wrist on it, gets out. Now he's on strike now to protect Rick while Rick gets going with Al Jenkin operating again. So this over will last all of about 90 seconds, and then we'll be back to Max to have another crack.
And what they continue to do is be able to, have that. They've lost a wicket in the over, and they've still gone for 4.
Yeah.
So they still just maintain that scoreboard pressure, which is fantastic. And as you said, a 90-second over here, and that's if there's a hold-up for some reason, and which can build the pressure, but ex-students just seem to be thriving on that, especially these 2 batsmen.
Bit of a change of game plan here with Al coming around the wicket. The left-handed batsman, right-handed bowlers now come around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. Looks like he's starting to bowl more middle stump line, try and tie Lee down and take that single away by taking his space away from him.
It seems to have been a ploy throughout the whole day, because we have seen a bit of a trend that they have used, both sides of the wicket for the entire innings. We saw Cam Graham operating around and then over to left and right handers. We saw Frank doing the same thing. So it seems to be a real tactic that they've discussed and thought of throughout the week.
Well, it's definitely a tactic, and I think it's something that's come into cricket over the last few years in a big way. Like, I remember when I was a kid, it was always stay over the wicket, don't go around the wicket, you take LB out of the game. And as the game's developed and they learn new tricks, I think Morne Morkel for South Africa is one of the first exponents coming around the wicket to a left-hander and then having the skill to take it away off the deck. So now it's filtered through now down to country cricket where these blokes are like, hang on here, there's more avenues for getting blokes out, so they come around the wicket and explore those options, and it's just whatever they feel is going to work against the batsman, I guess. But there'd be some blokes that you'll come around the wicket to, left-handers, and all of a sudden they're flicking you off the legs through the onside with ease, where Lee just drops one there on the onside and takes off for a quick single. Nat Freitag with a rare fumble runs over the top of it, and they thought about a second there, but no, there. And like I said, 90 seconds later, the over's over. Al Jenkins finished there, and we'll go back to Max Merton from the Doug Timmins end.
So we've got a few shout-outs that we've got to unload here. Jordan Pearce watching at home in isolation. That won't be doing too good. He's got an absolute tribe at home, so they'll probably be doing his head in. But he's watching the cricket there, and he wishes he could be here having a good land drop with the rest of us. So shout out to JP, doing it tough. Daniel Smith, he's at work as well. He's watching on the laptop, so Gippsland Motor Group, I don't think getting too many used cars sold today.
Has he gone to the Gippsland Motor Group after being at Latrobe Valley Forks?
He's back. He's back.
Oh, there's Stockdale off that back to the offside like he does.
Jeez, it hits the middle of that Kookaburra bubble pretty well, doesn't it? We've got Mark Nichols, who, now this might have already been said, so apologies if Luke's already shouted out, but Mark Nichols is also in Lake Tyres on the deck watching the cricket. Well done. While Stevie Wright's looking for some Gav Fernanda horse racing tips. I don't know about horse racing. Just bet on the pink in the dogs. That's what you do.
Trackside number 12 if you're looking for a big win.
Trackside number 12, always good for a $30 payout. Max Merton now back on, just giving us a look as we mention his name.
Or off the inside half of the bat there, he's really starting to ask questions of Rick here early, but as we know, Rick's a bit of a rusty starter.
And then something just clicks, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He just goes, yep, on my way now.
And he's always been that way. I haven't played me junior cricket with him and played a lot of junior. He's always been that way, where he just doesn't start all that well, and then all of a sudden he just starts hammering them. Did a couple of. I remember playing juniors with him. He did a couple of things that I never did because I'm one of the slowest scorers in the world. But made a couple of hundreds, made 50. Then everyone would get out, he'd come back to bat at 11, at number 12, like you're allowed to, and go on and bash another 50 and get 100.
As he hits that one down to fine leg for 2. And
but given, I'll put my umpire's hat on here for a sec. Good to see Boozer getting his another A-grade grand final. I think he's done the last 5 in a row, but it's nice to see Danny Shaw get his first A-grade grand final, having umpired for a few years now. Did a C-grade semi-final with him last year, and he's a really good umpire, and it's good to see sort of some fresh faces coming through the umpiring fraternity as some of the older boys get a bit older and look to sort of wind down.
Yeah, absolutely, and I don't think there's been any issues today at all. The pressure would have been on the umpires last night when a bit of rain potentially was around. Do we delay the start? Do we do all these types of things? But, we haven't noticed them today, which means that they're doing a really good job.
That's exactly right, isn't it? A good umpire you don't notice. Which some of the AFL umpiring I've seen on a couple of days, they could probably relax a bit and let the game play. But here we go. Max Merton to Stockdale now after a leg bye not to Batista, but off the pads of Batista for a leg bye into the leg side there.
So, yeah, 585. What are we predicting now, Rob? Let's get our crystal ball out.
They always say that one day you double the score after 30 overs, which means 170 for ex-students, but I don't feel Lee Stockdale will be happy with 170. I feel like he's got a score in mind, and he will push the issue here and go deep. But like I said, lose Batista or Stockdale here, then they're going to probably struggle to get to 150, which means they're going to have to bowl exceptionally well against the Glengarry side that they have had the wood on this year. They've beaten them sort of pretty comfortably, except for in the first final there where they played the 2020, where they looked to be beating them pretty comfortably, and all of a sudden the last 5 overs, Glengarry started whacking them to all parts. So going to be interesting. But obviously the Glengarry batting line up front, you've got Frank Marks, Al Jenkins, Nat Freitag. You get those 3 cheap early, you're going to back yourself in. But you don't get them early and all of a sudden there's one down for 100 after 20 overs, guess what? You're in strife, big strife. As Al Jenkins comes in for a 90-second blast from one end to Batista. Another big inside edge there from Batista. I don't know if he's found the middle of that Kookaburra yet. Sorry, New Balance bat. No, it's a Kookaburra this week. Sorry. I'm all over the shop today. I called Harris Batista, called a Kookaburra and New Balance. As Rick just shoulders arms there to Al. Have you treated yourself to one of those pulled pork and coleslaw rolls from the Glengarry bar yet, Nick?
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable.
Oh.
They go even better with a Goodland ale as well. So do yourself a favour and get down to Glengarry for a pulled pork and coleslaw roll. I think Steve Henry stitched me up a bit because I'm still pulling bits out my beard. Oh, that's a great shot.
That's a great shot.
That is 4 all day long, and there we go. That might be the catalyst to say, here we go, Bob.
Is that the switch getting flipped?
We're in. So exactly what the crowd wants anyway. We want to see the balls getting hit to the boundary. No sixes for the day yet, which has been interesting, being a one-day game, but probably hasn't been allowed to really have that freedom with the wickets that have fell.
I think
maybe not do that one.
Maybe not, Rick. Maybe not. Trying to cut one off there off a forced stump line there. Lucky to survive that, but still there. Still a chance to get on with it here, but as a back of a length, and Rick Batista pulls him to the fence.
That's a great shot as well. It's a really confident shot, and I think that's how you go about it. Jenkins, obviously, he bowls from quite a tall height, and if anything is just short of a length, you can really just let yourself go and have a crack at it. And so straight away, we've now had 8 off the over, and they're away.
I think when it comes to Rick Batista, bail height and up, he's pulling that every day of the week. He loves nothing more getting on the back foot, cutting or pulling. But yeah, here we go. Max Merton from the Doug Timmins end to Stockdale. Stockdale still operating in a hat with arrogance. I like that. The quicks on, just go to the hat and just say, I'm not scared of you. But I think Leo looked to get a single here early, or nothing there.
Drinks break just around the corner. Maybe just play it safe into drinks, but at the same time, I don't think Lee ever goes into his shell too often, and he'll certainly hit the ball if it's there to be hit.
I think Lee will have, so now given that they are 5 down, Lee will have an over in his head, whether it's 36, 37, 38, 40, 42, I don't know the number. Lee will have an over in his head here where you won't see an expansive shot from him until that point. As he makes a fool of me and just opens up on a cover drive there. Didn't open up. I think he just punched that through cover there for one, but it was a risky shot, I suppose, off a pretty full ball from Max Merton.
Yeah, not too bad. And then obviously the left-hander comes on now, and Rick has gone up into the double figures after last over. So interesting to see what happens for the rest of this over, and then the last 17 overs of the day. It'll be quite thrilling of the innings, I should say.
Yeah, well, that's a tight leave. I don't know if it's because we're at what you call a long-on position here behind the rope, but that looked very close to the off stump, but no one really said much as Rick Batista shoulders arms there. And quick look at the field. We're still operating with a deep point, third man on the fence, fine leg on the fence, and a deep backward square on the fence. So obviously, assuming from that, Max Merton's going to operate back of a length here to Rick Batista. Back of the length. Rick takes it on.
That is a great
into the
shot.
gap for 4 runs to backward square.
That is very well controlled, and he's leaping away now here, Rob.
The switch.
There's no scratchy start for too long today. He's whacked that one, and that's a fantastic shot.
At the start of the innings, remember I said he'll give a half chance, and then all of a sudden he goes into another gear. I think when he came back to that not so short ball off Al that was right on off stump, tried to cut it, missed it, was lucky not to get himself out. I think now
he's gone again.
Gets a half volley on leg stump, whips that to the deep square leg fence. I think that was the ball, and now Rick Batista's come alive, and we're going to see a good innings here. He's looking good now.
Well, maybe that over that you said Lee's got in his head, maybe it's now. Maybe
Yeah.
he said, you go, I'll be the one who stays,
Yep.
and let's see what we can do. And already there's been, 16 off the last 2 overs, and this one's not even finished yet.
Yeah, which students now bringing up their 100, so they're now 5 for 102 off 32 overs. If Rick Batista bats to the 50 over mark, anything can happen here the way he goes at balls when he's on. As he skies one. Finally
Pressure.
coming in.
He spilt it.
He's dropped it.
He's misread that completely, Dunny.
He got himself in a good position. He was there, and then at the last minute, it just got away from him.
He just needed to take one step forward and go, Australia, fingers to the sky, rather than the Pommy style, the little catch there, the little basket.
The idea of getting yourself there and getting it in the fingers above your head is if it does bobble out of that hand, guess what? You get another crack on the way down. So with the way he tried to take that catch down low around his waist on the ground, you fail, you don't get a second chance, do you?
And as cruel as fate can be, he then has to run around in front of the ex-students crowd who look like they're all giving him a bit. What do you think's going on? Oh, yep, there's definitely some conversation going on out here. Deep square legs. So, unfortunately, his heart will be racing, and he'll need to amend for that.
I'd say they've stopped short of giving him a tap on the bum, but they're definitely saying thank you very much, Chris Dunn. As Rick cuts one to backward square there, Nat Freitag fields, fires it back to Ben, and Al Jenkins continues to operate on his 92nd overs.
And a little bit of a shout out here to Bradley Pratt, one of the TDCA's favourites, who's moved away to Broadbeach last year and is now watching with his feet up. In his lounge room, watching the cricket, going through his Shark Boys. Brad Pratt, obviously one of the favourites of the TDCA and ex-students, not because he's a premiership player, but because he's the country week man who drives the bus and does the washing. So he's seen a lot in his time doing that role in particular, Bob. But it's always good to see Pratty and good to see him enjoying the live stream from the TDCA.
Had a great sporting career himself, but the work having been at ex-students myself, the work he used to do with his baseball background and his understanding of throwing, and the work he'd do to help blokes improve their fielding, and then he was always on the committee of Traralgon, committee of TDCA, baseball coach, baseball life member, been great for local sport, and unfortunately his life's taken him to Broadbeach, where I do believe he's got ocean views out of that apartment, so as much as he's not here enjoying the cricket, he's enjoying life pretty well there, wouldn't you'd imagine?
Yeah, absolutely. And what we might do is I might give it back to Luke, who's had a good rest now, and we'll take you through for the rest of the innings. I'll go over and do some TDCA secretary important secret stuff and leave you with Luke and Rob to continue.
And of course, important TDCA secretary work is code for a Goodland Brewing frothy over in the Goodland Brewing VIP tent. And it's at the drinks break, the second drinks break of the day, the last little session owned by ex-students. Rick Batista coming out firing at 5 for 104 off 34 overs. Game evenly poised.
I'd have to say Glengarry owned the front half of that session.
Yep.
Rick Batista saving it late to have us back evenly poised again. So 104 after 34. I'd say Lee Stockdale, I want to double the score from here.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
we've seen some intent from Rick, and a bit of a Herschel Gibbs moment there for Chris Dunn, if I might say early.
Yeah, I actually missed it. I was having a Coke and just something to refreshen myself. But talk us through it for those that have just joined in now. What happened?
So it was a short ball from Max Merton on or around a leg stump line, it looked. Having just pulled one to the fence and flicked one off his legs to the fence, Rick was in the mood to go. Went for the pull shot, top edge, flew to, I'd say, 3/4, maybe 2/3 of the way to the fence. Dunny comes storming in, seemed to get himself there early, and then it just got away from him. He had to go for a low attempt at the catch, and unfortunately for him, he bobbled it.
Yeah, wow. So that could be the big moment of the game. The Russell North local MP, the big game moment, could go down there. Could that be the difference? Rick Batista coming out and upping the ante. Ex-students, 5 for 104, 34 overs. It is the second drinks break, 2 drink breaks each session, 17 overs in the 34 overs. And might have already been done, this little shout-out, but a shout-out to Jordan Pearce at home watching it. So a second shout-out to JP, the illustrious JP. And, of course, he's having a Goodland Brewing sampling a Goodland Brewing drink himself.
I might have to get a piece of this Goodland. Everyone's getting a piece of it. I haven't had a piece yet, so I might have to go and treat myself. But I think JP's doing about his third stint in ISO too.
Yeah, wow.
So I think he's had the COVID and he's had the close contact and
He's a COVID collector.
yeah, I've been lucky. I had to isolate there for 2 days over the New Year's period last year. I had to isolate until I got my test result.
Yeah, wow.
And that came back negative, and been able to work right through COVID. So touch wood, I've been lucky. So I haven't had to have the pain, but well, when I say the pain, it wouldn't have been too painful for me laid up on the couch watching Netflix. But gee, she would have been painful for the wife putting up with me all day, every day at home. But I think it was a great day at the start of the day, but I can count maybe 15 clouds in the sky. Gee, she's a good day for cricket out here.
Absolutely beautiful. The Glengarry gum trees are out and about. They're looking 3D at the moment against that backdrop, looking absolutely beautiful. The rope at Glengarry, we talked about earlier in the day, came out here probably 3 or 4 years ago. It's a great addition to making a football oval look more like a cricket oval.
I like it.
And we saw Toongabbie now pull it out in the TDCA B grade grand final last week, and I'll give Toongabbie a mention as well. They've hosted the B grade and C grade grand final last week. The Rovers Cricket Club taking out the B grade game against Gormandale would have been paying very big, those two clubs to be playing off in a B grade grand final at the start of the year.
Would have got great odds on that.
Toongabbie, the rope came out, an absolute belter of a deck, and then they had a real cafe type setup with umbrellas and chairs and tables all around out the front of their canteen.
Yeah,
with
nice.
a
I like that. I love a bit of effort. I love it
Great.
when clubs turn it on. So next year it's like, all right, they've done a good effort. Maybe they get it again next year. But
yeah.
it was I must admit, I didn't get to the main oval in Toongabbie, given that at the point in time I was still medically suspended from driving, which was it was nice to have a suspension that wasn't misbehaviour related for once. But
medical exemption.
Medical suspension.
Suspension,
so
sorry.
after the amputation, I wasn't allowed to drive for 3 months, which was painful for everyone that I nagged for a lift. But I was at Village Green watching the C grade final, which ex-students took out in a good game against Yarram after Lucas Jenkins made one of the fastest 50s I've ever seen in local cricket, getting 51 off 15 balls.
And then young Lucas Richards come on was the destroyer with 3 early wickets. Yeah, changed the game.
Bowled really well for, especially tough situation there for a young kid when you know they're going at you.
Yeah.
For a kid that young to come in, hold his nerve and just bowl good line and length, and was rewarded for his efforts. And
from all reports, it was the biggest crowd the Village Green at the Village Green at Toongabbie's had since can't even talk at the moment since since the centenary celebrations. I did well getting that one out.
Got there eventually.
Geez, sorry there, Bob.
But once again, it was a great
crowd.
setup at Village Green with
they had the canteen, the bar, tents,
bar,
grandstand would have been rocking.
The only thing I'd like Village Green to be is maybe 10 metres longer boundaries either side.
Yep.
It's picturesque, isn't it, with those grandstands, the way they've developed that ground with that church there to just look real sort of English village look to it.
And what we've had is we've actually had in all 3 grand finals independent clubs only having one team playing. So the crowd's been huge.
Yeah.
In C grade, ex-students versus Toongabbie, no other ex-students game on the day. Big ex-students versus Yarram, big crowd. In B grade, Rovers versus Gormandale, big crowds from both clubs. And again today, ex-students versus Glengarry in a one-off.
Which is but obviously having a history at ex-students, it's been great to see them dominate, but it's really good to see 5 different clubs represented in the 6 positions available for the finalists in the grand finals, with the semi-finals having other clubs involved too. So
absolutely,
I think cricket and TDCA is in a good position, and I loved it. This standalone idea for the A grade grand final. So now instead of being here stuck with, do I go and watch the C grade direct students are playing or the A grade direct students are playing? It's like, well, they were one and done last week.
Yep.
Now everyone's here to watch the A grade, which is the pinnacle of the cricket and the TDCA competition.
Yeah, absolutely. The destroyer, Cameron Graham, 2 early wickets, coming back after the drinks break, making Batista play. He'll bowl full. Ball probably not going to be doing a lot right now, so it'll be more about length and speed that he'll be playing around with.
Yeah, I think he'll go for a change of pace, change of length, try to upset the batsman. As one ex-student, Shining Lights, Joe Pride, just wanders across the front of the commentary position.
This is very much like a Freitag brotherly love little session going on here.
I'm amazed I didn't get a mouthful of abuse. But in comes Graham to Batista, back of a length outside off stump. Rick squirts it down to third man for a single. I like the sight screens that Glengarry have provided here today for the for the white ball to make it a bit easier for the batsman to pick the white ball coming out.
Yeah, it's fantastic. 2 scoreboards as well, the electronic scoreboard to the right of screen, and then we've got the manual scoreboard, the traditional scoreboard over to the left of screen, allowing people of all angles to be able to see what the score is.
Yeah, great little initiative there to help out the spectators, which, as much as we're here to watch the cricket, it's always beneficial to make it a good experience for the crowd, so therefore they want to come back year after year and enjoy some good cricket.
Absolutely.
It's just Graham here just dotting up Stockdale, trying to build the pressure on him. Hope he can do something silly and get himself out. The field has tightened up a touch here though, with only deep backwards square out now and a third man. Actually, I've told a lie, it's the exact same field as it was before drinks. Good there, Robert. As Stockdale just drives one to point, Freitag fields, throw up the stumps, hits the stumps at the non-strikers end. Rick Batista was back behind the umpire though, so nice hit the stumps, but no effect there.
And of course, if you are watching, please leave us a comment. We'll give you a little shout out. Love to know where everyone's watching from. We've had Northern Territory, a couple of people in Queensland watching, many people stuck at home in isolation watching as well, as we talked about earlier. It'd be great to see where we've come from. 2 years ago, we had people at Las Vegas. They left the blackjack tables, went back to their room and watched the ex-students team that Toongabbie. Went back and watched that. And then
nice.
We've also had it up in a bar in Thailand. So one of the sports bars, they actually live streamed it into the full bar. So the whole bar in Thailand was watching the TDCA Grand Final, which was amazing. And
I can't imagine there would have been a lot of understanding of what was going on in the bar in Thailand there.
And what they said was fantastic about it was that the commentary was 3 balls late. So the commentary and video wasn't lined up in the bar, so there was delay. So people knew what was happening before it was happening. So you can imagine a few bing-tangs in Thailand and whatever else people do over there.
Oh, I hope it was down Bangalore Road. I love Bangalore
Would have been
Road.
good. It was actually. That's exactly where it was.
Yep.
Down in the Aussie bar, if you've ever been there. Lots of good things happening there.
I must admit, I've been lucky this year. So given I had a mishap at work in December, I was put on to bed rest until Tuesday this week. I know some people might have seen me out and about, but keep that quiet. But I was pretty good for the first 2 months, or December and January, but being able to watch the cricket live stream on, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but I'm going to plug maybe another server, and that was Frogbox that the ex-students have got, so I was able to lay up on the couch there at home, watch cricket every Saturday, which was great.
Second best way to live stream cricket.
Absolutely.
Red Onion being the number one.
Red Onion are number one because you get the commentary as well.
That's
you
exactly
get to hear
right.
me talk.
Absolutely. Lockie Spiteri, a little shout out as well, said that enjoying listening to Bop and Hen. So using nicknames there in the shout out to Lockie.
Cheers, Lockie. Thanks, mate. I saw it.
He'd be at home studying, would he?
No, he might have just got home. I kept a bit of an eye on him on Instagram. He was out riding the Grand Prix truck in Albert Park earlier on his cycle.
An influencer.
Yeah, doing a fair bit of bike riding.
Really good looking man too, isn't he? Young Lockie. Really good looking man.
Oh,
And a cut shot from Stockdale just goes out to the sweeper. That's that one that we've been talking about for a while now. He's just going to keep ticking over the ones until about the 44th over, you would have thought.
44 sounds about right. I think if they had a couple more wickets in hand, it might have been closer to 40, but 44 seems right. But I think Rick Batista might want a piece of Al Jenkins here if he gets short, but Al, pretty smart operator, just sort of ties him up, doesn't offer him much, but
Try not to give too much length.
yeah,
Batista really loves length.
short, and also Al doesn't really fly them up so batsmen can get under him either. They're a bit on the dart. You call them darts. We cut shot to a point there, and that Freitag scrambles to stop the single from happening, and there you go. Al Jenkins overs come and gone faster than you can think.
And Stevie Wright looking for Gav's tips. We always talk each TDCA Grand Final, Gav's tips. So I've just had them sent through to me, so I'm going to go live with Gav's tips shortly. Of course, the big slipper race on a little bit later today, so we'll make sure that we give Gav's tips for that.
Yeah, Gav's tips are probably really good. I won't give any tips because I haven't had a punt since the 2000 and I can't remember what year it is. Melbourne Cup when Green Moon won. That was the last punt I ever had after backing Green Moon. I was in a drunken state and got told I needed to have a sit down at about 2:45. Got dragged out near the stables and I was underneath a tree in the shade trying to piece myself back together. And
it would have been a great sight.
Next thing you know, this lady's talking to my now wife Tara, and I was just sort of sitting there in a mess, and she says, "Oh, My son's the strapper on Green Moon, and today's his birthday. And in my drunken state, I jumped up and said, "Open bet," and ran around the tab, put $50 each way on it without even looking at the odds. And $2,500 later, thanks for coming. Bob had a win and said, "I'm done betting."
Well done, Bob. I'm not going to lie. When you start talking about stories of your past, as the second commentator, I'm getting a little bit nervous. But that one was probably as clean as it comes. Little chop on, down to third man. And Stockdale comes through for one. So the first bet here in the slipper, we'll just go straight to the main race. Rosehill Race 8, the Golden Slipper. Gav's glorious bets, as he likes to call them. He's got number 5, Jackanoit, paying $13, $3.90 the place. He's got that to win it. So bet responsibly or bet crazy, whichever way you are. Make sure you just bet and get down there at number 5 in the slipper.
Gamble responsibly.
That's right.
Think of what you're gambling with or something.
That's something like that. All the proper things that we're supposed to be saying. Make sure you do it.
Are we allowed to give odds and stuff in live sport anymore? Or are we going to jail for that? Are we in trouble?
Well, if we're not, Bopper did it. So I think you're allowed to talk about things. You just, as long as you finish
you can't display them.
Can't display them.
Righto, that's perfect.
Ever-changing rules.
Yeah, it's hard to know, isn't it?
And you're not allowed to call it live either. So I listened to a little bit of SEN track that actually don't call the races; they just call the commentary of the race.
Oh, really?
Which is
short and wide there to Batista. He went the cut shot and his bottom edge run through to Ben Marks. He takes a good catch and Rick's got to go.
Lucky wicket, you'd have to be said.
Didn't deserve a wicket, no.
Didn't deserve the wicket, but again, Cam, we talked about 3 wickets at the start of the day. There's the 3 he's got already. And bottom edge from Batista, really untimely wicket that.
Very untimely, very inconvenient.
Just starting to look good. I'm going to guess, I can't quite see that far.
Michael Stockdale.
Yeah, Michael Stockdale. So the 2 Stockdale brothers will come on. I'm going to make a prediction here. There's going to be an early run-out chance here with these 2 running between the wickets. There you go. There's just a little prediction. Don't know why, just got a feeling.
If Michael Stockdale isn't the most aggressive runner between the wickets I've ever seen, I don't know who is.
Absolutely.
I've never seen a bloke create runs the way he can.
Does it sensationally. So I'll just make a little bold prediction there. Hopefully we're wrong for the state of the game, but a little half run out chance early in this the brothers, the Stockdale brothers, about to take on.
I'd be lying if I said that I'm all for making predictions of misfortune for ex-students because I want to see ex-student success today. So I'm biased, but
yes,
I do think there will be some tight runs.
Yep.
They will take this on, and I'd say that the run rate might go up, but the risk will come down because they're a very drop and run sort of operator.
Absolutely.
With Lee Stockdale just signalling to the boys that he wants a sight screen moved.
Yep. So right now 6 for 110, 6 for 110 in the 36th over.
Cam Graham jumping straight round the wicket to the right-hander as he's done all day.
We talked about 180 before the start of the play would be the score that they'll need to get. They're going to have to bat really well from here to get to that 180. Not out of, with Lee still batting and Mick still, there's still some good depth to come. But would have to say that 180 is now really going to have, Extremes are going to have to bat well to get 180.
They're going to have to bat really well to get 180 here. Oh, what is it? So you've got 14 overs, 70 runs. That's 5. They've got to go at 5 and over now to get to 180. I think Lee has to bat through now for them to get to 180.
Absolutely.
But so it'll be Lee, and then you'll have Warney and probably Andy Matthews to come, I'd say. I can't even think of who else will be coming in the batting list. As you can see there, straight away, Michael Stockdale, the drop, and if there's a run there, he'll go. But I don't know if Lee, having batted 36 overs already, is going to be too keen on the brisk way in which Michael's going to want to approach this. So,
of course,
like you said, it'll be eyes up. There could be a chance. I don't know. It's an interesting tactic here from Nat Freitag, given that we know Michael Stockdale's a drop and run operator.
Yeah.
He's still got backward point on the fence. There we go, straight away. Michael Stockdale drops one in tight on the leg side. Didn't even get the square leg umpire, and he's taken a single to get off the mark. Perhaps Glengarry could here go for the throat, bring those blokes in off the fence, ring it up, and really look to get the next 2 blokes out here by playing tight. But conservative approach they're maintaining, which will be interesting to see if it works or it doesn't.
Yeah, one-day cricket, I think they'll be pretty content with just trying to keep it at 4 and over from here.
Yep.
If a wicket comes, great, but really it's about containment. Little shout out to Joel Sharpie 140 Randell. Randall, that's the posher name instead of Randall.
Randall. Jeez, he used to bully me in the nets at Imps.
Bullied a lot of people in the nets at Imps and taken a lot of wickets in the TDCA across the last 6 or 7 years as well. But wanted to shout out to Daniel Morris for C-grade bowling champion, I believe, from an Imperials cricketer.
Won the C-grade bowling aggregate there with 20
Bowling,
wickets.
was it? Sorry, yep.
Bowling
Bowling,
aggregate.
Yep.
Did run into him at Village Green last Saturday and was described to me by Dean Campbell as the best spinner in the TDCA. So
there you go.
it might be self-proclaimed, but Daniel Morris, best spinner in the TDCA. Thanks for watching. As Al operates here to Michael Stockdale, full length. Just squirted out on the leg side to a 45 there. Cam Graham returns to the bowler. Al Jenkins winds back 4 steps, starts again.
And of course, 50 overs playing in the one-day grand final. The TDCA plays the full 50 overs, fielding circles. First 15 overs has the only 2-man out. After that, you can have 5 for the rest of the day. Jenga to continue. Michael Stockdale playing pretty conservatively there. And I don't think Al Jenkins is going to give too many balls where he can just block and run here.
No.
Be pretty tight.
Very tight dart. But Mick will find a way. He'll find it. He'll drop 1-1 somewhere, or he might just ease one down to long off, and you'll see him try and get a 2 in there. Very quick between the wickets. Somewhat like myself back in my playing days. Oh, there it is. Happy with the single there to long off.
Little slap down to long off for 1. Michael Stockdale moves to 2.
If Lee hits that ball to long off, given that Lee will be not running to the danger, and that's when we'll see Mick really get on his bike and try and come back.
Trying to come home, yep, absolutely. Turns 1s into 2s, Mick Stockdale.
Yep.
Dots into 1s.
Yep.
Round the wicket, trying to cramp him up. Gives a little bit too much width, and Lee just punches it down for 1.
Pretty content with what I think Lee might have said to Michael when he came out here, risk free.
Yep.
Back to the over that Lee's got in mind, and then we'll see him ramp it up. But 113 off 38 overs, 6 down.
Wouldn't be surprised. Jenkins might just about be finished with his 10 overs. Wouldn't be surprised if Freitag comes from the other end. So he bowled from this end, closest to camera end at the start of the day. Wouldn't be surprised if he just comes back around the other end.
I'll quickly get up the My Cricket app, which is great for keeping an eye on local cricket scores, isn't it? Yep. Get it up, and I'll give you an answer on that with where he's at. Here we go. Oh, they're not live scoring it. That hurts.
Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't get it up and running today. So,
did you know this beforehand? Did you let me go all the way down this road to get to a...
Yeah, I thought you were going to do around the grounds from other leagues, and I was thinking, where are we going with this, Bob? So I didn't realise what you were doing. Sorry, mate.
All good. Actually, I got an email during the week from Peter Baker, who does a great job of organising the umpires week in, week out, with our friends over at LVDCL asking if any of us umpires want to go over there and help them out this weekend.
Okay.
I think they're a bit short and struggling for umpiring numbers.
Okay. Well, a shout out to our friends across the other side of the hospital.
Interesting scores there with, I guess what you'd say is a lot of people's reservations towards going to a relegation and promotion style of cricket with Murray North winning the premiership last year, having a couple of blokes retire and their English imports being unable to get back due to COVID and not having the results go their way at all this year.
Yeah.
But we won't say too much because you don't want to get drawn into a negative conversation about anything or say something that might offend people. So back to the cricket here with Cam Graham operating around the wicket to Michael Stockdale.
Well, just great within the Latrobe City. So many different career clubs giving their players opportunities to play in finals at the moment. I guess we look at it that way and bring it back to the TDCA's ex-students in Glengarry. Oh, little inside edge. He's found a lot of inside edges today, Cam, which suggests he's just wobbling them a little bit, even now with an older ball.
I think Max Merton was finding the inside edge when he was bowling from this end a couple of overs back too, and I think even early on in the innings that the batsmen were having trouble batting at that far end. The pitch might be doing a little bit, I'd say. Might be a bit of seam action.
For sure.
At that end, but I haven't not been out there. Didn't get out there before the game to have a look. But I think the pitch has played very true. There's been none pop or stay low or anything. There's a slow ball there from Cam Graham. Looked like it was out the back of the hand too. And here Michael looking to take on the bloke on the point fence. Settles for 1.
Lee says no thank you.
Strike.
Lee says no thank you. We'll just take the 1 there.
Oh, any idea what Lee's on?
No, would have to be guessing at the moment. You'd have to say, it'd have to be 50, wouldn't you? I haven't heard the clap, though.
I thought he was 40 when I started commentating, which seems like forever ago, but
I haven't heard much for clap.
Only 15 overs ago, and there hasn't been an acknowledgement of a 50, so he'd have to be close as he just... was that a glance or an on-drive
nice
through?
little flick.
Nice little flick through
the
the
back
mid-wicket
lead
fence.
comes out, his balance goes across him, whips it across mid-wicket for 4, and it's the first really aggressive shot. As we
There's
talk
his
about
50.
it, there's the 50. So brings it up with probably shot of the day. The Russell North
That was-
Independent MP,
Showed all his class with that shot. didn't
big
he?
match moment.
Showed all his
Class.
class with that balance and just smacked. Didn't try to
Nothing
hit the
but
ball,
class.
just punched it.
Along the ground the whole way for 4.
Cam Graham, I look to get back at him here. Doesn't like getting hit to the fence, the old pig. Is that the first ball we've seen all day? I think I've cursed him. Did that stay down a bit? I felt like that might have stayed low.
Might have just kept a little bit low.
If this is an Al Jenkins 9th over, it's his 10th over. He can't have much left. I'd change a bowler, and that Freitag coming back on.
We predicted it.
We did.
So predicted that one. Just changing the ends and just see if you can just make it, maybe get the ball doing a few little tricks here with the different angle of the pitch.
And I think, I don't know how Max Merton will feel about Lee getting rid of the helmet to face him, but now Nat's back getting the helmet back on. Max might have felt he was a bit quicker than Nat.
I actually like this too because Mick Stockdale sort of gets stuck in the crease a little bit more, plays with his hands and wrists, so a bit quicker Freitag might try and hurry him up a little bit. Not saying he's not up to it, but just the batting style might be, Nat might have just picked up on something here.
Yeah, I think, well, Nat, when you talk about Nat Freitag, he's in the same category as Lee Stockdale, isn't he? He's that class cricketer that's played the higher levels of cricket and had the success they both had in district cricket and
No doubt.
understand the game that little bit better than the local boys that have just played locally do.
No doubt.
If Mick's shown a weakness here, Nat will know how to exploit it.
Yep, absolutely.
Which I wouldn't be surprised if he goes upstairs on him to ruffle him, and then he'll zero in on the stumps here. So in he comes. Oh, Yorker first up. Mick just forward defensive to point and goes through for the single.
Fantastic. And at the end of the over, we'll welcome back into the truck Nick Scammell for secretary. And we'll just Boppy, you've just done a fantastic job. The feedback coming through has been amazing.
Proud of myself again this year. Lasting 25 minutes and not swearing. That's a massive accomplishment in my life.
From some of the feedback I've got is that all the pride bots have been out and about today, just making sure social media's blowing up with the pride bots.
Well, I'll apologise to everyone now. I have the notifications are sitting there for the comments and stuff. I'm not ignoring you. I'm actually serving a 30-day ban from Facebook for highly inappropriate comments regarding Mason Cox's sunglasses.
Yeah, well, fair enough too. The pride bots are trending at the moment. They've got you trending with hashtag love bop. That's what's going live at the moment.
Boys, I appreciate
so any
the love.
TDCA mention a bit of hashtag love bop. Let's make him go viral here with the big bop. So all these little pride bots up and about today. There's plenty of them. Hashtag love bop.
And then, we'll come back in. Hopefully I'll sneak back in the next innings and I'll have another chat.
No doubt we'll be getting you back in here. Just go and make sure you pay those pride bots the money that they deserve for making you go. Blowing up the internet. Freitag to continue. 39 overs, 5 for 120, 6 for 120. My apologies to Stockdale.
That's off the thigh pad. I reckon that might run away to 4. Cam Graham doing his best and we'll get there. And Lee will trot back for 2. He might have tried to convince Danny it didn't come off his thigh.
He's given Danny a little wink as he's ran past and
might have slipped him a tenner out of his pocket as he ran past.
No doubt.
And there'll be 2 to Stockdale, take him to mid-50s, I guess, now, passing 50 with a 4. So I predicted Stockdale to get to a ton, and with 11 overs to go, he's going to need 50 runs. If he gets to a ton here, it'll be one of the best knocks we've seen in the TDCA Grand Final. So I hope he does. Would love to see it, but I know that Glengarry blokes would love to see him go out next ball.
No doubt
Would
about
have liked
it.
to see him go out 50 balls ago, no doubt at all. But
And of course, there was a shout in the very first over. His second ball he faced, a little shout for LB. It wasn't out, but there was that shout early, which that first over, 3 LB shouts and 1 given. So everything was happening. 1 for 2, 2 for 10, and ex-students clawing away. But Glengarry's just had a habit of getting a wicket just when they needed it to stop momentum.
there it is. There's that. There's the prediction Luke made that there would be some confusion between the Stockdale brothers.
Yep.
Lee dropping one in on the offside, Mick wanting to run, Lee saying no, Mick turning back and making it. But thank you very much for my time in the hot seat, boys. I'll talk to you next innings.
Thank you, Robert. Hashtag love Bop Pride. A sensational job. And we just heard the crowd go wild for the stint that he's done. Unbelievable.
So
The reach that this man has. Hashtag love Bop. Make sure it's running wild.
I'll do a couple overs, Luke, and then I'll go over and do some presentations at the halfway point. But we've had a shout out.
Shout
which
out.
is why I've been keen to get back into the box.
Yes.
It's from Joel Randall.
Yes.
He wanted a mention of the great man Daniel Morris.
We did go live with this already.
Oh,
Yeah,
gone live with it already.
we have done it. Yep.
Well, I wanted to break it down a little bit though.
Please.
Because Imps has almost built him a... There's been more about Daniel Morris's
Yep.
wickets this week.
Well, the big hashtag love Bop told us that last week he ran into my next door neighbour Dean Campbell, and Dean Campbell's told hashtag love Bop that Daniel Morris is the best off spinner in the TDCA, not in C grade, in the TDCA.
Wow.
Big predictions.
Wow. What I want to do is I want to break it down a little bit.
Here we go.
So he's taken 21 wickets, I believe, for the season.
Good innings, good season.
Of those 21,
Yes.
2 of those wickets
Yes.
were over the in the positions of 1 to 5.
Okay.
So he's just dined out.
This
on
is
the-
sounding very
on the
Brad
tail.
Seisland type. Big.
Sizey's the one who wanted me to bring.
Yeah,
this to
he
the
sent them
forefront.
through.
Sizey's 500 wickets at Imps. And he doesn't have a statue, but
Wants one.
that Eggy struggles to get out of his car of a Saturday, and he's got one built. So I just wanted to break that down. He's taken 2 wickets in the top 5 batsmen for the entire
Yes.
year, and I just thought that was interesting considering he's taken
21.
all those wickets for the
Yes.
year. He's really dined out on
Yes.
those lower order players.
Oh, shots fired. Turn your phone off tonight, Mid Scammell, because the Imps boys will be partying and they will be giving you some real-time feedback.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's a Saturday night, I suppose, so what else is new?
And the big bus continues.
The Batista wicket I thought would have brought about probably a few more, but I think Mick's situated to this. The tip rat himself, he just loves this little 1s and 2s.
Yep.
Get it around. He knows that he's going to get a bit of strike because Lee does the exact same thing, probably with a little bit more hit class to it.
Ooh.
But Mick really hard to bowl to, because he really does just uses the angles of the ball.
Yep.
And we know he's a good bat.
No. And just has a strong desire to be successful too, Mick Stockdale. Like whatever he does, when he really wants to, just has this really strong will to give it everything he's got.
Absolutely.
What we're loving at the moment is you've got the ex-students tent to the left and the Glengarry tent to the right, the Goodland Brewing tent in the middle, and all the tents are starting to communicate with each other.
It's the Capulets versus the Montagues here.
What was this? Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
I think there was a few biting thumbs when Dunny dropped that catch down on the boundary.
There was. Don't you bite your thumb at me, sir?
122, 4 wickets in hand, 9 overs to go, Luke. 160, I think, still on the cards. 170, 180, you'd be really happy
Yeah,
with.
from here, if they get that 180, we said at the start of the day 180 was what we thought was going to be a good enough score. So 170, they'd probably be pretty happy with that. We just saw just before the previous drinks break a little escalation in the score. Batista started to up the ante. That wicket just came at the wrong time. The little rebuilds happen now. I just think the last 5 overs, get to the 45 overs, anything could happen.
Absolutely. And with Stocky's just set. Hasn't looked like he's gotten out of third gear the entire day. He's still
batted as
fresh.
well.
He's ready to go. And we're going to keep seeing the score. Oh, good effort, but not out. Very comfortably home. If you're running out the tip rat, you've done pretty well.
You put that in your book, don't you? If you're running out Mickey Stockdale, the tip rat as he's known within the ex-students' walls, you'd be pretty happy with yourself. The fastest man between the wickets in TDCA history.
In TDCA history.
Name a faster runner. I'm going big there. Faster runner between wickets.
Oh, jeez. TMB's just dropped Darian Duncan.
Oh.
Don't know if that's a drive-by or not. We'll have to do some fact-checking.
Not sure if Darian Duncan's going to get a mention as the league's best of all time at something at the moment. He might finish that way, but at the moment I don't think he'd be quite there.
We've got the paparazzi now taking some photos.
Yeah. We've got TMB photography, and we've got Fernanda Photos.
Fernanda Photos.
Who's using a Kodak.
a wind, little disposable camera.
We just saw the explosion of the bulb go as he set up from his tripod at Fernanda's Photos.
Had to put the blanket over him.
To make sure he didn't get no radiant.
Oh, geez. 123, the score, 6 down. Mick Stockdale on strike. A few of the Glengarry boys look like they're just having to think about batting now. Might just catch them a little bit off guard.
I said that this could be the biggest grand final of all time today. In my 10 years, I haven't seen a bigger grand final crowd than this. It just looks big. The deck's got numbers on it, tents everywhere, a full ring of cars, which gives it a really good atmosphere. There's noise as well because it's a one-day grand final, so everyone knows that there's going to be an end result.
Yep.
It's just got a different feeling than a normal day one grand final.
Well, it's a good viewing ground as well, Glengarry.
Sure
you
is.
can park the entire way around, and then there's ample places for you to watch. The hill's magnificent for cricket. Obviously the deck, which was a new addition, only 6-7 years ago. So there's really good spots everywhere. And
little Bellreeve Hill.
Yeah, a little
Bellreeve. Looking up there, there's people with blankets having a little picnic. There's a tent up there. There's someone with their shirt off lying on the hill, just getting a few bit of sun rays. It's all happening out of the Glengarry Cricket Club.
And it is a bit of a mix as well today. I bumped into Imperial's royalty, Lee Fabris, who mentioned that it is like a bit of a North Gippy vibe where there's people who have not watched a single game of TDCA cricket for the entire year, and they've turned out to be involved in the event.
Tell you what, to see Lee Fabris out of the house, you'd normally only communicate him via Twitter or email.
Well, to see him away from Catterick Crescent, it's actually quite a rarity. He's bang!
Slaps that through
perfectly.
Goes to long off. The pig Graham with 3 wickets chasing it, pulls it up, and it's 2 runs to Lee Stockdale.
We might just see a little lift the tempo here, Luke, I think.
Definitely felt that way then, didn't it, that shot?
I'd love to see his wagon wheel today, because I reckon that quarter of cover point region that would be just stock full of runs.
Yeah, absolutely. So 6 for 126. Stockdale probably 55, maybe 56. Mick Stockdale 5. A little flick out to cover, didn't quite get it.
Just puts his wrists through it a little bit. That's the one that he really makes his own. When he starts using those wrists and then just goes, nah, I'm not going to hit it there. I'm going to hit it late behind me. No, I am going to hit that one, punch it forward. That's when he really does, make it hard to bowl to, and that's why he's a very underrated cricketer.
Yep.
Not to forget, he opened the batting, 3 or 4 years ago in the GCL Grand Final. And that's the one I'm talking about. Perfect shot.
Glides it down to third man for 1. Shout out to the Rovers president, I believe, Aaron Donahue.
The Big Don.
The Big Don. Great to be watching the A-grade grand final after a big weekend of grand finals last weekend. Plenty of mentions to the 2 premiers, the C-grade premiers and ex-students, the B-grade premiers for the first time in a long, long time at the club, 20-plus years, a senior premiership to Rovers, and having a look at all the Facebook and so forth from the boys throughout the week, it was a big 3 or 4 days. And just another one out there. 5 and over here, 5 ones. Doing it pretty easy. The Sunday Bowls Club session for the Rovers was shown on Facebook. It was Monday down at the Traralgon Bowls Club.
The long weekend.
The long weekend. What a weekend to win your first grand final in 20 plus years on the long weekend. All over in one day, and then you get 2 days to enjoy it. From all reports, Isaac Brown still hasn't stopped. Straight through the whole week.
Oh, gee.
Hasn't taken his medal off. Worn it to work on Wednesday. Greg Bramwell's taking long service leave after the grand final premiership. He's first in the TDCA. 9 overs, 1 for 9, I believe. Is that correct? From memory?
From memory. I don't know if you got a wicket.
None
did
for
he?
9.
No, none for 9.
9 overs, none for 9. With Danny Smith blocking all of those 9 overs. Danny Smith, of course, watching it work. A little drive-by to him. His 14 off 90 balls was very good to get Gormandale up to 70. 6 for 70 off 45. The big pump will be loving that.
Oh, jeez.
So, of course, Gavin's great tips, as he likes to call them every year. In the Golden Slipper, he's only given one today. It's the number 5 in Gav's great tips.
Frank comes on. I don't mind that.
The freak.
Oh, the freak.
Yep.
I don't mind a little pace off, maybe a little few cutters here. Just something different. It would have been good to be able to bowl.
You just see at the back of the screen, Dean Campbell made a good point that Lee Fabris has been pushing his kid for an hour and a half on the swing. The kid's asked to get off 4 times, but Lee's not listening. The kid's got vertigo from getting up and down. But Fab's one hand swinging, one hand pushing the swing, the other hand, and the eyes are set on the cricket.
And Stocky's just going the fresh cut now.
Yeah,
no
is.
hat, no helmet.
No. Very Glenn Maxwell-like.
Glenn Maxwell. He's
Yep.
got the bubble and everything
got the
as well.
bubble.
It's
Very-
very maxy.
Very Max-y style.
Haven't seen a reverse. Oh, that's a bit maxy
It's a bit
as
maxy
well.
too.
Yeah.
Feet still swing through, arms through the line of the ball. Very much a big show type
It
of
is
look,
very
isn't
big
it?
show.
Just the freak bringing third man up inside the circle. Doesn't want... Could be dangerous, this. Bringing a short third man and a backward point. Suggests he's going to bowl wide outside off stump, which means if Lee gets it, it's 4 runs. It's going to take some stopping.
And
There we go. Look at it. League's quickest runner of all time, Mick Stockdale, gets back and could have stood there and just watched the ball be thrown in. Fastest runner ever. And some real-time feedback from Daniel Smith, just using the term flogs to suggest that, what we've mentioned.
really lifted the running here. The scoreboard's ticking over nicely. 6 for 132, 43 overs now gone.
Yep.
And, 44 overs, I should say. And this last 5 overs, Tyron, your camera's going to be going red hot, mate, because there's going to be action aplenty.
Absolutely. So, of course, if you just tuned in, ex-students 2 for 10, got the score up to 2 for 60. Glengarry's had the capacity today to just take wickets at the right time. They'd be now starting to think we need one now just to kill this little bit of momentum that the Stockdale brothers have been able to bring back into the game. Lee Stockdale definitely moved into the 60s at the moment, looking to up the ante. Brings the lid back on for the quicker, the quicker bowler in Busk. And Mick Stockdale and Lee Stockdale trying to push that score 40 off the last 6 overs. They'd be chasing 180. The old block and run at the moment. This is one of the things where Glengarry are going to have to be a little bit careful because all of a sudden it could be 6 and over with just everybody being happy. But I tell you what, ex-students would take 6 and over at the moment. 6-1s, they would be just looking for that at the moment.
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a who can hold their nerve the longest, I think. Will the side panic? Can't see it happening, but will Nat just want that wicket a little bit too much and bring them in? That then opens the game up. Will ex-students then go, it's time to go big, and all of a sudden the wicket falls? It then probably puts them back behind the 8 ball. You can feel it happening.
And that's the
boundary
thing
ball
that kills you. And you can go for those ones, and you can bowl and have that mindset.
Yep.
But then when something like that doesn't go to plan,
Yep.
and when a boundary does happen, that's when it kills you, and all
10
of a
and
sudden
over.
you go 9, 10 and
Yeah,
over,
absolutely.
and the score just jumps massively.
Yep, no doubt. Wide full toss. Mick Stockdale gets enough of an edge on it. Blender couldn't quite bring it in. Bit wide of him. And goes down for 4. 5 off 2 balls. Pulls one back there.
And again, looking to score through that area, and just 5 off the over so far. 138 the score.
And over the last couple of weeks, the TDCA has been running the competition for the Goodland Brewing VIP tent. Went live 2 weeks ago. The Gormadale Career Club made a little song about Goodland Brewing to take out the competition, and they're sampling some of the finest beers that you can taste. It's a Goodland Brewing Pale Ale and a Goodland Brewing Lager, I believe, and the boys over there are enjoying sampling some of the best local beer. Well, not some of it is the best local beer.
The best.
That you can get. So thank you, big shout out to Goodland Brewing for partnering with the TDCA and allowing us to have the Goodland Brewing VIP tent.
And Jimmy's been fantastic for us, obviously, who is the owner. Unfortunately, he got called up with needing to help out in the kitchen a little bit today, but he's going to try and make himself come out here and talk to the boys about Goodland, and no doubt there'll be a few wanting to get up to the Goodland Brewing brewery and sample a few off the tap, and they've got quite a range up there as well with those who like some real funk. They'll love it.
Yep.
So I'm going to hand over to Gav now, as I've got to go set up some things on the deck, but Gav's going to bring home the last 5 overs of the innings. Welcome back, Gav.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks, Nick Scammell. And, of course, today in the halftime break, the Russell North MP halftime break, the TDCA A-grade presentations will be made throughout Team of the Year, Batting Bowling Awards, Champion Spirit of Cricket Awards, I believe. Best Umpire, is that awarded there as well, Gav?
Yeah, I think we might be doing the best umpire at the completion of the game.
Okay, the completion of the game.
Everything else, you just said, all the batting, bowling. I think there's a rising star as well to
Rising
be announced.
Star, yeah,
Luke.
absolutely. Fantastic. So we
6 for 141 off 45, so 30 balls to go. Now, can we go back? What was your prediction?
I said 180 was going to be
Okay,
it,
so
and Lee Stockdale to make 80 plus.
Okay, so 30 balls left. You're saying another 40.
Yes.
I said 192
Yep.
for 8.
So it's
So they need to go, don't they?
Yeah, they
But
do.
Lee's such a vital cog now.
So they'll be looking for that one boundary and over, 5 ones, that 9 and over from here for the last 6 overs. They'd be pretty happy with that, 9 and over.
Oh, yeah, it'd be massive. It's going to be hard to get away, though, Nat Freitag, but let's see how we go.
A bit of extra pace could mean edges go a little bit further and so forth, a little bit more ability to go big. And Lee just does it well, knows that Mick will come back. Mick just comes back and gets there.
Oh, that was well run, wasn't it?
I talked about one of the best and fastest runners of a one in TDCA history, Mick Stockdale's. Just not many other people get back there for two.
The tip rat, if people out there don't know him, he's one of the stars of the Block series on Channel 9. He's well known to everyone around Australia as the number one crane operator on the Block.
So we've got two off two balls.
They get a big over. They need a real good big over, don't they? Like a 12 to 15
sure.
from the over, and that'll really set it up. Because, 4 wickets in hand now with the last 5 overs is still a good spot to be in to make a real big launch.
Absolutely.
That's a great shot.
Got to put some pressure on the sweeper out there. The sweeper picks it up. The Stockdale brothers come back for an easy 2. Lee starting to up the ante.
He's just lacked one other player to... Batista looked like he could have been that player to get that quick 40, but Lee's just had to shoulder the whole innings, and he has batted very well.
So we've got 4 off 4 balls now. Minimum 6 and over they're looking for. Well, they need now, really, minimum
definitely.
6 and over.
Definitely, because their spinners do bowl very well
Absolutely.
and very tight. So, your prediction of 170, 180, Luke, would be still a good score.
Absolutely. Just take the 1.
So that's 5 off the over, or is it 1 ball to come?
1 to come.
1 to come. 146. 146 with 1 ball to come in the 45th. It'll leave us 25 balls to come. Oh, yeah, well played.
Gets there 6 and over. Glides it down to third man, Mick Stockdale. Score moves to 6 for 147 off the 46 overs. A shout out to Stewie Chuka Henley, who's loving the tones of Gav Fernanda.
Oh, geez.
Loves the real-time feedback from Stewie Chuka Henley.
Nothing much else to do today, Stu, if you're loving that. But I'm sure you're sitting back somewhere having a southern. They're not serving that out here today, mate, so you might have to bring your own.
Didn't know they still serve Southern Comfort anywhere.
Oh, he's a big southern drinker, Stewie. Good man, Stu. So,
great man.
Big hello to you. So here we go. Cam Graham coming back on after a brilliant opening spell that really set Glenn up. So 24 balls left, Luke. I'm still tipping Stocky to go big, and I'm still tipping a 12 run over.
Yep, need
which
it.
will be massive.
The pig is back.
The pig
3
bowling
wickets.
to the rat. Yeah, they're getting one. Oh. So the rat gets 1 off the pig.
Yep, 1 off 1. And I gave you tips that you gave me last night. Gav gave him Gav's glorious tips. Were given out before. Number 5 in the slipper. Jackanoid, you love that one?
Yes. I do love that one.
Paying a little $13 too, Jackanoid.
Yeah, I've just gone and sat in my car and a little bit of quiet and put my bets on for the day. I just followed my usual Dean Lester selection. So hopefully Dean's in for a big day, massive day today. The racing in Sydney and Melbourne.
A big day of racing.
Here we go. Pig moving the field around, and
so he's going to go
Lee
bowl
having a look.
So with this field, 3 on the fence and a short backward square leg.
Oh, good ball.
Keep him low. They're going to definitely go into his pad. So he's going to be a leg stump line here. And Stockdale will be trying to give himself some width to go over the top here out to the offside.
Yeah, he tried to give himself some room, didn't he? And he moved to the leg, but great ball from Cam there and followed him. So Lee just had to sort of block it back.
Yep.
Getting exciting now. Here we go. Oh, and
it's bounced.
just in front.
Oh,
Yeah, good shot by Lee, but for 2.
big moment. Couldn't quite go to hand. Stockdale Lee gets 2. Climbing his way to 70. Feedback from the fielders is to change nothing. Allow the batsman to get creative. Going into his toes. Yorkers into leg stump is what the Pig's aiming for. Stockdale flicks it out.
No 2 there. No 2
Won't get 2. Smart. Good talking. We've gone 4 off 4 balls.
Another shout out to another TDCA Life member in Barry Doc Switzer, who's
just finished the golf.
Yeah, must have just finished the golf, and he's calling. He's saying some memories of Richie Benno when he's listening to our commentary. So Barry's obviously had a couple, but
Poor old Richie being compared to Henderson Fernanda. And Jordan Pearce said that Robert Pride was also Richie Benno-like. So anybody that has a go at commentary these days gets the Richie comparison. Don't think there's too many Richies in the TDCA commentary truck.
Oh, no, definitely not. But what have we? How many balls have we bowled this over, Luke? I got a bit sidetracked.
Yeah, so there's been 5.
5 balls. And
5 for
we
5.
still haven't had that big over, have we?
No.
But here we go. Stocky lining
Big
up
ball.
here. Lining up. No, it's just going to be a single.
Happy for one. Takes the 6.
Here we go. 153.
Lee back on strike.
153 off 40. 18 balls to go. 153. Okay.
Well, this deck's probably just playing a little bit slower than I would have first thought. So 180, I still think's where you want to be. But 170 with 3 spinners in your side for ex-students, you'd be pretty happy with where they're sitting at the moment. Ex-students runs on the board in a grand final.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like in saying that, there's not many sides that chase down any ex-students total with the way they tighten things up. And the last game, I think ex-students defended 180 against Glen at the Rec Reserve.
2 for 120, I believe Glengarry were.
That's
big
a
shot.
big shot by Lee, and that's gone for 4. And that's off the first ball. Now, this could set something up here, Luke.
That's
this
the big
is
ball.
Getting him exciting now.
Boundaries off the first ball in one-day cricket is what you're wanting. The extra pace of Freitag allows Stockdale to get under it. Big shot out to mid-wicket.
He just gave himself a little bit of room, didn't he? And that's the ball he was looking for. So you'd think now this could be a big over.
Forces the fielding change, pushes, gives a 1 and if not a 2 to leg side all the time. Third man has to come up. And the mid-wicket goes out to the fence. Allows 2 here out to the leg side.
Yeah, he'll get back for 2. Massive 2 here. And it's on. Oh, had to hit him. Great bit of fielding, though, Hendo.
Absolutely.
And, great 2. So that's 6 off 2 balls. Here we go. Now we're getting somewhere.
And the ex-students' tent's just starting to get a bit loud. You can hear the big tones of Richards.
The BB Richards. It's like he's at the Speedway. It's just that big V8 voice coming through. Oh, that's another good shot by Lee. There's another 2. That's some good batting now, Hendo. That's 8 off 3. So it's this could be the big over we were looking for.
Yep, definitely need that. So 8 off 3, as you said. Freitag to continue. 3 balls. I'll be looking for that 12 and over here. Stockdale starting to get creative. He's whacked one out to deep mid-wicket for 4. Gone over the top of cover for 2. The wagon wheel is full.
Just 1 here. So that's 9 off the over so far. Geez, I'd love a wagon wheel now too, just quietly. Used to love those wagon wheels, Luke.
Bit of jam, marshmallow and chocolate, Bicky. Things that just go well together.
Oh, yeah, that's going way back.
And at your vintage, you would have loved the country and western cowboys and Indians you would have been playing as a kid.
The paper covering on the wagon wheel was something special. But here we go. Nat Freitag coming in to bowl to the Rat. They've scored off every ball. Fantastic over this. So 1 ball to come. What have they got? 10?
10 from the over.
10 from the over. Can Lee hit a big one? Can he get to the boundary with
No, not
this?
this ball. You'll be looking for one here, Gav. Take the 11 and have the strike first ball next over.
Go for glory, Luke. Go for glory. Go for the big one. Come on.
We'll have $1 million on it. It'll be a 1.
Oh, here we go. Nostradamus sitting to my left. He picked the 1, 11 off. What a fantastic over. So here we go. 12 balls to go. 164. 164 for 6. Drinks come running out for the 2 batsmen. And what a master stroke by Lee to put his brother in the team. This has been a really good partnership.
Now, this isn't just about the now, but this is about all cricket in the world. There's 2 things you either have to do. You've got to allow drinks to be taken like this at any time and then get rid of the drinks breaks, or keep the drinks breaks and don't allow the drinks to be run on between overs.
Yeah,
it's one or the other.
You're very pedantic on some of those minor rules, aren't you? The tea breaks, drinks.
Annoys me. Tea breaks go for way too long. You have 2 sides. One side sits down for 2.5 hours, and then they get to stop and eat for 30 minutes.
Sometimes in local cricket, though, Luke, when it's not a final, you haven't got that person running out of drink, have you? So you have to probably take the drink.
It's happening more and more. So most sides starting to play 12 these days.
Yeah,
it is happening.
very true.
Teammates are bringing them out.
Here we go. 12 balls. Great shot.
Good
and well
fielding.
Fielded. They're going to get 2 here. Yeah, they are. That's fantastic running. That is fantastic. What's the chance, Sam? I'd love to know how many Lee is.
It'd have to be 70 by now. Easy.
Easy, yeah. Just a pity we didn't have the live scoring up and running due to technical and COVID issues.
Yep. Means more people are tuning into the TDCA Workforce Access live stream. Pig Graham with 3 wickets already. Continues to bowl to Lee Stockdale. Oh, so balanced. And just whips it out to deep square leg for 1.
So 3 off 2. Here we go. 10 balls to go. 167. 167 with 10 balls to go. Gee, Luke, your prediction is looking fairly good. Just if only you could predict winners in horse racing like that.
My wife would be a lot happier. She might give me the key card back.
I don't think so. Here we go. The pig bowling to the Rat. Here we go. Oh, dot ball. Didn't want that. That puts Glenn back on top here. 167, 9 balls to go. I think we've got a game on our hands. Been fantastic today, Cam Graham. Bowling his last over. What a player he is. Here we go. Michael Stockdale. 9 balls to go. Cam Graham. Yeah, he'll get the 1.
Just the little drinking games going around the people watching, Gav, is that every time you say the word fantastic or here we go, they have to take a sip. There's a lot of people out there that apparently are drunk right now.
Okay, so how can I change this? I haven't got a big English vocabulary. I'm really trying here. Oh, great shot, but straight to the fielder. Misfield, no. Another 1. Good shot for 1. This is fabulous.
So the boys down in Tassie, we're just drying them up a little bit here. So 6 for 159, 47th over.
169.
169, 48th over.
7 balls to go? Or 8?
8.
8. Here we go. Lee needs to hit a 4 here, and it'd be easier if he was on strike. It's actually Michael. 170. 170 with 6 balls to go.
10 off
Final
it.
over.
10 off it.
We're not going to get to 192. That was me. So closer to our chief commentary man here today, who said 180.
And Stockdale for 80 plus 2, so could be very close.
Yeah, geez. The Oracle.
Could be very close.
The Oracle has got it so close to right. Let's see how we go. 6 balls. Come on. You can't be calling for another drink now. Yes, he is.
Has batted faced the first ball today. Batted the full 49 overs. Being
a little bit tough on him here, but
not a lot of boundaries.
Been a fantastic innings, hasn't he? If students win today, they can thank him, because I'm sure he'll bowl 10 overs and be very crucial in there.
Oh, it's been a captain's knock. Regardless of what happens, it's been a captain's knock. We can't wait to see how the Glengarry captain responds when he comes out to bat.
170, 6 balls to go as Nat Freitag comes in. Yeah, 1 single. Oh, he stopped for his bat, and his brother says, keep going, as he dropped his bat. 5 balls. Can Lee get a boundary?
Smart bowling by Freitag. Throws it full and wide. Wide Yorkers are bowlers' best friends here. 2 off 2 balls. Smart bowling.
He's got to go big, and he's got to go big.
No, he'll leave leader that do that.
Get the boundary.
His
now.
job's to get his brother on strike. Yep. And you can see there where if that was Lee, they'd be pushing 2, but they want Lee on strike here.
Well, 3 balls for 3 runs. Come on, this needs to be a boundary.
Be hard to chase down. 170 plus. Batting first in a one-day grand final. Always tough to chase. Oh, we've seen some tricks. Laps it out, pushes out
Just
the
get
ball down to third man.
Probably a bit disappointed. Lee might have thought he got onto that, but it wasn't hit as hard as he.
We love the tricks
liked.
though. Knew it was going to be a wide Yorker. Steps across to the offside. A nice little lap shot. Not many people in TDCA level can play that shot.
No, 5 off the over so far. 2 balls to come. 175.
I'm calling a reverse.
Oh, okay. Oh no,
missed it.
He's missed it. Must be pretty tired now, Lee. It's been a magnificent innings.
Could we see a last ball switch shot? Offside field up, no sweeper, no one down at third man. Ball's going to be outside.
Boundary.
Ball will be outside off stump. Will he play the switch hit? Has done it before.
Yeah.
Has he got a switch hit in him?
Has he?
No.
Yeah, 2 off the last ball. Great innings, Lee Stockdale. As ex-students now have made 179? 177. 177. So Glengarry need 178 to win, as Lee Stockdale carried his bat through the whole innings and can be very proud. That's a great knock in a grand final.
So, after being 2 for 10, ex-students claw their way to 177. They'd be content with that, if not happy, knowing that they've got 5 extremely good bowlers, 3 spinners to defend 170 regularly. Probably didn't quite win the last 10 overs there, but they would be quite happy to contain the mighty ex-students to 177. This is as you said, ring-a-ding-ding, have both sides absolutely content with where they're at. We will take a 30-minute lunch break now. Make sure you come back and let's see who will be the 2021-2022 TDCA A-grade champions. Well, we come out here. It's the Glengarry innings now. Glengarry Cricket Club to be the champions this year are chasing 178 for victory. Luke Henderson and Nick Scammell here. Welcome back, Nick Scammell. You've just done the TDCA A-grade presentations. We'll talk about that shortly. But no surprise here, Mr. March, the big show himself, Jimmy Pride, to open the bowling. And Al Jenkins just blocks that one out.
I like it. I like it straight from the word go. Just because it means that there'll be a spinner almost guaranteed to be operating at least one end the entire innings now. And,
Absolutely.
I really like it. We'll see Jimmy, probably Andy Matthews, and then I'd imagine Stocky and Cade Duncan, these guys come on through the middle overs. So Warney probably a little bit later than usual, just because he of what he did against them a few weeks ago.
And plays that one straight back. Al Jenkins in good form. Well, we talked about X-Tunes after being 2 for 10. It was the captain's game. Lee Stockdale batting the full 50 overs. Not out 91. Flicked out to mid-wicket. Jenkins off strike. Not out 91. So we talked about the predictions at the start, 80 plus. You couldn't get a much better innings than that. I just had a quick chat to him in the break and he said that 180 he thought was par. The wicket's starting to be a little bit slower and lower than they probably first thought. So whilst he's not happy with 177, he would have liked obviously 300, but he is content.
Amazing innings, really.
Unbelievable.
He had to probably stop and start a couple of times there. He would have liked to have scored pretty freely.
Yeah.
But, geez, fantastic.
He was off strike for a big period of time as well, just the way things happened until the end. And Michael Stockdale did a fantastic job. They put on 67 between them for their last wicket. And Michael Stockdale not out 19. He scored 15 singles and one boundary, 4 with 19 not out. Oh, it just goes past.
Here we go.
Frank Marks opening the batting. Rick Batista batting at 7, also made 23. 22 to James Pride. And for the bowlers, no doubt the pick of the bowlers, Cam Graham, the pig, 10 overs, 3 for 35, including 2 early ones. Maxie Merton, 1 for 33 from 6. 1 for 35 from Nat Freitag. And 1 for 28 from the Busker.
Very delicate there.
Very much like his older brother Blender, the way he just played that one down to third man. All those little funky dibs and dabs that they play. And Frank Marks off the mark with a 2. So the wickets fell. Dyke, first man out. Golden Dark, 1 for 2. Robinson also didn't get trouble to score as 2 for 11. Little fight back from Sharks, 3 for 58. 4 for 67 when Munbury was out. 5 for 76 when the man that uses the 5-pound bat in Harris got out. And then Rick Batista, 6 for 110. At 6 for 110, Lee Stockdale was only on 44. So he took his score from 44 to 91 with his brother. And they've put on 60. So he's got 35 of the... he's got 45 out of the 76. Pretty amazing effort.
Fantastic effort from Mick there, who just gets him on strike.
Yep.
And that was his role. So, well done. As we get some exchange
royalty walks past him, Paul Richards. Tip of the day. Anytime the horse runs with a 13, make sure you're on it. 13 TDCA premierships for my old mate Ted Richards, Paul Richards, and you're right, Panda Matthews, Andy Panda Matthews will come from the Doug Timmins end.
I think it'll suit him. I think that a little bit of a slope in the breeze will just mean that his little ones that he just gets a nibble away from the lefty will just suit nicely here. And
little up and downs.
That slip, we're seeing that just the one slip, but there's kind of like a floating gully. What would you call Warney sitting there, Luke?
It's a short third man, I think.
Short third man
on the circle.
Yeah.
Deep gully, maybe. Yeah. Unusual field. Oh, good running. It was 2 steps down, and yes, Frank, the freak Marks, hesitated a little bit, but they got through quite comfortably after a half misfield. You can hear the tents, the TDCA tents, just starting to get a little bit loud.
So, Luke, we did the presentations at the innings break, such as they were. And congratulations on your Team of the Year effort.
Yeah, thank you. Surprised everybody,
I've got the booklet.
including me.
I've got the booklet here, and I can read out the winners here. So, the A grade batting aggregate and average will be presented after the presentations of the grand final, because Alistair Jenkins has won both of those, which is fantastic. Alistair's made 452 runs at 64.57. A fantastic year. Bowling aggregate, as Andy Matthews comes into bowl.
Just punches it out to point for one.
The bowling aggregate went to Ross Williams of Imperials with 22 wickets.
Wow.
And the bowling average, Adam Brady,
Came home hard
Yep. With a 9.52 average.
Wow.
The representative cricket, TDCA GCL Senior Player of the Year, will be awarded after the grand final, with Nathan Freitag taking that home.
Oh, well done, Nat Freitag.
Campbell Peavy took out the Under-18 Player of the Year, as well as the Kookaburra Rising Star Award.
Wow, did he collect his trophies with a shirt on or off?
The shirt was on, but he's not walking too well at the old moment, old Cambo.
Oh, no good.
Molly Ward was the TDCA Women's GCL Player of the Year on 17.4 points, which is fantastic. Tom Anton Memorial Umpire of the Year went to Peter Baker, which controversially, he's not umpiring in the A-grade game, mate. So I'm not quite sure the selections around that. He didn't want to put himself on there. He just wanted to make the day all about himself.
He might be sampling some of the best pale ales from Goodland Brewing.
Burt Hill Memorial, I think ex-students they don't take it down now. No. It's just the ex-students cricket club won the Burt Hill Memorial Club Championship.
Glued to the wall.
It's glued up there. The Spirit of Cricket.
Oh, big award.
Goes to Gormandale Cricket Club.
Hey.
And the Spirit of Cricket individual went to Peter Dunstan of Imperials for his tireless efforts for club and the league throughout the year. The TDCA team, I'll be able to read out once I find it.
So I think when was the Spirit of Cricket for individuals for contributions to some of the things that the Dash did for the league this year, mate?
He not only took on the his own club presidency when the chips were down a little bit with Imperials, but he also took on the under-18 GCL coaching gig, which is was a little bit tough considering the player eligibility, and also taking that on while his son's playing under 15s at the same time, and not being able to watch his son play is also a great effort. He's also been a big contributor throughout the year with the delegates, and being part of big things to come for the TDCA.
Well done, Pete Dasher Dunstan.
So the TDCA, Nathan Freitag, both three-time winners.
Of course, this based on statistics.
This is based on statistics. So it's
just a glorious little glide down there from Jenkins down to third man, and Matthews chases it with a big arm in, comes back for two.
So based purely on aggregates, I should say, Luke.
Aggregates, yep.
Lee Stockdale is eighth-time winner.
Eighth-time.
Ant Scott, the first time he's been selected. Frank Marks, which is his third. Dougal Williams, his second. Ryan Morley, his third.
Wow.
Ross Williams, his first time. Fantastic. And then Adam Brady, 11-time winner of the Team of the Year, which is a new record.
Have to be a record.
Equal record, I should say.
Who's he tied with?
With Kent Hammond.
Wow, he's a good mate.
Michael Warren is his fourth selection. Luke Henderson is first. And Ben Marks, seven times wicketkeeper.
Wow.
Amazing effort.
And good little running there as Glengarry moves to 11 off the third over.
Already big intent. They haven't played a big shot, nothing loose. I think that would be what, try to not do what ex-students did early and lose those early wickets, because it seems to be the wicket is a little bit better to bat on early.
Oh, absolutely, no doubt about it. And a shout out to Tim Spotswood down here in Tassie, who ex-TDCA Glengarry cricketer, premiership player at Glengarry.
Premiership player at Glengarry.
Fantastic. Good memory there from you, Nick. And Nice little sweep shot by Marks for one. And just wanted to know about the score, and I thought 180 was about par, and he just made the observation that would be fair. If Freitag gets going, it's probably game over. He watched him. He played in a game down in Tasmania against him where he made 275 not out in a one-day match, or in one day it was. Sorry, so 275. In a day. Sensational. Of course, in the other league, he did get a 200 in a semi-final as well when he was captaining Centrals. I don't know if he was captain, but playing for Centrals anyway. So has been a big game player. Of course, last year's man of the match as well. And no doubt when he comes out to bat, probably at 3, the ex-students boys will be wanting to see him leave pretty cheaply.
I think Stockdale will be on straight away. I think that'll be the match-up. And, it'll be interesting to see what happens.
No doubt about
91 in a grand final. Carry the bat the entire way. Amazing effort, isn't it?
Sensational. We talked about the two big bulls, Lee Stockdale for his team, the captain ex-students, and the big bull for Glengarry in Nathan Freitag. And it would be an absolute treat if Nat gets a 50-plus as well to sit here and watch those two go about their business. The two are very, very best cricketers that we've got. We just see a pretty different type of field to probably the ones that Nat was setting. So, more cover sort of through the cover areas and so forth.
No slips early.
Yep.
Like Glengarry kept theirs into about the 10 over mark. But straight away they've gone, no, we're happy to give you ones if you're good enough. But we're going to also stop that boundary. So scoring pressure does really creep up on you. The left-hand, right-hand combination, we've got Panda. He's doing the same thing as what the Glengarry guys did, going around and then over. So
unusual,
certainly some ploys here maybe on the flatter wicket.
Yeah.
But interesting tactic to Al Jenkin, and we'll see what comes.
Absolutely. I think they're just banking on the pitch to keep low, so probably angling in stump to stump is what they're looking for.
I don't mind a little catching cover for Jenkin. I wouldn't mind mid-wicket to probably be in a little bit though as well. I reckon he's a little bit of a chipper to mid-wicket, especially if you do a little pace-off delivery.
Yep.
But again, really good field here from Stockdale.
Yep. Oh, straight through. Nothing better than a tall left-hander punching the ball off the back foot and straight through for 4. First boundary for the Glengarry innings. Shout out to Hayden Ross Schultz, one of the best, it is the best grand final innings that I've ever seen played when Glengarry broke the hoodoo and got their premiership a few years back against ex-students, led by Michael Warren at the time, ex-students, and I think Sam Marks might have been the captain for Glengarry. Chased down 300 on day 2 with Hayden Ross Schultz. 150 was it, or 130?
It was around 130, 140.
Batted the whole day.
Yeah, amazing,
give or take.
amazing effort.
Amazing innings. And I think they won with about 6 or 7 overs to spare. But yeah, one of the best grand finals. Ex-students, didn't they, by batting the whole day and had 3 and over and got it. Amazing, actually. I think it was 104 overs, so they used those extra overs to get the 300. And Frank will go in the air, definitely early. Bit of intent now from Glengarry, but they got the sweeper out there at deep square leg for 1.
Got dropped last week, Frank Marks did, and ended up going on to make a big 30 or 40. And I think the 2 balls after he was dropped, he pounded one over the fence for 6.
Yeah.
So you can't afford to give him a chance.
Nope. So we talked about one of the best grand final knock that I've seen in Hayden Ross Schultz in the Glengarry's big win a few years back. You've been around a lot longer. Beautiful shot through mid-wicket by Jenkin for 1. Just a class act, Al Jenkin. I love watching him. Tall left-hander, so balanced when he hits the ball. The best. You've been around a lot longer than me in the TDCA, Nick. You carried into the ground. Second day born. I think Cole picked you up from hospital, you and Mum from hospital, and brought you out to the cricket. But you've been around a lot longer than me. The best grand final knock that you've seen?
I think Hamo got a 150.
Yeah, wow.
A while ago now. I remember Geordie Gilmore's against Churchill a few years ago as well.
That was
The
good.
first live stream.
Yeah, it was.
That was a very impressive 100. Apart from that, I think Grantley Switzer's made some big hundreds in grand finals as well. The biggest grand final score goes to Frank Sartori back in the 50s.
Wow.
He made 180.
180.
That was when Rovers were, I think they were Traralgon White at that stage.
Traralgon White.
I think that, yes. So, yeah.
Pretty creative clubs back then.
Yeah, some.
Well, just split the town in 4, was it? Is that the way it went?
Well, we could start off with a bit of Traralgon history if you wanted to.
Yeah,
it was
tell
all
us.
churches originally.
Was it?
The Presbyterians versus
Wow.
the Methodists.
How times have changed.
And then the footballers as well had a team.
What, against the churches?
Against the churches.
Yeah, wow.
And the footballers actually won the first ever premiership in the TDCA
Did
league. Yeah. So there you go.
There you go.
There's a bit of trivia for you.
So what happened to the footballers? Did they become anyone, or
The footballers just ended up, not going
Folding,
anywhere.
yep.
But then after when the war broke out, it was when the war came back. When everyone came back from the war, I should say, was when some of the more regular names that you see now started coming into it. Your Centrals and Imperials and City and those types of teams.
I've played at a few clubs and in a few associations in Gippsland, and the TDCA definitely has the most unique club names going around. When you've got Imperials Cricket Club, great name, Imperials. Obviously the ex-students, and big joke back in when I was a young kid at the West Bensdale Cricket Club was that everybody's an ex-student, so that's why they're always strong, because everyone plays there. I don't know why things are funny when you're drunk. Centrals, of course, must be in the middle of town, but it's actually in Traralgon West.
Central started out at Yallourn North, so
Central started at Yallourn North.
they played in the Yallourn North competition when Yallourn North had a competition.
Wow.
And then they came into Traralgon.
And you've the Gormandale Cricket Club that plays at Traralgon West.
Gormandale now plays at Stoddart.
Then you had Traralgon West back when I first started, playing at a school.
Oh. Traralgon West played at, yes.
They played at a school, but the ex-students didn't.
And then obviously Rovers as well.
Oh, the Rovers.
Yeah,
Obviously.
So there's some interesting ones.
Must have been a dog at the boardroom table with old Rover. So, yeah, been some interesting club names.
Well, Geraldine Ballari used to play at Churchill.
Yeah, of course, and Cats was in it as well, which when you're out of town, you never knew that it was actually an acronym for anything. So you just thought, why is there? There's a club called Rovers and a club called Cats. Surely they're arch rivals. There's always some weird stuff going on.
Oh, jeez. The Bairnsdale Cricket Association need to get out more.
Oh, we just had clubs named after towns. That was
Yeah,
how
but then-
original of us.
But then Bairnsdale's got some weird, funky nicknames, I suppose. The Tussocks.
Oh, the Tussocks, one of the
Gets
best.
brought up every live
Yeah,
stream.
it does. Whippet Henderson old man would be loved to. Warney on early spin coming from this end as well. Warren, who's had how many times did you say? 3 times team of the year, was it?
it was his
fourth
yeah, I
time,
think it was his
but he's
fourth.
also been to 10 country weeks, 8 country weeks, something like that. GCL, Black Cap, leg spinner that's opened the bowling a lot in one-day cricket. Hasn't done it much this year, which has been probably a bit of a change for ex-students, and he's been bowling a lot later in the one-days, which has seen his wickets come up because 10 overs, 1 for 20 or none for 20.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden taking wickets, bowling to blokes like you and me, mate. Oh, sorry, you're an opener. My apologies.
Oh, yeah. I don't mind. I think the hard wicket suits him here, especially the way Al plays. Like the one we've just seen, likes to lean back, give himself a bit of room. Warney will stop that.
Nice little drive there. We'll come back for 2. Frank Marks running well. It's a much different start, isn't it, compared to the ex-students innings. They moved to none for 26.
It's like they're just feeling each other out.
Yeah, it
At
is.
the moment, but
Old rope-a-dope.
the score's actually jumped up
Yeah.
quite significantly. So they're hitting their balls when they get a chance,
Yeah.
and hey, good on them.
We just that's that pitch we talked about, just keeping low. We also talked about from a leg spin and a bowl from this end with the hill or the ramp, as they call it out at Glengarry. The shape of the pitch probably surprised me a little bit. I thought he might have bowled from the other end coming down it. bowling up into it, but bowling a lot of sliders as he does in one-day cricket. Michael Warne. Yeah, well, of course, in Benzo, you got the Tussics. We talk about good cricket nicknames, don't we? Merlu Tussics. The Swamp Rats. Glen Allerdale, Lindeno South merger, the Swamp Rats. I reckon that's one of the better ones. Swamp Rats. You got the Lakes Entrance and Painesville are both the Seagulls. So, obviously, token around water, but Seagulls is not really something that it would inspire you. You wouldn't have thought to play better. It's not a tiger or a lion, is it? A seagull.
There wasn't any controversy when those teams were announced, were there? Like Brisbane Lions Soccer Club, cracked it or anything. No,
can't remember that. But then you have West Bensdale that just refuses to have a nickname. They're just West Bensdale, and then they run with the tagline "Westies Best." So I guess they're the besties in the modern world. The besties.
I think I've actually seen that tattooed on Brodie Anderson's arm, isn't it?
Wouldn't have been a big tattoo. Very small arms, that man. Brodie Anderson playing in a semi-final today, the West Boys. The Brewtham Bulldogs. Bulldogs is a good name. I like them Bulldogs. Yep. Then you move into the Sale Mafra League. We're a bit more traditional as well. 2 leagues merged many years ago. Bundalegua didn't really, a bit like Merlu, a cricket club in the middle of nowhere. Fantastic facilities, though. They're the best cricket facilities probably in country Victoria, really, from a cricket club's point of view. But they've just a bit more modern. They've gone to the Bundy Bulls. So the Bulls. And then Sale Cricket Club, you'd think they'd be the Magpies like the footy club, but they're the Swans. So that's always a bit different.
And then the Stratford Football Club are Stratford Footy Club are the Swans, aren't they?
Stratford Footy Club are the Swans.
But their cricket team are the Redbacks.
The Redbacks, exactly right. So, bit of a mixture.
They must have been at different meetings.
Yeah, different meetings. Warwick, the Toads. That's a good one. The Toads.
The Toads. That's
a good nickname. And then their logo was a toad sitting on a lily pad. That looks great. Spent a couple of years at the Toads, and one of the more interesting cricket clubs I've played at. Small little facilities, underdogs all the time. Captained by the great Ian Wrigglesworth, and didn't win a lot. Drank a lot, didn't win a lot.
Oh.
They had Guy Smokey Dawson as one of the good players there. Nice little, just leaned off it. Goes down to fine leg, and the score ticks over to 30 as they come back for 2.
Hasn't been much like near misses or anything like
that.
No,
nothing.
So it's maybe spin.
It's a bit of a nothing sort of start, isn't it?
Yeah, but the Glengarry have gotten off to a relative flyer.
They'd be happy, yeah, absolutely, real happy. And of course, some of the Cobras, the Cobras in Churchill. Mm-hmm. What else do we have around that area?
I'm trying to think.
The Sharks.
There's lots
of Latrobe Sharks.
Hmm.
Ex-student Sharks, Latrobe Sharks.
We'd obviously love to hear.
What are the Cats' nickname? Do they have a logo or?
Yeah, there's just a pair of eyes.
A pair of eyes. Cat eyes, are they?
Cat eyes.
Oh.
Ish.
Yeah.
Catty-ish. Catty eyes.
Starbar eyes.
Starbar eyes. So.
Warnie, the big 22. Warnie Dogs. Leg spin coming. Ooh. Frank Marks just tries to get a little bit aggressive with it, just straight to mid-wicket. Michael Double Dogs, D-O-G-double-Z as he goes by Warne. Leg spin coming. Well bowled. Little inside edge. And bowling quite well. As always, plenty of dot balls when Warnie is bowling early. You can hear the go dogger going right around the ground.
Go the dog.
And of course, there's 2 Melbourne supporters, Nick, the real dogger, Luke Jackson, premiership player last year. We love him, don't we?
What a man.
What a story.
Very interesting character.
Oh, the dog. Of course, unusual that we've got a TDCA Grand Final and AFL football going at the same time. Just, it's it's different. It's good. Later finish to the cricket season this year. Earlier start for the AFL. Michael Warren to continue. Tries the funky. You can just see Frank just probably getting a little bit frustrated. He wants to play a big shot. He's just asking for the hat.
And Tyron sharing some of those videos and photos
fantastic,
of
isn't it?
the day's play. Lee Stockdale walking off to big applause all the way, followed by the drone. Fantastic effort.
I tell you what,
That's
if
great.
you haven't gone to the TDCA Facebook page now, please go there and have a look at this. As Michael Stockdale follows Lee Stockdale off the ground, the little guard of honour from the captain, absolutely glorious video footage of a captain who walked off 91 not out in a grand final. That's a memory video forever. Straight to the Facebook wall, you would take it. Please, everybody, go and have a look at the TDCA Facebook page, TDCA 2122, Tyrone Bramwell. Fantastic photos. And, of course, if
Great
you are
shots.
watching, please let us know where you are. Would love to be letting everybody know where people are watching it. We talked about it earlier. The best place we've had it was the live stream. We talked about it was in Chile, but I reckon the live stream to, I think it was the Aussie bar in Thailand when it was up on the screen. That made me pretty happy a few years back.
Yeah, that
was pretty
fantastic.
hot. And, of course, Rossi and Curl from the Gormadale Cricket Club, the old boys were in Vegas, and they left the blackjack tables or the blackjack tables and went back to the room to watch it. Little glide.
Ooh, they've all got good arms, the students,
they do.
boys. Again, just little finesses, ones and twos, and just
Absolutely.
accumulating the score. So, brilliant batting here.
And Hayden Ross Schultz, we talked about his great innings earlier. Byron Bay, just checking in from Byron Bay, watching his beloved Magpies. What a place to be watching. Beautiful place, Byron Bay. And, of course, up there they've had some damage and so forth of floods in the past month or so. But Hayden tuning in from Byron Bay.
Hanging out with Chris and the Hemsworth family,
Thor,
no doubt.
yep.
Big Thor.
All the other celebrities, Australian celebrities. Where would be your favourite place to live, Nick?
To live.
Yeah, to live.
Oh. I don't know.
Where did the dream?
I really did like. That's runs there.
I'll get back for two.
Go for two.
Should be an easy two. Oh, just a one. Not. Oh no.
What's happened there? Interesting.
Oh, a little bit flat. Just feel like the game's just turned a little bit flat. There wasn't intent to run two.
I think they've come in expecting a wicket early.
Yeah,
and it
just
hasn't
nothing's
for
happened.
them. It's a good running though by Glengarry.
Yep.
Really good stuff.
None for 36. Great start, Glengarry. The two openers just needed to get a good start. Freitag still to bat. The three big guns, wasn't it? The pyramid, the three pillars. Jenkin, Freak Marks, and the captain, the big bull himself in Nat Freitag.
And big Nat.
And of course,
Once he gets out
they've
there.
got so much more to come as well. Sam Marks, they pulled 200 runs this year, coming back from injury.
Well, Sam Marks is the interesting one. He's been an opener, pretty much his whole life. And
that's what we talked about, needing the wicket. A short ball dragged down by Warren. Jenkin tries to lean back and take it for four. Balloons it in the end off the top edge to cover to point, and the first wicket falls.
I don't actually mind it. It might not be the ball that Warney wanted to bowl,
No.
but that's the way that Jenkin plays and
Yeah.
he shapes up. So that angled blade, and he just wanted to go for it. It looked like it almost held up, or it did something.
Yeah.
It wasn't quite on top of it. So I'll give Warney a pass, Mark,
Absolutely.
even though I think he was thinking, geez, I've dragged that
And
one
look,
down there.
body language suggested, didn't it? It was body language suggested didn't quite come out where he wanted, but it doesn't matter because the wicket fell. Big wicket. We just talked about the ball before. Maybe a little bit, the game gone a little bit flat, but all of a sudden it's come to life. And the interesting thing about it, we talk about body language. Have a look at the body language of the big bull Freitag. He's out there already before the ex-students boys even broke from the huddle. It's game on.
He's not a real flappable guy.
No.
He's not going to shirk an issue, and you know, he knows that Dill's there ready to back him up at any stage as well in the crowd. So there'll be a little bit going on out there. There won't be too much, but if they get him out though, watch out.
And right up your alley, Nick, a little Seinfeld comment from I Choose Not to Run from made by the great man himself in Hayden Rochelts.
That was some of my best work, that was.
Obviously, you need a wingman that watched Seinfeld. So, wasn't quite across it. I liked it. I like it now that I know it. And similar type of ball, different field though, because the sweeper goes out and Freitag punches it off there. He's off the mark for one.
One thing Nat does incredibly well is uses his crease, more so than anyone in the TDCA.
Yep.
And you watch him, he'll watch it and watch it till the last second, and then he jumps back and he'll place it where he wants to.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, most batsmen in the league will bat from the crease, whereas he just uses all the space that he's got, and amazingly well.
Little whip shot there from whip to mid-wicket, taking it from outside off through to mid-wicket. No score for Frank. The big 22, the big dogger, gets the first wicket for the Sharks. Looked wrong-ish. Cramped him up a little bit, and just see Frank Marks, the freak, wanted to be a little bit busy, can't you? You can just see that.
I think the scoreboard operators have had some feedback about glare on the scoreboard. Warney's doing what Warney does here, Luke.
He does.
Some very Warney things going on. One for 37 from 9. I would have said Glengarry was on. It swung back to be 50-50 at this stage.
True.
Jimmy Pride opened the bowling, so this is now going to be his 6th over.
Yeah. Continuing on. The right arm off spin of the left-hander. Just a little bit of bite off the deck there, and she's with it, but definitely got a little bit bigger on him than he first thought.
Big crowd in, Luke.
Oh, huge crowd, record crowd. I've just done the maths. There's 2,500 people here. Just did a little head count. 2,500 people here watching it, and 2,000. Big shout. Oh,
he thought
everybody's having a look at that one.
There was a bit of thought process in that, Luke.
Everyone's having a look. Bowler was looking. Batsman was looking. Umpire was looking. And after a good think about it, gave it not out. Big moment.
He was. He had prop forward.
Russell North MP, the local independent. Big moment just there. Big LB shout to the skipper in Nathan Freitag. Given not out. That was a big look, though, wasn't it? Big look.
He had a real big think about that one. And there he is using his crease. Goes back. Tries to flay one. But the man of the moment, Michael Warne, he is everywhere.
Absolutely. A little spring in his step with the early wicket. Pegging that ball back in. And interesting, I believe Rick Batista was keeping at the start of the year. And we just see in the grand final Dyke keeping. I think maybe the back from Batista playing up, so Dyke keeping.
I think what would have happened is Lee, being the first slipper, would have gotten absolutely sick of Rick talking the entire time, and just said, "No, we're going to go to the 2016-17 keeper of the year, Matt Dyke, instead, Rick, because we've all had enough."
Is that why Rick spends so much time out on the fence?
Absolutely, and it doesn't matter though, because you can still hear him. He's one of the more. There's certain types of sledges in the league, and Rick is by far just the most foul for just noise, and he's up there with Chris Lena.
Oh, and I think you'd be up there. You're more of a blow-up sledger.
I'm more of a blow-up. I'm more of a... I'll bide me time, and then just...
But when you go, wow.
Yeah.
Back just in time. Big
things
moment.
Are happening here.
It is. Warney's turning this game on its head.
Warney or Arnie? Look at that strike.
And like so many cricket commentators have said for so many years, Warney is turning this game. This is the TDCA version of Michael Warne. You can feel him turning this game with his leg breaks.
I think if Frank continues to do that, he's just playing into his hands.
I agree.
I wrestle a little bit back from him.
Like that.
And he's tried it and he's not been allowed to.
It's well bowled here. Warney holding his nerve. Big moment here. You can feel one or the other's going to win this. I don't think she's going to be a nil or draw.
Nah, absolutely not.
The big 22 from Sharks.
Oh, jeez, and he still just can't get away. He just wants off strike here.
Does want
Warney's
off strike.
not giving it to him. Really good field placements here.
There's fantastic
Giving him,
captaincy.
Stocky's giving him the option, but they're not allowing anything.
Yep. I reckon you'll find the short third man, the way he's walking, isn't necessarily straight in at the keeper. So what Stockdale's done here, he's opened up third man. Marks is looking at it, but I reckon if you just watch it, I don't know if the camera can pick it up, third man's just walking a little bit to his left just to cut that angle off. So, Sharks.
And geez, that's a good over.
That's a great over. Maiden over. A shot off every ball. Big maiden.
That's a fantastic over.
And you can just
in
feel
this
momentum
situation.
swung back to the Sharks, can't you? The
Yeah.
crowd's got louder.
Absolutely. The runs are just dried up.
Paul Richards' voice, how loud it is often a good measurement of momentum.
Yeah,
It's just got louder.
it's about 14 VB decibels at the moment.
Pride to continue, 7th over, straight.
Good shot.
Nice shot by Freitag.
That's
As
what
you
he
said,
does.
uses crease, 1.
Gets one.
One thing the Sharks are doing is pinging that ball back in at the keeper. And batsmen are ducking and weaving everywhere.
If I was watching it, being a neutral observer, I'd say they're almost throwing the ball into the ground a little bit.
Oh.
Luke. Getting it a little bit softer.
Getting the white ball a bit softer. Allegedly. Nah, they're just doing it. Every,
Yeah,
every
just-
team in the world does it.
Every team does it.
Especially when you've got 3 spinners in your side.
I don't think we've got a camera that's going to be looking at anyone's pockets for. What's happened then? All sorts.
Bowler's fallen over.
The bowler's fallen
Batsman's
over.
missed it. Keeper's dropped it.
Missed it.
That's buys.
Boys there. And now the Glengarry supporters.
Well, it's
are
a fight
starting
back.
to- Montagues versus the Capulets.
And the Montagues are fought back.
Yeah. Lots of thumb biting.
And thumb biting. Just keep it low, isn't it? Who's the 4th spinner for Sharks? I reckon they're going to find a 4th spinner today.
I think that's where Kay Duncan comes into it.
Skidders.
Yeah, I reckon little swingies, just pace off. Oh, see, they're playing into their hands a little bit there, Frank. I reckon you just got to watch that one a little bit more carefully.
I agree.
And of course, all these cars are sitting around watching the A-grade grand final. But after the game, Glengarry's going to keep the party running, win, lose or draw. They've got live music on the deck tonight.
Live music on the deck.
And should be a great atmosphere for after what's going to be a great...
Live music on the deck after the grand
live
final
music
party.
After the deck, after the grand
Surely
final.
it's not Katy Perry.
One off.
Surely it's not Katy Perry. And the Sophie Molyneux.
The Sophie Molyneux there. No, it's actually... oh, geez, I can't even remember who else sing with that time.
Oh, yeah,
I
I don't know.
Richmond, who cares?
Yeah, don't watch them.
No.
And what about the Bulldogs in Melbourne? They had their own little rendition, didn't they, of their own feud around music?
Freed from desire.
Freed
Yeah.
from desire.
It'll be interesting when the D's play them next week.
Yeah,
Oh, they played them on the... Oh, sorry, I
good
missed
win.
that. Oh.
good win. Like all grand finals, surely for the last 40 years, We Are the Champions would be played at some time.
Toongabbie bashed it out
They
last
bashed it
week,
out. I
didn't they?
saw that. The
Over
B-grade grand
PA.
final, first song as soon as the winners were announced, We Are the Champions. Well bowled again by Warren. 9 dot balls in a row.
Yeah, only 1 run off the last 3 overs so far. So
Yep.
I've really pegged it back here.
I've just seen an extra person come in the gate, so it's now 2,504 people have come in. A
amazing.
new TDCA record.
Amazing.
New record.
Oh,
So, yeah.
he's
Big wicket by Freitag. Pointing it, turns around. Little bit of noise being made here by the crowd, and a big wicket by Warren. You could see how happy he was, and Freitag gets frustrated. 10 balls equals a wicket. Big wicket.
Jeez, that is out of character.
Oh.
I'm very surprised that's just happened. That's a massive turning point in this game.
That's a frustration wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just no scoring. The thing will be, Sam's been really good at number 4 all year now, so it's not going to be panic stations or anything like that. But geez, that's very uncharacteristic. You almost had to get through that period. Yeah. Drinks was coming up in the 17th.
Yeah,
I know it's a little far away, but you can regroup then. You can have that break in place. So interesting that's happened.
Just dot balls everywhere, wasn't it?
Really good. Good.
And Jack Robbo takes the catch at mid-off and a little point around to the crowd. Happy with his own efforts there. Well played. Warney, you could see it in his face, couldn't you? Just the big wicket, the double fister, salt and pepper shaker celebration, and the big wicket of Freitag. 2 for 40, 13 overs, 14 dot balls in a row throughout this match from Michael Warren. Absolutely amazing.
Well, we're almost now in the exact same situation that Sharks were in.
Absolutely.
The only difference was that Stockdale was still in
Batted
compared
through.
to Freitag being out. So, yeah, massive.
And the other thing that happens here with Sam Marks is that whilst he's had a pretty good year, he does take a lot longer to hits a lot of balls to fielders, doesn't he? So it's important that he just does what he did there. Get off strike, turn it over, allow Frank to get on strike. And what Frank has to now do is drop the frustrations. You could feel and it looked like he was starting to get frustrated.
Yep.
He's now just got to bat through.
100%.
But he also has to bat his way. He's an aggressive cricketer. He's not a blocker. He plays his strokes, and he has to continue to do that. Jenkin and Freitag out 2 big wickets. Gave that one a little bit more air to see if he'd come down at it. Michael Warren is turning this game on its head. The dog, D-O-G, double Z, 2 wickets, drop the mic. Michael Warren turned this game on its head.
And taking 2 of the better players out of the league. Amazing. Fantastic. Chest pumped up now.
Absolutely. And I think the return of Robert Pride might be coming. Just smell some vape in the air.
I might, I'll duck out and, he's just had a call from the bots. Just making Sammy wait a little bit here. Two for 41 from 13. Chasing 178 for victory. Under the lid, Luke. Here we go.
Brings the bat pad in.
It's just a pressure ploy, isn't it? Because there hasn't been anything that's really gripped and spat at anyone. No. So really it's just about building up pressure, or that perceived pressure that there is now. And as Bop comes in to the truck, I will now depart. And let's see what happens over the next 10, 20 overs.
And thank you very much, Nick Scammell, the TDCA Secretary. You've had a big day today, up down here about 8 o'clock, setting everything up. Lots of organising. The presentations being done at the halftime break. And Jimmy Pride to bowl his 8th over straight. 2 big wickets from Michael Warren, 2 for 41. And as Bopper comes in, the smile on your face suggests the big wicket. 3 for Pride fights back. The smile on your face, Bop. Hashtag love Bop has gone big. You must be happy.
I'm not going to lie, that's good to see. I very biased when it comes to this bowl. I love watching him have success. They call him Mr. March, and he does perform in March.
Absolutely. 3 wickets, a good start by Glengarry. none for 30, now 3 for 41, and all of a sudden the Glengarry Cricket Club just getting a little bit more nervous.
Well, that's the 3 big ones we spoke about earlier, isn't it? That's
Yeah.
their 3 key batsmen back in the shed now. Actually, no,
Well,
it's
Sam Marks
there,
but
sorry.
Frank the Freak, as we've called him today, very similar to Ian Harvey, the Victorian and Australian cricketer of many years ago. When he bowls, very similar run-up. So he's now, the monkey is now Freak Marks.
I've never seen him bowl.
Haven't you? Yeah, Frank.
Oh, Frank, yeah.
Very
Sorry,
similar
Frank,
to Ian
yeah.
Harvey, yep.
Very similar. Good, had a great career, Frank. Very
Absolutely.
good cricketer.
Been a superstar
Who
for
have we
this
got
cricket
coming
club.
here? Is that Busk?
The Big Busk.
Big basket. This another good batsman, another
Yeah,
crucial
absolutely.
wicket here. Not as important as the other 3 we've mentioned, but good batsman, good cricketer too.
Yep. Paul Henry still to come. Blender still to come. So still got depth.
Good depth in both batting orders on display today. But I think Glengarry here need to tread water for 10 overs. Go 10 overs here without losing a wicket, then reassess and go again. But Busk seems to have other ideas. Pretty keen to get off the mark there. So I think Jimmy's bowled well here so far for his 8 overs so far. Been pretty tidy. Lucky to get the reward there of getting a wicket.
Absolutely.
With, so what are they? 3 for 41 in the 15th over.
Yep.
You'd say on par.
Absolutely.
On par so far with how students went.
Well, they've actually, ex-students are now hit the front because, of course, they were 2 for 60.
Right, they were too, yes.
So after being 2 for 10, it was that good partnership. But now Sharks, Michael Warren turning this game. Jimmy Pride backing him up. 3 wickets real quick. And just a run hasn't come for now 3 overs, 4 overs, and that's why wickets are falling.
I think you sort of, from the side watching, you felt students feel the moments coming. Like,
Yep.
you saw them lift in the field. They started getting the balls perhaps you thought they wouldn't get to, and just
Absolutely.
really starting to lift to the occasion. And they've been rewarded with 3 quick wickets. So
Yep.
Warney to continue here with. After the first final, you might have thought Michael Warren would be the weakness in the bowling attack after he took a fair bit of stick.
Oof.
But, geez, he's on song today, the old Dogler.
Champions fight back, and what a fight back he's had. 2 big wickets. The moments come his way. As I said earlier, so many cricket commentators for so many years have said Warren is turning this game, and we'll just get our own chance to say it in the TDCA commentary truck. But this is
With the blonde hair and everything.
This is Michael Dogs, DOG, Warren, 2 wickets for none.
Andy Crackett, the fresh batsman,
Yeah,
right
absolutely.
here, right now. Oh, throwing it up too. He's full of confidence,
Tossing it up,
isn't he?
yep, absolutely. And now he'll loop him up a bit more to the Busk, hoping he tries to get underneath it. And you'll bowl a little bit flatter and quicker to Marks. More sliders into Frank Marks, the freak.
We'll be a little on the paranoid side of getting hit here by Frank, but
And smart, because Frank does hit the ball a long way.
hits him very clear. I remember watching Frank here one day, pulled a half tracker off Andy Matthews into this big gum tree here at centre wing.
wow.
Hit the tree 3/4 away up, and the crack it made when it hit the tree, come bouncing back, ended up back here at the infield.
Wow.
I've never seen a ball hit quite like it. Wow.
Just
But like you predicted, Warney going a bit flatter, a bit quicker here to Frank, trying to tie him down. Hopefully he can get him to do something silly. Oh, that was a bit full up.
beautiful ball.
It does
Nice
look
pace.
good here, doesn't he?
Does look good, right on it.
Crowd's grown.
Yeah, well, we just talked about it earlier, Bob. It is a TDCA official record. There's 2,504 people here
Yeah,
who did a
right.
head count. Huge crowd at the TDCA Grand Final.
That's real good numbers.
The East State Credit Grand Final, the Workforce Excess Grand Final, the Goodland Brewing Grand Final, and of course the Russell North Local Independent MP Grand Final. Plenty of sponsors. We thank all the sponsors right around the TDCA for all the work they've done. And of course, massive thanks to Red Onion, who for the 5th year now has come down and allowed us to take the TDCA Grand Finals right across the world.
Do a great job too, the Red Onion. Really good job. In comes Dogs to Busk again, and he hit him on the pads.
Oh,
And
close.
Boozer says no. It looked good from here, but I might be a little biased given I'm ex-students. I'd give them all. And I'd say we got Jimmy to continue here for his 9th over. Could we have had a better day? Had a rain interrupted
cracker.
first weekend of finals.
Yep.
I don't think there was no rain last weekend, but she was a bit damp, the
Yeah, a bit
grounds and
damp.
stuff. But
Threatened. This has
Threatened.
been a cracker.
I can't believe they had 10 mil of rain here yesterday
Yeah, unbelievable.
and overnight, and the ground's in great nick.
And of course, what's been great about this little start here from ex-students having Glengarry at 3 for 45 is that Lee Stockdale hasn't bowled yet.
No.
So still got him to come.
Still got 10 overs to come on one of the miserliest bowlers in the comp. Oh, Jimmy really flying him up there. I feel like Jim's getting to the back end of his spell here and really chasing some wickets with that bit of flight there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Starting to get
buy-
hungry. But
Trying to buy one just before the drinks break. Last over before drinks. We'll toss him up a little bit more. Smart bowler.
Oh, Frank don't want to bar of him here. Frank's
No.
playing smart, getting himself to the drinks break here so then he can start again and go again.
It needs to be there at drinks. 4 balls to go. Can they? Will they get one before drinks? 4 for at drinks.
Oh,
Well bowled again.
always loved the second innings of grand final a little bit more than the first innings.
Yep,
Might be the childish side in me, but geez, the crowd comes alive.
absolutely.
So much more noise. Everything just sort of goes up that next bit level with the chance of a result coming.
Absolutely beautiful on drive there by Frank Marks. Walks through for 1. 2 balls to go before drinks. Busk on strike, fresh batsman. Jim Pride, Mr. March as he's known, licking his lips to get a fresh batsman with 2 balls before drinks. The field just comes up a little bit. Oh, flights it right up there.
Throwing it right up there saying, have a crack at me. Really sitting it out there saying, have a piece of that. But it looks like the Glengarry batsmen here are going the smart option, which I'd rather see him swing from the hills. But anyway, you can't get everything you want, can you? Look. Oh!
Faster ball, arm ball. Little half share. More of a, I can't believe we didn't quite get it moment. And at the drinks break, the workforce excess drinks break. Ex-students hitting the front now. Glengarry, 3 for 46. Runs are great. 3 wickets. And I think the big thing about the wickets, 3's not bad, but it is Jenkins, it is Freitag. 2 of the big ones.
That's who they are.
And Sam Marks as well.
But you've still got Frank there. Like, while Frank is still there, Glengarry is still well and truly in this game.
Absolutely.
Especially Paul Henry to come. Paul's better than holds up an end. He can score his own runs and go deep. Then you got Chris Dunn, handy batsman to come. Nick Granger at the end. He can do some Blender, who we know what Blender will do. Blender will lift to the big occasion if he needs
Absolutely.
to. But as both teams go off for a drink, I think I don't know why they're going all the way off the ground for a drinks break. I'm not having to go at anyone here. Glengarry did it in the first innings. The
Yep.
umpires are clearly allowing it, but
Well, of course, the drinks breaks are now that you're not allowed to supply drinks, so you've got to bring your own. So they're one of those COVID safe rules that really doesn't make a lot of sense if we want to be honest about it.
doesn't make a lot of sense at all because as soon as the game finishes, I can go to the bar and buy you a beer, but you can't
Yes,
pass
that's
me
right.
a drink out on the ground.
That's
So
right. You can't pass cordial, but you can pass canned beer.
Yeah.
So interesting. But anyway,
just another one of those rules that perhaps the science isn't as clear to us and we don't understand the rules, or
us mere mortals.
or perhaps that in the oversight of trying to get society back to normal, it's just something that's been overlooked, and next year it might all be back to normal. But
That's right.
I want it to be back to normal because, geez, I've missed RVTs. Main reason I umpire is for a crack at RVT, and I'm not getting up to bring me on.
So in your cricket time, the best afternoon teas, the club that supplies the best afternoon teas, the one you get excited to when you get this weekend you're umpiring here, Robert, where do you get a little bit excited?
I must admit, given that ex-students get my mother to prepare their RVT and they all chip in cash,
Yeah.
I'll be keen for the ex-students one. But
Yes.
Imps has always been good.
Yep.
They
Imps
get
have looked good.
But Brett Chapman's not there anymore, so I don't know if they'll still have the services of Rhonda Chapman.
Rondo always did a good afternoon tea, no doubt.
Toongabbie have always been good for an RVT.
Scones at Toongabbie.
Yeah, scones at Toongabbie.
Sandwiches and scones, I think, have to be on the table if you're going to be known as the best.
Oh, 100%. Sandwiches and scones. Nothing. I do love a Tim Tam and a mint slice, but when you get there and there's 4 packets of each, it's like, come on, boys.
And seriously, if you brought barbecue shapes, come on.
No.
Yeah, come on.
My go-to used to be a pull-apart from Baker's Delight.
Yep.
Get a couple of those.
Very
They're good.
Easy to get on the way too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm a very easy operator.
Yes.
But I must admit, when I first heard that the grand finals were being had outside Traralgon, I was a bit like, oh, no, we won't get the numbers. It's too far out of the way.
Yeah.
But crowd here is great.
Yeah, well, just a car load of 3 people came in then, so we're now up to 2,507 people here. It is an absolute TDCA grand final crowd record.
Who had the poor
2,507.
job of walking around counting all them?
We've got a guy on the gate clicking, so that's how
perfect.
amazing it is.
That's
So,
a tough job.
Yeah. 2,507 people here.
That's a lot.
Yep. Seriously, mate, I'm pulling those numbers out my ass.
I thought you might have been. I was looking around going, I've been at North Giffey Grand Finals and they've had 10,000. They're only a quarter of this. But we'll run with that. 2,500 people, I'm good with that.
But it is a great crowd. A ring of cars right around the ground. Great viewing ground. The deck has good numbers up on it. It's a little footy deck, absolutely. Not a cricket deck. That's like a footy deck up there.
Yeah.
And, of course, 3 tents. We've got the VIP Goodland Brewing VIP tent. The ex-students tent's just starting to get loud as we can hear my old mate Sticks Richards just starting to warm up.
This game goes to the 40th over in this innings. You can guarantee that little double marquee over there is going to start playing up like a second-hand lawnmower.
And, of course...
They will be making all sorts of noise.
And, of course, to the right of screen, we've got the Glengarry tent. I believe it's a tent full of footballers up there, from what I see.
I think it is. And Glengarry locals on the hill there.
Yep,
Good
lovely.
numbers there too. They'll get vocal.
Oh, in footy season always gets vocal up there.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give you the tip. Being a non-playing coach out here, Gormandale Glengarry was never fun. And it was even less fun when I was a playing coach at the Stratford Club against Glengarry.
Yeah. I remember the days when the Stratty used to play in the North Gippy.
Real going up there.
Yeah.
The cans had kicked in and feedback was flying.
It's funny how as the day gets longer, people get more vocal.
Yeah.
But what he's bowled an absolute treat here. I've probably all year haven't stood behind him watching him bowl, but he looks like he's getting good shape.
Absolutely. A little bit of drift.
So.
Yeah.
Good arm there. Mitch Harris, good arm.
Yeah, big man. Uses the 5-pound bat. Big man, big
I
arm.
think he just goes big with everything, Mitchy
Yeah.
Harris. Might be making up for something, I don't know.
Drives a big car.
Oh,
Nice
that's
shot.
probably Warney's first bad ball. Half chucker outside off stump. Slap to the bloke on the fence, roll through for 1.
Well, the funny thing is, his first bad ball he bowled was actually the wicket to Jenkins. You saw the body language of Warren, just almost like, oh, I'm sorry. But what a wicket it was. Al
was
Jenkins, top
Unfortunately
edged.
in the toilet.
Oh,
Missed that one. But in he comes to Frank, full ball. Frank looks to work on the leg side.
Love
Michael
seeing this
Stockdale
flight.
gets across, cuts it off.
love seeing this flight at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, nothing better than like spinners. I like seeing them throw it up. I'd rather see them throwing it up, turning the ball, trying to get wickets. If they go 5 and over, so be it. They're trying to get wickets.
Absolutely.
They shouldn't be bowling not to take wickets, like restrict the run rate. Not their job.
Absolutely.
But I reckon this would be Pride for his 10th over.
Yep. Definitely bowling straight out.
And I'd say, well, Stockdale will want to go into the window, I would have thought. So it might be either Jack Robbo, Kay Duncan or Andy Matthews from this end once Pride's finished. Bowling to Busk, no change in the field.
Or drift out of the... You can just see that ball drifting out of the hand.
Yeah, looks good out of the hand. Mind you, I used to bash him in the backyard. I don't know how he takes A-grade wickets. I used to make hundreds at him in the backyard at Mum's.
Tell you what, there would have been some good blues back in the days, I reckon, when the 3 Pride boys playing cricket in the backyard.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bit of bat chucking.
Who was the cheat? Who was the bigger cheat out of the 3 of you?
Yeah, no, it's mate.
Yeah.
That's mate. I used to...
And who sooked the most?
Duty.
Duty.
Duty. Who made the most runs? Yeah, Jimmy.
All those answers were paying $1.
I remember one school holidays when I was about 14, so he would have been...
Big shot over the
There we go,
top of
Busk
mid-on.
goes deep. 4 runs to Busk.
And just you felt the shuckles break a little bit. The big busker goes bang.
Oh, Jimmy was throwing it up, inviting it, taking the chance. Busk was up to the challenge and he put him away.
Yep, won the challenge.
Good batting. You know, one summer holidays, I remember playing front yard. We used to play front yard in school holidays.
Yep.
Oh, it must have been in winter, sorry, because it was backyard too wet. Couldn't play cricket on it.
Yep.
Jim made 250 against me. And then I finally got him out. I reckon I might have said he nicked one when he didn't. I reckon I'm pretty sure I bullied him
Bullied
into
him,
saying he was
yeah.
out. He got me first ball. And he got me second ball, because you can't go out first ball,
No.
backyard rules. Got me second ball, and he made another 100 on me.
Oh, big day.
Almost refused to play against him then. But Jim, the flight disappeared then. Got a bit gun shy after he got a bit of tap.
Jim bowls his 10 overs and he said, boys, I'm done.
Yeah,
I've
I'm
got me
done.
one for 10 and done. And he'll walk off and just a little swap with Rick. No doubt he'll go and have a cordial, bit of a rest, and he'll be back to field.
Well, it's a bit warmer in the second half of the
Yeah.
innings than it was in the first half.
And how interesting, everyone's always happy to go off around about now, but I tell you what, in a grand final, the last 10 overs, 12 people want to be on the
12
oval,
people want to be
especially
on
if
there.
you're winning.
And I reckon Nate Thompson, the 13th man for today, he'll have the purple pants on ready to come on
Ready
if
to come on.
needed.
Yep, absolutely. Warren to continue. 2 big wickets. He's got he got Jenkin. He's got Freitag. He's chasing the wicket for Marks. But Frank punches it out there, cuts it out there for 1.
Frank's cutting quite the figure here today in the black gloves, black
Yeah.
pads, black hat.
It's hot,
Looking
isn't it?
very sharp. Looking the pace, but G should be warm.
Be hot.
Here we go. Warren to Busk. Oh, change the field. Point, go from forward point to backward
Yeah.
point.
Slip in too.
Bit short. Warney's dropping a bit short here for some reason.
Stocky, ever the student of the opposition. When Busk is in, slip comes in.
Yeah, slip comes
Frank's
in
slip goes
and
out.
the deep mid on comes up.
Yep.
Put the pressure on him.
You felt Frank wanted a bit more of that than
I
what
think
he got, didn't it? Just
I
looked
thought
at
he wanted to hit that at us. I'll thank him later for not smoking one at us. Oh, stayed low a bit, that one.
keep low.
Saw maybe one in the whole innings at that end stay low. Might have a danger end at the far end there at the, we'll call that the road end, and Doug
Yeah.
Timmins' end's played probably the better end. Warren into Frank again. I think that was the wrong one.
Looked like a wrong one.
Looked like the wrong one.
We just we did announce the TDCA Team of the Year just a little bit earlier. Interesting, every club was represented in the Team of the Year this year, which is don't think that would have happened too many times. But some of the amazing achievements there. Adam Brady now joins the record of 11 TDCA Team of the Years. Eagles his good mate Kent Hammond, 11 Team of the Years. Can you think about that? So 11 times he's been ranked. And Anthony Scott, the first time TDCA Team of the Year. That probably surprised me. I thought he would have been there previously.
It surprised me that he hasn't been there previously, given he played 3 years at Toongabbie.
Yeah, absolutely. And then
Yeah.
Michael Warren for the 4th time. 8 times Lee Stockdale. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Dougal Williams 2 times. That's the captain of Rovers. That's been a great B22 probably. So
Yeah.
great
Is-
achievement.
Is this picked in batting order?
Just statistics. It is just purely statistics.
Oh no, but are they named in the batting order?
No, just name him highest run scorer. The top 5
Yep.
batsmen make it. The top 5 bowlers make it.
Yep.
And the wicket keeper. Top
Yeah,
6
right.
batsmen make it. I'm sorry.
Yep. Oh, Ben Mark's been the best keeper getting around here for a while.
Yeah. And 7 times he's been named it 7 times as a wicket keeper.
Yeah, nice. He let a bye through today, which is surprising.
Yeah.
Done very miserly on the buys.
Absolutely. And interesting, Chris Lena 8 times wicket-keeper Team of the Year. So you've got 2 guys sharing 15 years.
Yeah, right.
Jack Robertson just to bowl his little off-paces,
Yep.
change of paces.
His little zooters.
Yep. Took a great catch, pointed to the crowd after the catch as well. He loved it, lived up to it.
Was a bit of banter going back and forth between him and the hill. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
Bit
absolutely.
of crowd interaction.
Then gave, at the end of it, just gave a little thumbs up to say, we're all good, boys.
That's good. Frank's backed away. Frank got a bit nervous there with Jack's sheer pace and long run up there, I think, and just sort of got a bit timid and backed away.
Well, we think, Jack's go is to try and rush the batsman, isn't it?
Yeah,
Rush the batsman,
exactly
bowls
right.
quick.
He gets through tries to get
quick.
through his overs as quick as Al Jenkins, but he runs in 10 times further than Al.
Yep.
Even though he's only off 12 steps.
Yeah.
And then he just tries to keep the over rate moving. It's all part of Lee's idea
Absolutely.
of implied pressure, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's 3 for 54 off 20. 3 for 54. Game evenly poised.
You'd have Glengarry sort of they need to be starting to get a bit proactive because they're starting to get not only behind in the wicket category, they're getting behind the run rate now.
Yep.
So they're just starting to make it a bit harder for themselves from here, given they're already 3 wickets down.
Yep.
But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if Bash goes around again next year, which he more than likely would and should. It's not like his game's dropping off.
No.
His spell of bowling that I witnessed the other week when you guys played ex-students at Stoddart Park, he's still got it.
Oh,
The bloke just knows cricket and knows how to bowl.
Gormandale out for 53, and enter Adam Brady. Had ex-students very, very nervous at 8 for 45.
Had Jimmy Pride left to go to a wedding that he was meant to be at by 4 o'clock and then got dragged back to put the pads on because they were in all sorts of trouble. So,
unbelievable.
Great spell of bowling by Bash. What do you end up with there? 6 for
15.
Yep. After having 6 for 8 at one stage, I saw.
Yeah, absolutely. But did drop, and like as much as we love pumping blokes up, he did drop the man that uses the 5-pound bat with 2 runs to spare. So you can only imagine at the club, no one talks about the 6 wickets he took. It's the one he dropped that cost the game.
That's the way it should be.
Absolutely. Never let anyone get too far ahead of themselves.
Catches win matches, and unfortunately, Bash, you cost him the match. And I've just put that on the record. He won't like that. He's probably listening.
Yes.
Or is he over there in the tent? Here we go. Dogs into Frank. Good ball. Blocked. In a real holding pattern here at the moment. You can see the Glengarry blokes have said, we've got to hold on here, not lose any wickets for a few overs, and then go again. As Frank just guides one to a short third man, Lee Stockdale Fields returns to the bowler. In comes Warren. Oh, Frank's gone the heave-ho with the slog sweep. Jack rubber
Easy
underneath him, and he is caught.
Big wicket. Frank Marks.
And there's Michael Warren taking his 3rd wicket, which I believe in our first stint, Luke, you predicted.
I did. 3 for 10, I said.
Oh,
I did say 3 for 10.
He will appear. Here he is.
Here he is. Just
a few words on the drop catch that cost Gormandale the win against ex-students 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't have mattered, would it? I washed out.
So, you'd have to say now, Luke, that the game swung in favour of ex-students with Frank Marks now departing.
Well, I am saying I predicted this.
You did?
I did predict this. Michael Warren, 3 for 10, I did say.
You did
He's
say
got
3
his
for
3.
10.
Ex-students 180.
Yep.
Lee Stockdale 80 plus.
Yep.
And so, yeah, an amazing start to this game.
You have predicted it right. I did say Lee'd get 100, and if truth be told...
9 short. Bad luck.
What?
9 short, 91. What an amazing innings.
I am dirty on him for not getting to the 100. I needed him to get to the 100. I wanted to be right. But 91, I think, come the moment, come the man.
Oh.
He put his side on his back and said, let's go, boys. So that's leadership at its best. So it'll be interesting. He might get a few of the ball and get the man of the match. But if Douglas can get another couple, then bit of contest to the man of the match. But we could see one of these Glengarry batsmen could take the game by the scruff of the neck and take the club home. So
tell you what, 91 not out in a grand final, hard to beat for man of the match, but 3 huge wickets from the leg spinner, absolutely making stuff happen. DOGZZ, Michael Dogs Warren, 3 big wickets, continuing on now, and now the pressure's applied, slip back in.
You just noticed too, he's just got another wicket. All of a sudden, the flight's back. You know, not going flat and at him now. He's going flighty again.
Absolutely, Paul Henry
up again. Oh, that's a good bowl.
Landing him on a dime.
Are we going to talk about that? Yeah. About to have my first ever mouthful of the good land. That's good beer.
It is good beer. We thank Goodland Brewing sponsoring the TDCA this year, supplying all the beer for the Goodland Brewing VIP tent. If you are looking for something to do, make sure you go to their brewery. A beautiful meal, beautiful beer off the tap, some funky flavour beer too.
That's good beer.
And if you want to know where it is, I don't know the street name, but it's opposite the Eastern End McDonald's, so the street up in there. So make sure you get up there. A fantastic local facility making brilliant beer.
I'll find out the exact address so people do know. You can find our friends at 12 Standing Drive, Traralgon, Goodland Brewing Co.
Fantastic.
And as a bloke, I don't drink a lot of beer myself. Not really a fan of it.
Saying that he will drink a lot of it now because he's had the first bit of mother's milk straight down the...
And here we go with
gullet.
Jack Robbo continuing from the road end. Oh, top off stump. You just feel like students are in for the kill now, aren't they? You can just feel it, like you can hear it and feel it. They've
Absolutely.
lifted here. You'll have to help me here, Luke. I could tell the difference between Hamish and Frank, but is that Paul Henry on
Paul
strike
Henry,
now?
I believe, yep.
Yep.
So Paul Henry's on strike now.
Very similar physiques.
Yeah, very similar. Tall, lean. Amazing year, Paul Henry. 196 runs this year. So the sixth player, if he gets 4 more runs to make 200 runs for the year for Glengarry. And they're going to have to use all their depth right now because Glengarry 4 for 56 in the 23rd over. The game's back in favour of the purple and yellow for sure.
Which I think students' boys would be desperate to get one back over Glengarry because they'll feel, and I've had blokes say to me, we lost last year at the toss, they should never have beaten us. So, end of the day, they beat them and the win goes to them. But I feel like students feel like they owe them one here.
Yeah, wow.
So as Rick chases the ball down towards the boundary line, it'll pull up just short and they'll run 2, no chance of a third.
Fair bit going on in that too there. Hat's fallen off. Rick running gingerly by the looks of it. Looks
back's
ginger.
been playing up.
Back's been playing up. If he's got a crook back, he should go and see our good mate, Dr. James Jacobson, the chiropractor extraordinaire from Morwell. Make sure you go and see Dr. Sniffer, as he likes to go.
Dr. Sniff,
Dr. Sniff.
good man, and from all reports, very good at what he does.
Yep.
So, but inside edge into the pad there, squirts out on the offside. Lucky not to go back onto the stumps there for Paulo. Oh, a bit of chat going on there, I think, between bowler and batsman.
There is a little bit of stuff going on.
Wouldn't mind. Maybe next year we could talk to our good blokes here at Red Onion and stump mics.
Stump mics as well.
Stump mics.
So in the next 12 months, they're working on Snicko.
Yeah. Oh, Snicko.
Snicko as well, yep.
Snicko and stump
Stump
mics. That'd
mics.
be good.
And ball tracking.
Maybe our ball tracking can actually be accurate, unlike the international stuff.
Someone drawing a line.
Old mate uni student with nothing better to do out the back of the van.
Using a Mac pen.
Strange to say the least, but here we go. Jack continuing to Paul Henry. Slightly back of a length. Very nice cut shot. Probably good that Lee got hands on it, slows it down. And I don't know how to describe Rick Batista's fielding effort then.
I'll leave it to you.
I'd say it was somewhere between a raspberry flop, a Fosbury flop, and a belly dive, and he made a mess of it, and they were able to get back for 2.
Took a bit of a divot out too there. That was...
For a bloke with a sore back, he was only looking to make things worse for himself there. No. So we got Dogs to continue. I don't know why they would take him off, but no. Dogs to continue here in hunt for his 4th.
I don't know if you saw it, but the wicket of Freitag brought out one of the best grand final celebrations. It was the salt and pepper shakers going down fast. Big moment. It was half a LeBron stamp and a little bit of salt and pepper shaker. It was a big moment by the Dogs.
In he comes. Busk on strike, shortest, flatter. Back foot coverage on the inside half of the bat, but still there to keep batting. You just feel that the intensity's gone up a little bit here, and the students' boys are more vocal.
The scoreboard's dried right up too. 4 for
has,
60.
hasn't
4 for 60 off 20. Oh, this is the 24th over.
Oh, half tracker. Gets away with it because the sweeper on the fence will get to it. They turn. Nope. Stay happy with 1. I wouldn't run on that arm. I wouldn't get past half pitch and the bails would be on the ground. But what do you think next year? Are we going to go back to 2-day cricket, or do you think we'll be staying with 1-day cricket, or is that a conversation that we can't have given that clubs still have to vote on it?
Oh, well, clubs and the delegates will make up their minds and they'll provide the feedback that best suits their club. We're allowed to have an opinion on it.
We are.
I think the opinion from me is that I don't see what's wrong with one-day cricket. It's been fantastic. I think some of the rules just need to be tweaked just to modernise it.
Yep.
Bringing in power plays and things like that just to match the rules of international cricket.
Yep.
50 overs is 50 overs. It's been great is that 3 sides, A, B and C, all start and finish on the same day.
Yep.
People get back to the club rooms because you can have your awards and so forth straight after.
Yep.
The crowd here is as good as you've ever seen at a grand final because everyone knows it's finished in a day.
Yep.
And the playing of 12 allows the better players to be playing and not having to miss games and weddings and half games and so forth. So I'm all for forever. I never thought I'd say it, but I don't see any reason why we just wouldn't be playing one-day cricket.
I see all those valid points, and maybe I am stuck in my ways of traditionalists. I feel, from my point of view, when I look at cricket, that Test cricket is the pinnacle of cricket. That's where you want to aim to be, which is a 5-day format. Therefore, you have to teach people how to play the longer formats of the game rather than coming towards the short formats. I'd be open to having a 2-day portion of the game and a 1-day portion of the game because I feel we should be teaching the younger kids to play 2-day cricket. But that's from a cricketing point of view. Obviously, there's going to be a side of things from a league point of view for what's best for the TDCA, for what they do, and with participation down in cricket over the board over the last 8 to 10 years, I think we need to get cricket back to being a major. Yeah, true.
District cricketers produce Test cricketers.
Yes.
Country clubs produce district cricketers.
Yes.
And all the pathways of all the junior systems going through now is all one-day cricket. So it is interesting. There's kids don't play any long form of the cricket until they get to A grade.
Yeah, right.
So if you think of the under-18s pathway, you think of the under-16s, it's all one-day cricket.
Yep.
So it's amazing. So, but look, there's no right or wrong. I think the TDCA will go back to 2-day cricket because that's what they've always done.
Yep.
But my opinion, for the first time ever, because 5 years ago I would have never said it,
Yep.
I just think that one-day cricket's worked.
Yep. Oh, there's definitely merit to. I understand both arguments. So
Yep, absolutely.
whichever way they go, as long as it works,
Yep.
then I'll be happily to say, yeah, they made the right choice.
Absolutely.
If it doesn't work, I'll be the first one to bag them.
Absolutely.
But I want no part in the decision making. I want no responsibility. So it's very easy to sit back and criticise decisions. It's a lot harder to be in the thinking
Absolutely.
and the conversation around that decision. So,
Absolutely.
but I'd have full faith in Steve Kay and his executive to come to the right decision because I think since Steve Kay came on board, the TDCA's coming back to a really good level.
Yep.
So
Jack Robbo to continue. That was a beautiful on drive. We just saw the previous ball from Busk along the ground the whole way. He only got the one, but it was just a beautiful shot.
it's funny, isn't it? Some days you'll see blokes, they'll play beautiful shots, get one or no reward, and other days you'll see a rank inside edge go to the fence for 4 in the
absolutely.
book. It looks like a better shot, but
Jack just looked like the ball didn't sit well in his hand then, so pulled out. 4 for 64. At the end of this is the halfway mark.
it's a long way home from here for the Glengarry boys. Don't write them off, though.
That's going to help him, though, because that'll go all the
That's
way
gonna
down.
go.
Sneak through slips for 4, and it's the first boundary in 5 overs. Busk.
And the Hills enjoyed that. The Hill are up and about here.
Absolutely.
Change of bowling.
Might have got that one wrong. It might have been Paulo that hit that one there, was it? So,
Yeah, it was, I think.
Was it? Yeah, so might have got that one wrong there. You did say it's hard to tell. They are 2 tall men, aren't they? They do look very
two
alike.
tall men with very, very sort of similar stances
Yeah.
and builds and built much like ourselves, look. Tall and skinny.
yeah, similar.
But change of bowling here. Here comes the 91 not out batsman from the first innings, Lee Stockdale.
Fresh cut too for the grand final
He has,
photos, hasn't he?
He's really got his photo shoot there.
Might be having 2 medals dangling around his neck in about an hour's time.
Oh, if you could snag a couple here and bowl well, then you'd have to say pen him in, don't you?
I think you could almost bowl shit and they still win. You'd just about get it. Winning 91. It wasn't a
You have to.
fantastic innings.
Unless Warney comes back and gets a couple more.
That's it.
But I can't see Lee Stockdale letting go at the moment now.
No.
Oh, Lee flighted it up, full toss, just gets punched down the ground to Jack Robbo for a single to Busk, and that'll bring Paul Henry under strike. leaving the field out to Paul Henry now, I think. I think Lee's taking the approach now that if you can just restrict them and put the pressure on them with the scoreboard, then they're going to do something silly and get themselves out here. So
Absolutely.
Paulo taking his time. In comes Lee now. Well flighted. Off stump line. Paulo defends back down the pitch to lead. No run. In comes Lee. Oh, another full toss. Gets away with that one with it squeezed out the cover. 5 pound bat Harris picks it up, lobs it back to Lee, and in we go again. Oh, quicker flatter one there. Paul Henry quick enough to get the cut shot away. Not going to go to the fence. And Hamish will come back for it. No, pulls out of the third. Good chuck.
Shout out to Shane Duncan in Sydney at the moment. About to go and watch, hopefully, Buddy kick his 1,000th goal.
Yes.
And he's watching the game in the motel room before they head out. So, yeah, big shout out to Shane Duncan.
On your show. Who'd you tip, GWS Sydney?
I've picked the Swans. The young kids of the Swans, I think, are really good.
Yeah, they're a good-looking side. Oh, Lee there, just asking the question. No, I love watching Lee bowl. Changes his pace at every ball.
Yep.
Never gives the same ball twice. As we change over in between overs here, I think Jack Robbo is going to continue, I think. Yes, we do. We have Jack Robbo continuing from the road end. Much the same field. We're sort of in that period of the game where not a lot happens, isn't it?
No, that's right.
Bit of pressure on me to come up with things to talk about. I think I'm almost all out, but I'll think of something.
Should be a long day in the box. And don't forget, we haven't seen too many hashtag love bops lately on the Facebook page. So if you are listening, make sure that you are using the hashtag love bop.
Oh, good fielding off his own bowling there by Jack.
What we'll do maybe at the end of the over there, hashtag love bop will bring the secretary of the TDCA back in and let you go and have another beer of
Sounds
Good
good.
Land Brewing and come home and finish off strong.
But in comes Jack to Busk. I reckon I might have got that wrong. No, that is Busk. Got it right. Another dot. Scoreboard pressure is really going to start becoming a thing in the next over.
Oh, what do they need?
100 runs, so they now need 4
overs.
and over.
100 off 24 overs.
Oh, no. Oh, here we go. Dykey's coming up to the stumps here. He's obviously seen something he likes.
Pressure on the busker.
Might be shooting for a leg side stumping here that we spoke about earlier. In comes Jack.
Cramping him up there.
Cramping him up. Top off stump. In comes Robertson to Busk. Back of a length off stump. Plays and miss. Nothing happening. 2 to go this over. In comes Robertson again. Second last ball of the over. Went for the Yorker there. Didn't get it. Low full toss. Just chipped out the mid-wicket for the single. Last ball of the over. Here we go, Jack. Nope. Quick single out to the leg side. That's the end of the over. And is it the end of my stinner, or have I been abandoned and left here?
Yeah. Well, Nick was going to join us. He just seems to have left us. We might have to... No, here he comes.
Oh, here he comes.
So he's just been swamped by Fernanda. Just checking the rule book, I think, to see I'm not sure. What were you doing there, Nick? And while you come to grips, big thank you to the big hashtag Love Bop. Make sure if you are listening, just add a little hashtag Love Bop into our into the Facebook page. It'll be fantastic to see that. Let's get the big fella going viral. And Nick, the secretary of the TDCA, 23 overs left.
Well, ex-students in the box seat.
Absolutely.
You know, the Freitag wicket, was big. Frank, I think he'd like to have that one back again. The only way it would have been out either way if he got it or not. So, and now Stockdale's on. This is his second over. He's just going to kill the game completely here. And talking to Fernanda before, and
Fernanda just goes with the last names.
Fernanda, it's like Cher, you know. Everyone knows who you mean. You know, no one ever says, "Oh, big effort," and from the Glengarry lower order bats, if they're to prevail here. So, and that's not going to help. Busk is batting well though.
He's batting well.
They just need to be able to get a boundary every second.
And we know Paul Henry will
over.
fight like hell here as well. That's the other thing. So you've got two guys in here that are going to fight and fight and fight.
Yeah, they're not going to give up their wicket too easily. And, so it might come down to... Might be very similar to the 2020 they played in the qualifying. What is happening though, Luke, is the Hill are getting quite rambunctious.
Are they ever?
And the ex-students guys over there are livening right up as well.
You feel it's got very much a little bit of two rap gangs going against each other as well.
The Crips and the Bloods.
That's right, the Crips and the Bloods.
I don't think the Crips or the Bloods are rocking purple and yellow though.
No.
What are that? I can't remember. I'd do a disservice. I wake up with a bloody dead rabbit at my door if I say anymore. Gypsy Kings or something like that. LA Kings, I think, are yellow and purple.
You're our gang correspondent.
I need Brad Seisland over here.
Yeah.
And Brad Seisland and Boyd Hegarty would be able to give us a rundown.
I saw the great Brad Seisland here earlier before, the great contradiction man himself, as you call him, Mr. Contradiction. Brad Seisland was in the crowd. Little half, not really a half chance, but when it goes down there, he definitely lifted it 2 wides. But he got the elbow in a brace.
Yeah, so he tore the bicep halfway through the year and managed to soldier on. He actually heard it again watching Richmond on Thursday night.
Thumping the desk.
He wasn't too happy.
He's got tennis elbow from thumping the table.
When the 100-metre penalty was given, it was I think poor old Mrs. Seisland had to go into a safe room because he doesn't take football losses well, like most Richmond supporters.
We'll just add some real-time feedback from Matt the Pig Hibbs, just asking how many Good Lamb Brewing samples have you had since your last commentary stint? You've come back happier.
Oh. Well, I am sampling a Good Land at the moment, which is making me very happy, Luke.
Beautiful shot there by Bask. Still only one because the fielding at ex-students has just been as good as you'll ever see. Whips it out to mid-wicket. Warren takes chase, picks it up. He's having an absolute day out, and that ball gets rocketed back in. Only 1 run. And as we just see, Dill's just brought up his young fella. Dylan Freitag's just brought up his young fella, Quade. And Dill's very proud of the shirt that he's wearing, which says, "I'm here to watch Uncle Nat." And Gavin, of course, is watching the races around the microphone. So thanks, Gav.
It's going to a shambles. Oh, Bash is here now. He'll say some inappropriate comments over the mic, and we're going to have a great And this stuff writes itself, Luke. It really does.
And what's been amazing is that Dylan's actually wearing a matching shirt. I'm here to watch my brother Nat. So that's unbelievable. Oh, well bowled by Lee Stockdale again, just drifting it back in.
4 for 80, 29th over.
Little one-hand stop there by Stockdale. 91 not out. Bowling plenty of dots as well.
It's doing what they need to do, Luke, just ticking it over. Busky's batting really well. Paul Henry, we know he's grinding it out.
Well, I reckon these two want to probably bat the next. They want to get it to the 40th over, and they'd be happy to be 105, 110 maybe. So they can do that with. Oh, Bowl stuck the back foot back. Had some funky things going on there, wasn't it? But hits the middle of the bat. I think that's probably what they get. Next 11 overs, if they can take 30 off the next 11 overs, they'll be pretty happy. 3 and over. They'll feel like they're back in it.
It's a good shot. Well, we saw Granger and Ben Marks at the end of the qualifying final really go to town. So that's what I think it's going to come down to.
Yeah.
But if they come out in this situation now, they're going to struggle.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they need to be batting deep.
Yes.
And so if these two keep doing what they're doing, you're 100% right. I think if they go at, well, if they do go at 2 or 3 and over, they'll be that 110 and sets itself up for a really good finish.
Yep, definitely.
And we do have Adam Brady here, who, of course, won the TDCA bowling average this year.
Came home like a train.
Came home.
The Bash train, as he called himself by the end of the season. All aboard the Bash train. And we'll just ask Adam, just while you're here, just a quick little interview. But 11 times, Adam, you've now been named in the TDCA Team of the Year, which is an amazing achievement. And you've now equalled the record of your good mate, Ken Hammond. Congratulations.
Thanks. I wasn't aware that was the record, to be honest. So, yeah, news to me.
And what's good about when you equal a record is you obviously want to beat a record. So it means we'll be going around one more year.
Particularly when it's Kent. Yeah, for sure.
Wide down, all runs, bonuses to Glengarry. There is no way that Adam Brady was going to be allowing Ken Hammond to keep that record. Now that it's in his sights, well, now that it's tied, you watch Basher 25 wickets next year, just another little tick, and there'll be a nice little post on Facebook to his good mate Ken Hammond.
And in 4 or 5 years' time, when Lee Stockdale takes over his record, he'll Jim North it and come back and pinch another one as well.
Well, absolutely amazing. 10 grand finals in a row from ex-students. From what I've been told, it's the second time that's been achieved by this club. So they had a little period, would have been 80s, 90s, was it? 10 grand finals in a row, and then now another 10. So absolutely amazing. Extremely competitive cricket club. And the big Harris just comes on to bowl. Just as we're looking at the record books for games and so forth, we're talking about different clubs early before, but a club known as Imp City. Big shot. Beautiful on drive. And it's 4. That's the shot of the innings.
Very, very nice. He played that one a bit earlier as well and just got a real good piece of it. So, we had the Demons a little while ago, Luke.
The Demons.
58, 59. I believe that they evolved into an Imperials in the city. And there's a few little... there was a few...
Nice. Takes the 4, then gets the easy one there, the quick single one.
There was a few moments back in the the 50s, 60s,
Yep.
and that type of thing, when clubs would start to have an A and a B,
Oh, yeah.
and then the B grade would break away and make their own club,
wow.
and that happened quite a couple of times.
Oh.
So
What happened at Gormandale after the B grade storm to the grand final? They might break away.
Gormandale might break away.
City Tigers.
Gormandale might go back out and play at Gormandale.
Couldn't imagine it.
Looking forward to the Yarram bus trip next year when
Yeah.
there's
Yorker.
there's actually an education of people who get to visit Gormandale for the first time in their life after playing there for 200 games.
They played 200 games for the cricket club but don't know where the town is. So amazing. And I saw in the record books there were Cowa Cricket Club as well. So they played finals once upon a time. Cowa.
Yeah, Cowa had a team.
Of course,
Maryvale.
they have a pub.
Maryvale evolved into Traralgon West as well. But the Cowa Cricket Club Hotel, but they don't have a cricket club.
No, but they have a footy club. Unbelievable.
I think when it just wasn't enough to hold a footy club and a cricket club in both towns, and eventually Toongabbie, the footy club, folded, and Cowa, the cricket club, folded.
I've had one of those, as people like to call them, hen theories over the years, that small towns don't have a good cricket club and a good footy club at the same time. So when the footy club's strong, the cricket club's weak, and vice versa. So it's a little theory there that you have a look at it. Hayfield, super powerhouse in the footy club. Cricket club, weaker. When they were a superstar cricket club, I think they hold the record for the most Sale Mafra premierships, believe it or not.
Yeah, wow.
But not in the league anymore. But once they got their footy club right, the cricket club hasn't been as strong.
Fell away.
Yep.
So deep dive into that, Luke. What's the reason behind the theory?
Well, I think if you have more theories, the more theories you have, the more you seem to get right.
It's a bit of Nostradamus. Just throw anything out there, and surely something. That's
Beautiful
that's 6.
shot.
Oh, it's not even 4. Oh, that was 4. Oh, controversy. Oh,
Well, I'm saying that's boundary.
I'm saying that's 4 every day,
But I wouldn't call if I was fielding.
oh, absolutely not. That's where the boundary rope does.
Yeah, we'll have to look at the replay.
Yeah. Oh.
It's not 4, but he's got rope burn on his hand. Nah, just you can't see from where I am. It was actually very good fielding. They saved 2. Definitely saved the 2. To get only 2 off that shot, we called 6 early.
Yeah, I've called 6
And
early. They
get
got 2 for it. Thought it was joining us in the box, Luke. The boys need a bit of a drink, although drinks is not too far away.
I reckon this is a message. So I was talking to Bopper before about the rules of cricket. It might have been Gav. And one of the things that I said is that I'm all for 2 drinks breaks, but then you can't be running drinks out onto the field. This is in international cricket as well I'm talking about. Or if you're allowed to run drinks out whenever you want, don't have a drinks break.
International cricket's the biggest. Like Test cricket's an absolute farce. They go off the ground for as long as they want and they come back and then bowl. So
Game's got to speed up.
Yeah,
Nothing
so,
wrong out here today, but I'm just talking internationally.
You know, they used to play 8 ball overs and get through their overs right on time, and now they can't because there is a lot of standing around, get back to your mark, take your time and all that type of thing. So, yeah, it certainly needs to be looked at. There shouldn't be drinks breaks in Test cricket because the amount of drinks that come out and the amount of times you can go off.
Absolutely. Or change it where you're not allowed to run drinks out unless it's a wicket, and then you have your drinks breaks. So,
but instead, the ICC decide that if you cross when you go out, it doesn't matter.
It's always safer to change non-important rules than to change important rules. So we've changed 3 rules this year. Well done. And no one gives a crap about any of those 3.
4 for 92, 32 overs gone, and the scoreboard's struggling over there at the moment.
The 10's fallen in. The wind's picked up.
But Ooh,
Oh, nice
bit
little
of indoor
back flick
cricket.
there. Yeah, really good.
Glengarry fought back here nicely,
This is
though.
a great fight back. by
They've
Glengarry.
lifted the run rate.
Absolutely.
And they've just pushed. They've just been able to silence the crowd, which is one of the
Yeah.
big things. So,
Just feel that the momentum is starting to swing back to the Magpies' way.
you know, Warney changed the game, but unfortunately he's all out. I think Jim might have a couple of left.
No, Jim bowled out,
Jim
bowled straight
bowled
out.
So Stocky's gone all up front, and we still haven't seen Kay Duncan yet.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
jeez, there's
Not
just
sure
a
if
few little
Warren.
things going
Not sure if
here.
Warren has bowled out, has he?
I thought he had.
One of the things with No My Cricket it makes, we are guessing a little bit, aren't we?
We are, yes.
So, surely next year you'll ensure there'll be My Cricket at the grand final, won't you?
Oh, that's if I'm league secretary, Luke.
Regardless, make it happen. Good little fight back here by Glengarry. A boundary every sort of third over. 3, 4 and over here we took. Stockdale to continue. 91 not out. A fantastic innings. We've talked about it a lot. Now needs to do something with the ball just to bring the momentum that's starting to swing.
We just don't know where the game's at. If there was another wicket, you'd be saying, "Oh, ex-students are going to walk
Absolutely.
it at home." If Glengarry were 20 runs ahead, you'd be going, "Geez, they're going to win." So it's an interesting period of time, and there hasn't been much yelling out from both sides.
Yeah,
that we've
everyone's gone
noticed the
quiet,
crowd's
haven't they?
gone quiet.
Absolutely.
It's just an anticipation.
Yep.
So dot balls, you know, there's not too many out on the boundary. Offside field is all up. If you can pierce it, you're going to get runs, but... And there's another single there. Oh. Busk has batted well as well. Sending him probably a little bit earlier than expected for the
A
day.
bit higher than I thought. It's been a masterstroke so far because he's doing a sensational job.
Shot again.
I said if they can get the score to 105, 110 after the 40th over, no wickets down, they're going to be in the box seat. They're motoring along since that comment to 4 for 96.
Well, they've just been able to pick up those singles like that
Like
one,
that.
Luke. And
Yep.
all of a sudden, 3 dots at the start of the over, they've gone for 3 and over.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
So there's another drink break, and really interesting to see what's gonna happen now.
Absolutely.
Tyron Bramwell has been loading up some photos as the day's gone on, and videos as well. The drone has been an absolute masterstroke from TMB, and again, what can we say? It's fantastic to have him on board and be able to shoot some footage of the day and
Absolutely.
just add something extra to what's already a fantastic day.
Oh, absolutely amazing. The little guard of honour from his teammates and the deck standing up and clapping. To see the drone video of that, it's something that you'd be saving for forever and a day.
It was really quite special.
Actually brought a tear to my eye, to be
And,
really honest.
It looks like it's coming out again during the drinks break,
Yeah.
and if we can get if you can run it around the entire boundary tee, and especially pause it on the Sharks, we want to see Sticks Richards do something funky.
Well, no,
and
we
then-
don't
well,
want to see that. We don't want to see that. I'm fine.
in the 40th, I'll go over and set up. Meanwhile,
And at the drinks break, Glengarry, 4 for 98. 4 for 98. Have definitely swung it back the last 5 overs. And as we're laughing here because I got a little bit scared as the drone went off. I thought the swarm of bees were coming.
Getting a bit of a shout out here from.
We love the shout-outs. Have they used the hashtag love Bob?
I don't think he's a hashtag man, this guy, but
Okay.
the big Bassie is sending in his regards and really loving life. So
Toongabbie's greatest president.
absolutely.
Yep.
And what he does is he's now living life out at Eagle Point.
Oh, that was where I went to my first primary school, Eagle Point Primary School. It was where I learnt my trade.
Oh, jeez. So there's some stay
you
away
go.
from the school there.
Yep. G'day, Bassie. Lake King down at the bottom. The Henderson family had the caravan park there, so I grew up a kid of the caravan park. And Dad had a side business of jet skis and windsurfers down at the bottom of Jetty there, Bassie. So I know Eagle Point quite well. Bay Road, Eagle Point's an amazing town. They've got one big long street called Bay Road. Starts at Bay Road 1 and ends up at about Bay Road 300. One big road and 2 courts. So there you go. School Road, Bay Road, White Street or White Court, and one other court. That's it.
A bit like New York,
Yep.
just First Street,
First Street,
Second
that's
Street,
right.
Third Street.
Beautiful town, Eagle Point. Beautiful
And
place.
the drone is flying around. Look at that.
Yep. Boozer's just tried to swat it.
And it's as it approaches the ex-students tent, it'll be interesting to see the reception that it gets.
Sticks might throw a VB can at it.
Or a Goodland Brewing can.
Well, Sticks wouldn't be drinking Good Land Brewing.
Nah, that's true.
as much
Here
as
we
it's
go.
a good drop. They are having a real good look.
They are having a look at it.
Quite amazing.
They're not sure what's
Look at 'em.
happening. Oh, it's going right, isn't it? It's going. Oh, it's attacking the Goodland Brewing.
The things that entertain us, isn't it? So, especially when you can't see it on the video, so we're
Yeah,
just talking
that's right.
amongst
We're
ourselves.
just-
So. Yep. Fox has the flying fox, the rover,
The drone.
the TMB drone.
These will get uploaded to the Facebook page. More streets now in Eagle
there you go.
Point.
It's-
Apparently,
It has been 30 years since I moved, so thought it might have developed. Beautiful though.
there'll be a
The Bluff. If you ever want to go and take your partner and kid anywhere to go and look at one of the world's best views, go to the Bluff at Eagle Point. Overlooks all the Mitchell River.
the silt
It's
jetties
the silt jetties, the
Yeah.
second longest silt jetty.
in the world, longest in Australia.
Second longest in the world, I think. So
I
Mississippi, I think, is the only one longer. I think.
I took my darling wife to see the silt jetties.
Did you? Beautiful.
Didn't
didn't
go
like it?
down too well.
Oh.
Luke.
Well, you did promise her Sri Lanka on your honeymoon, and you ended up taking her to Eagle Point. So,
I only wanted to go to Sri Lanka to watch the watch the Test series. She got wind of that.
Big Mitch Harris continued. Beautiful
Good shot from
by
the busker.
Just gets the one out there.
No panic now.
No, they don't need to.
They're getting those singles. They fought back without us really knowing.
Yeah, no, they've done really well.
It's been amazing.
As we talk about Eagle Point and so forth, they just move the scoreboard along. Granger still to bat. Blender still to bat. Dunn still. Oh, what a catch! What a big catch! What a catch! Diving out there just above the ground. Brilliant catch. From here, I'm going to say Duncan. Are we saying Duncan?
Yeah, I think it was.
What a player at Collegians Cricket Club in Sale Mafra. And I think the connection to Glengarry would be through the Morwell East Footy Club, knowing the boys and playing out there. So
Hadn't played for a year or two.
Yeah,
Luke.
a couple of years off.
But he had a pretty big reputation as being a bit of a dasher down in Sale Mafra. Is that correct?
yeah, played a little bit. But when I left, he was only a young kid. But I actually played with his dad. So there you go. Big snick there.
There's some runs
Should
there.
get 2. Yeah, and comes back with 2.
Rounds
Good running
back
there.
for 2, really quick
But,
between wickets. He might even push Darian Duncan for the fastest person between wickets.
Won't
Luke.
have Michael Stockdale though. He's heaps quicker. Always good to just get a snick for 2 second ball. Just makes you feel a bit better.
Little
doesn't
late
it?
drive.
Yeah, late drive, as you call it. Well known for your late driving.
Just getting the replay of that catch, Luke, and then he drives it right in to see the huddle as well.
Oh, fantastic.
Amazing stuff.
Make sure you get to the TDCA 2122 Facebook page where you're going to see all the live action shots from TMB Photography. There won't be a cricket league in country Victoria that doesn't have the type of coverage that we're going live with this year. 2 cameras, drones. We've got the Fox Rovers coming in as well. The captain continues Stockdale.
Oh,
chip
just
over
a little
the top.
chip for one.
Pretty safe in the end, wasn't it, really?
Just a little chip there, but this is what they need to do. They need to still go with that 3 and over.
Yep.
There's no panic setting in. Yep, you're going to lose a wicket,
Yep.
but yeah, 35. There's still 15 overs to go.
Still
Luke.
15 overs, and I tell you what, Lee Stockdale has just smiled because he has a fresh batsman. He is the best bowler to fresh batsmen going around. He seizes the moment. Just a
high
little
there,
edge.
Lee.
Little edge as well. Was it inside edge? It wasn't really a shout. It was more of a.
It was
close. I should
Yeah.
shout.
But Boozer
Yeah.
not having
walked
any
away.
part of it.
Walks away. Nice shot there. Back foot.
Back foot. Oh,
Oh,
nah.
smart.
Yep, decides against it. Good.
Must know the
play.
arms of these players.
The Sharks, they're just livened up in the tent over there a little bit.
That wicket definitely gets them back excited.
If he gets it, yeah,
A beautiful. Gets it through for one. There's the 3 and over.
there's the 3. So
That's all they need.
still batting really well.
Yep. It's on the stumps here. Block it if it's wide. Just get your 1. That's all they need.
Any of the Gormandale batsmen want to listen to that, Luke?
Oh, no, they don't. They don't. It's all or nothing because apparently 10 years ago they used to go at 6 and over.
Yeah.
So we still got to try and do it now, apparently. Even though only 2 blokes played in that side. So. And I know we're not really doing footy updates here, but I'm shocked. Geelong 116 to 40. So 116 to 40. Poor old Essendon.
Poor old Essendon.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're the most annoying.
Not your cup of tea.
Oh, there, but for the grace of God, go I.
Oh, the big wicket.
Oh, he's got
That's
it.
the big wicket. Chops on. And Harris goes running off. And a little drive-by to the busk as well as he goes. Just reminded of the moment. As you can just see, a little return serve as well. Big moment. Harris comes on the wicket when he gets Paulo, then follows up with Busk. Now, Granger, Ben Marks. Enter Ben Marks.
Enter the blender. Obviously not what you wanted. Bus was batting really well.
Batted
But
extremely well.
they've used Harris for this reason the whole entire
Yep.
year, and even in GCL.
Yep.
He's come on late. He's with the old ball, been
Changed
able
the
to
pace.
do what he does.
Yep.
Just little moves, but he bowls pretty full.
Yep.
Had a good pace.
Absolutely.
So if you miss, he hits.
He hits,
and
yep.
he's now got 2 far and 2 really important
2
wickets.
big wickets. Absolutely. And now the busiest batsman in the TDCA. He'll fight. We talk about people that'll fight. He'll fight right till the end in Blender. And there'll be some funky little dibs and dabs in here, there. And if he can just get through this 45th over, he'll back himself.
He hits it to weird parts of
He
the
does
ground.
hit it to...
And
And Stockdale knows that. Already you can just see the field that's been set. Probably a little bit unusual for a fresh batsman. But you've got fine leg, deep square leg, third man, and a deep cover. So a little bit unusual in terms of that. And then almost like just a box field everywhere else. So knows he's not really going to drive straight. Not going to be dangerous driving straight. So more of a square wicket player.
Well, I think out of the entire Glengarry team, he's got the most A-grade hundreds out of
He's
any of
been
them.
a sensational batsman. Made plenty of good runs. Just does it in different areas.
He's done it. He's very, very hard to bowl
And of course, a 7-time TDCA Team of the Year player. Phenomenal cricket career. Phenomenal by Blender. And I just saw the passion firsthand last year when he played really gave his GCL cricket a real crack last year, for probably the first time for a long time, if not ever. And, ended up with a GCL premiership and, tear in the eye, and he just meant a lot to him. So it was fantastic for him to get it and see it, and, another little feather in his cap.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, amazing career. Obviously led the club as well, which
Captain
was
the club, yep.
pretty hard to do considering he's the middle child, so you got an older brother and a younger brother that you got a captain, and to do that before both of those got the chance.
Yep.
Amazing effort. And
There we go, a little squeeze down to third man.
He always led pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now, obviously Sam took over from him, but he's one of those strong voices in the competition and in the team. When you come out to play against him, he's always got something to
say.
Just a little comment.
A real old-fashioned wicket-keeper where part of your job was to annoy the batters. He does it as well as anybody. Whether he's talking to you, telling you you're a good bloke, or then next minute confusing you with a little sledge, definitely keeps you guessing the whole time when you're batting with Blender behind the stumps. Will verbally, loudly say that you're no good, and then walk past and say, "Oh, don't worry about that."
Yeah.
What? Hang on. Hard to get grumpy at him because swaps and changes. Chris Lane are very similar, just relentless. We talked about those two a lot. I think 15 TDCA Team of the Years between them. Phenomenal effort between the two keepers. You wouldn't want to be cutting Lee Stockdale for
and
too
it's
long.
Definitely a plan from Lee, because he's done that a couple times
Yeah.
too. So he knows he likes that shot. He's going to try and...
Still think it was Cade Duncan with that catch. Was Cade Duncan, beautiful catch. Then Harris follows up. Paul Henry out. Then followed up next over with Busk. Now two fresh batsmen. Oh, and Blender just gets in behind it.
Just going to try and chip that one. 6 for 107. You'd say the momentum swung back to ex-students.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ex-students in the box seat. Chopping down. But isn't it a big moment for Blender? Big moment. We know Granger's had a good career prior to Glengarry. We haven't seen it in the TDCA yet. Maybe today's the day. Stand up on grand final grade hundreds or roughly something like that.
Yep.
Batted as high, most of his career now, a late order finisher in one-day cricket. Just two really good batsmen. So when you're 6 down and these two are still batting, just shows some serious depth. So Graham would still bat. Graham's made runs as well.
Yeah, still got Cam to come. Mabry as well, quick between the wickets.
Yep.
And sure, who was the 12th round?
Merton,
I would say
Yep.
Merton would be the designated non-bat. So there's still a bit of batting there to come, but these guys need to get them within about 40, I would say.
Yeah, you think so?
Just because, I wouldn't rely wholly and solely on the lower order to get them.
Well, what we saw with ex-students, even though they lost wickets regularly throughout the day, they still had Lee Stockdale, a gun bat that batted the whole time. Glengarry are going to have to do it differently.
Yep.
Someone's going to have to be able to come in and go at 100% strike rate from the start, and that's a big shot over the top for two. You're going to have to take risks to win. So you've got to have, you've got to have the kahunas, as I said earlier, to still want to win the game.
Yeah, 100%.
There's no point batting to the 45th over, not losing a wicket, but you're still needing 40 runs, 50 runs. They've got to keep going. They've got to keep taking on. But then what that happened, that's that ball that he bowls extremely well. Fuller, leg stump, middle and leg line.
lower order to get it.
So 6 for 108.
Just not giving him any width now, Luke. Like, this is why he's been good with the old ball all year.
Yep.
The hacksaw getting it done.
So we talked about Gav's great bets a little bit earlier. Every year he gives us the bets, and the slipper 10 minutes away. He's given us the 5. Jack we're not. Number 5. 2 bounds, 4 to still win the game. This over 2 and a 4 over cover.
When the Glengarry crowd are getting into it
They
now.
are.
I think there's some Glengarry footballers, and I got a comment there from Ray Burgess. Ray, you'll be pleased to know that Jack is tipping a few back, mate. So just a little shout out to Ray Burgess there.
Imperial Knighthood
Imperial and Cats.
and Cats, was it? Yep.
And then he went up to Lakes, I think, for a bit. He's been all over, and now he's back.
I see he's rocking a Glengarry footy T-shirt as well, Ray Burgess. So leaving the boneyard of Gormandale and following his son to Glengarry.
And obviously Ray played a lot of footy out of Cower.
Cower, there you go.
Yeah, it was a bit of a favourite out there, as he is wherever he goes. He's usually would certainly attest to Luke.
So haven't played cricket against Ray, so what's the story there? Just chirpy? Competitive?
Churchill blamed Ray for a deal that didn't get done between Churchill and Imperials there
you go.
one game leading into finals.
And we talked about someone having a set, and Blender's gone bang!
Well, now the Glengarry guys are running around figuring out how to get on the roof.
The ball's been dipped into a cup of Goodland Brewing Pale Ale.
That was amazing.
Big bounce. Must have kicked off the grass, did it? Onto the roof.
That was the first 6 of the day.
First 6 of the day, the
which
Russell
was
North.
a big shot.
The Russell North MP. Big game moment. That was a big game moment.
That was incredible. 120 now.
And there is somebody that's climbed up straight up. And
fantastic effort there.
that's a great effort, especially 15 cans deep. No, and a big throwback too. That's fantastic. Now, I don't know if this is true, but one of the greatest stories I've heard was with a bloke climbing on the roof was that Adrian Burgill kicked a goal at Warrigal, and the ball went onto the roof. He then jumped the fence, climbed the pipe, picked the ball up off the roof, and kicked a torque back through the goals, much to the delight of the crowd.
So Adrian
Burgill, yeah, Mafra superstar. Not sure if it's true, but I've been told that story that many times that I'm running with it.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Big wicket. That's the one they wanted. We talked about the chop on was always going to come into play, and he's just cramped them. And unfortunately, Granger, after a little fight back there, bowled by Stockdale.
Looked like that was the plan, didn't it? And yeah, he's just gotten it through.
We're going to actually have a double substitution here. So with myself and Nick jumping out of the box, and we'll welcome into the box Gavin Fernanda and #LoveBop Robert Bopper Pride to bring this game home.
What a climax it's going to be with this grand final here. Stockdale, the absolute hero, after just getting hit for a 6, has come back with a ripper ball and put ex-students on the path to glory.
Liked it a lot too. Liked it a lot with the celebration. Run to cover. Had a lot of Shane Warne 700s about that, didn't it?
7 for 121. Gee whiz, it's a long way from here, isn't it? The 56 runs to win is a long way.
Well, 5 and over with 3 wickets in hand. That's a tough ask for any side, isn't it?
Yeah, that's massive, Bopper. But yeah, Blender Marks is going to be the one to take him home here if Glenn can do it. Although there's still like 11 overs, so the overs are still there. But wickets have just kept it tumbling, and students are really tightening the screws.
Well, at the end of the day, Dunny can bat. He's no mug with the bat, and Blender can whack him as he showed in the first final when he dropped a couple of big ones over to give Glengarry a real sniff there late in the last over.
Yeah, definitely a big over, and they're back in it.
Yeah.
He's just an accumulator of runs. Yeah, so this will be interesting. Chris Dunn set to face his first ball, I think, and
Yep.
yeah, can he do it?
Harris halfway through a really good spell here too. Probably coming into the game, you would have said Harris would have been one of the batsmen they would have targeted, and he seems to have executed well and got himself a couple of good wickets.
Yeah, definitely. So here we go.
Oh, full ball going at the stumps.
Really good ball, isn't it? Really good ball. It's going to be so hard for Chris here because you virtually got to come in, and you're coming in with 3 wickets in hand, and you have to get 5 and over against probably the tightest bowling attack in the comp, and that's why they're in the grand final.
It's a massive ask, isn't it? And the fact is, the slower you are to get off the mark, the harder you make it for yourself to play catch up. So
yeah, definitely. There's no sort of 2, 3, 4 overs to get yourself in. It's right from ducks on strike. So he's just got to get up the other end and let Ben do his work.
that's exactly right, isn't it, Gabby? He doesn't so much have to hit boundaries, but he must be getting singles. Needs bat on ball, as he almost chops on there to a back of the length ball there from Harris. So yeah, so it really lies with Dunny here to just rotate the strike for Blender so Blender can get his eye in and then go for the biggest shots. But they've still got 10 overs, so they can.
No, definitely. There's plenty of overs still, and it's just been a fantastic day. Like, students on the back foot real early, got a target. The crowd are really warming up, and Harris, yeah, like you said, in the midst of a really good spell, massive crowd here today. The atmosphere is fantastic, and we hope we're bringing you some really great cricket as the TDCA gets close to finishing up the 2022 season. What an absolute ripper of a day, and what a fantastic game we're seeing.
Been a great year for the TDCA. Probably one of the more even years we've had with, obviously, Glengarry and ex-students have been the 2 best sides all year, but there hasn't been that massive gap that there has been in years gone by to the lower side. So hopefully Rovers and Imperials can do some improvement over the off-season and come back and have an even stronger comp next year.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think every side has shown that, there was no easy games this year, and, really strong 17 comp. And look, at the end of the day, students and Glen were street ahead of everyone else, but still the comp was very good. So these two deserve to be playing in the big day. That's absolutely for sure. And as Lee comes into bowl again, he's really he's had a fantastic day as they take a quick single. And it's going to be really hard here. They've got to get 6 or 7 runs and over from here. So
I'll do the maths on it. So 8 overs after this, they need. There's a wicket. Chris Dunn goes past LBW to Lee Stockdale.
yeah, that's a massive
That
blow
hurts.
now. That's just the bowlers to come, isn't it?
At last of the
So,
recognised batsman
yeah.
now goes. So now a lot of work now. So for Glengarry to get home, you feel like Ben Marks now not only needs to survive, but he also needs to start farming and strike a bit.
So 8 for 123, 44 to win.
55.
55 to win. 55 to win. Good maths from me, Bobber. But
Been a good day in the good land 10, hasn't it, Gav?
50. No, haven't had one, mate.
Oh, I had one. They're good.
Yeah, look, that's
You
I
fe-
think that lady's warming up her vocal cords
You feel-
on top of the stand there. I think
You feel it's a bridge too far from here for the Glen boys.
yeah, at least Stockdale's got that second medal hanging round his neck. What a absolute day! And we said it, didn't we? Right at the start, we said that Nat from Lee Stockdale will have massive impacts on the game, and whoever had the big day would win it. And I think Lee Stockdale now has showed that
Showed his class.
absolutely the best player in the league, no doubt. He's been fantastic.
I saw him before the game, and just with the mood that he appeared to be in, you just felt like he was set for a big day. Oh,
Ex-students it's been incredible. They played, I think this is their 10th grand final in a row, and they don't lose 2 in a row. And while they lost last year, they've bounced back this year, and look, they're going to win this game. There's no doubt.
So with Geordie Gilmore going to try his luck in the district comp for Casey South Melbourne, and then Jackson McMahon for footy mid-season, you feel it's probably not the strongest side they've had in the last 10 years, but they've still managed to keep that team cohesion and bring themselves to a grand final and be in the race. So, hell of an effort, but just shows the depth of the club. But they're having a lot of success with a wide there by Stockdale. So, there's one off the target the Glen boys don't have to hit.
Nah, that's exactly right. You look at it now and you think with those 2 players they've lost, but Lee's just absolutely carried the show. Nearly 500, over 500 runs with today's innings. Leading bowler. He's now running off the ground. He's probably going to have a drink and come back on for the final spoils.
Is that his 10 overs bowled out, I'd say?
Yeah, must be.
Yep, 7 to come.
7 to go, and big job here. Blender's got to have a big 15, 20 run over to get Glenn back on track a little bit.
Just to bring it back into an easier cruise home for him, but he also can't afford to get out. So, catch-22, isn't it? Do you risk it, or do you just try and manipulate it to get there? But Harris comes in, full on the off stump. Blender had a crack at it, didn't quite get it, stopped it mid-off.
I think he probably came in 2 batters too late today, Blender. We know he's an accumulator of runs, and he probably just needed to come in because students were just tightening and tightening. And he's out.
As he just sticks off there, caught behind.
Yeah, he's out.
Stood his ground, umpire gives him, and off he goes.
It's stuck, and there goes Glengarry's very slim chances.
One more wicket and it's game over. So, feel like a result will be coming in the next couple of overs, but hey, go. Cricket's a strange game, and stranger things have happened, haven't they?
You've got to keep it. That's exactly right. You've got to keep it as a premiership. They lost 1 game for the year. They finished the year on top, and they've just showed that that's what you got to do if you want to win flags and compete with the best. You've got to. This is what it's about. You should endeavour to get better.
Yeah, exactly right, isn't it? Don't go wandering off to try and play lesser teams to win premierships. You want to play best standard of cricket you can to the highest ability that you can and be in the comp. So,
100%. The bottom should try to get to the middle first and work up, and the middle should always be trying to get to the top. And I think we've got a great competition. So here we go. And that is it. That is it. First ball.
Behind, Harris seals the game.
And that's game. That's game, set, match. The ex-students boys, as the crowd runs out, the president is first out. He has done it. What an absolute huge win to ex-students. Glengarry all out for 124. All out for 124, and that's a magnificent win.
Well, there's always got to be a winner and a loser, doesn't there, Gab? So commiserations to the Glengarry boys on a brilliant year, just not quite good enough on the day. Congratulations to the ex-students and everyone at both clubs and all the support staff and everyone.
No, 100%. We've witnessed a fantastic game, and a fantastic game by an absolute awesome club. So congratulations to ex-students. Big thanks to you, Bopper, for helping the TDC out today with some sensational commentary in the box. And on behalf of the TDCA, we thank Red Onion for the coverage. We thank all our sponsors who have provided with the TDCA. Big thanks to Luke and Nick for anchoring the commentary today. But on behalf of the TDCA, we thank you and we look forward to a super 2022-23 season as we congratulate ex-students 2022 A-grade premiers.
I just want Nick said, fantastic effort by Glengarry to put on this show today. Well done to Steve and all his sides. It's been a really funny old and all the stuff gone on, but there's got to be one winner. Last year it was Glengarry, this year it was ex-students. So, you know, the following year, who knows? But I'd like to thank Nick Kimmel, Lee Farley for the work he did with GCL. I think soon Gabby. Tommy Shippen. I've left someone. Gavin. And Ella from Yarram. All these guys. It was really tough to have to live by the rules and all the things we had to bring in, but at the end of the day, we got through it. There was also another award given today. I think it was given at lunchtime for Peter, which was the Peter McLean Award. And that award is really highly ranked in the TDCA. And you guys, like these guys, everyone knows why. But the fellow that won it was Peter Dunstan. Now, Pete couldn't be here today, he had to go to work in Ballarat. But I actually spoke to him yesterday and let him know about it. And he was nearly in tears. He told me a story. He said years ago as a young kid, he said he played against the students, and Pie Man and Billy Duncan were the two he mentioned. And he said they played it hard, but he said the finish of the game, he said they put a beer in my hand, and he said and they spent the next 2 hours teaching me and coaching me. And that was the sort of guy Peter was. So please, if you see Peter Dunstan, you know, just in the street, wherever you see him, please put your hand up and congratulate him, because he is absolutely thrilled to win that award. Okay, I'll call the umpires up to say a few words and hand over the best player of the day. Haven't I got it engraved?
Quick one. Just on behalf of the Umpires Association, we'd like to thank all the clubs, the players, the curators, the scorers, and everyone that's involved in the clubs. It's been a great year for us. Like every year, we're always looking for umpires, so if you've got any retirees that want to get on board, we're more than happy to have you. To both clubs today, great game of cricket, made our job really easy, and we love doing the A-grade grand final because it's the best cricket you can get. So thanks to both clubs. The man of the match with, 90 odd and a couple of wickets is Lee Stockdale from ex-students.
Just firstly, thanks to Steve, Nick and the league. It's another successful season for the league, so congratulations. Boozer and Danny, thanks for the day. It was great. We worked hard, we just come up short. Did last year, so role reversals this year. Congratulations, enjoy your night and the weekend. And just to Glengarry as a whole, really strive to put on a really good day for everyone, so I hope you've all enjoyed it. I know Cam put a power of work into the ground and the wicket, and Steve Penry, our president, put a whole lot of work in himself, did a lot himself to get today up and running, along with our committee to get all going. Enjoy your night.
I'll ask Lee to come up. Nick's organised something a little different this year. I'll get... Not yet, Warnie. Nick's organised something a little bit like the and I know, there, mate. And he's going to have some of the young students, boys, present the medal to the players. So speaks. Actually, I'll let you speak first, Lee, about the game and everything else. Oh, and and the other thing was to Lee in particular. And Lee Farley, the two Lees, the job they did with GCL, absolutely fantastic for the league, and thanks very much, mate.
Just quickly, obviously, as Nat said, to the league, to Steve, Nick, Lee, Size, and the rest of the committee, thanks for the work you do. I think it would have been difficult. Everyone had an opinion this year with how it should go, and you had to keep making decisions on the move. I know it's hard, and everyone, you can never please everyone, but we do appreciate the time he's put in, so thank you. To not just Boozer and Danny, but the whole umpires, thank you very much for your efforts this season again. And just to Steve, Henry, Nat, and all the guys, look, we know how it feels. Just stick together the next couple of days. Yous have still been successful this season, and yous are a really good side that'll bounce back. So enjoy, get together the next 2 days, stick together, and the competition needs teams like Glengarry who are really strong to keep thriving. So congratulations on your season. This commiserations today, but yous are a very good cricket team, and we've got a lot of respect for you. So well done on you. And not just only to our players, our executive, our sponsors and our supporters, thank you very much, and let's all get back to the rec reserve tonight and make sure we celebrate this one. So thanks, guys. Matty Dyke, Matt Robertson, Matt Robertson, Jimmy Pride, Mitch Membry, Mitch Harris, Rick Batista, Michael Stockdale, Michael Warren, Jack Robertson, Andy Matthews, oh no, he's going to get two here. Kay Duncan, our 13th man, Nate Thompson. Our president, Greg Membry. Our scorer, Helen Barnes, who's just floated in March.
Okay. And then lastly, to Lee Stockdale.
Ladies and gentlemen, ex-students A-grade premiers 21-22.
Sharon, you forged it. You fucking beauty! Everyone in the front. Come on. Alex, in the front. Come on. Robbo, try to go. Come in, son. Come on, Pooh. Jess!